Macmillan Audio presents This Vicious Grace, written by Emily Theed, read by Carlotta Brenton and Michael Gallagher. For the little girls who talk too much and feel too intensely, never change. And in loving memory of one very special girl, we miss you. Some of the thematic material in This Vicious Grace includes death, violence, and war with references to child abuse. For more information regarding potentially sensitive content, please visit ektheed.com. Benedizioni della Dea. L'originale. Alla fine del principio, la Dea creò isole santuario per i fedeli, benedicendoli con 3 doni. Alcuni nacquero con la magia, un salvatore per proteggerla, e quando venne il momento della battaglia, i guerrieri sarebbero stati forti, perché lei diede loro una fonte di guarigione. Dea's Blessings. Translation. At the end of the beginning, the goddess created sanctuary islands for the faithful. She blessed them with 3 gifts, some born with magic, one savior to enhance it, and when it came time for battle, the fighters would be strong, for she gave them a healing fountain. Translated in 242 DI, Scribe Unknown. 1. Attraverso la finestra divina, la luce riduce i demoni in cenere. Through the divine window, light burns demons to ashes. 3 weddings, 3 funerals. A better person would have been devastated, but Alessa bowed her head to hide dry eyes as she knelt before the jewel-encrusted coffin on the altar. The temple beneath the cittadella smelled of mildew and death, the air thick with dust motes drifting like the ghosts of fireflies. She would cry. Later. She always did. Being widowed at 18 was tragic after all, and none of her partners had deserved to die. Still, it was difficult to muster tears for yet a 3rd time. Hugo, her 3rd Fonte, and the unfortunate body before her, had insisted it was only nerves when his hand trembled in hers. She should have known better. She had known better. But the gods had chosen her and she'd chosen him, so even knowing her touch might be his last, she'd reached for him a 2nd time. Alessa Palladino, divine weapon of the gods. Her latest wedding dress was packed away, traded for a morning gown and knee-high boots, with a black mantilla over her hair. And gloves, of course. Always gloves. Still, the dank chill reached for her bones. Even on a sun-baked island, the sun couldn't warm what it never touched. Cupping her hands as though in prayer, Alessa brewed a minuscule wind funnel between her palms. The faint echo of Hugo's gift only lasted a moment, but she offered it back to him anyway. The empty space it left behind felt like penance. Her knees ached, but she didn't stand until the last stragglers found their seats. It wasn't easy. Every minute spent mourning was one she didn't get to spend choosing her next Fonte, and she didn't have time to spare. Or Fontes, for that matter. On one side of the aisle, the 12 members of the Consiglio watched her with inscrutable eyes. Always watching, always waiting. First, for her to be old enough to choose a partner, and then for her to choose another, and another after that. Soon, they'd summon her next victim. Partner, her next partner. She had to get it right this time. the Consiglio would have her next choice dragged to the Cittadella at sword point if needed, but she wanted someone willing. On her way to her seat, Alessa paused to curtsy before Renata Ortiz, the previous Finestra, whose power had winged out the day Alessa's blossomed 5 years ago. Renata nodded, cool and aloof, while her fonte, Tomohiro Miyamoto, offered a sympathetic smile. They were a good pairing, a great pairing, exactly what Finestra and fonte should be. A familiar pull of envy threatened to drag Alessa under as they laced their hands together. She'd give anything for a hand to hold. Or a hug. She would kill for a hug. Literally. Alessa took her seat, pressing a fist to her mouth before a sharp inhalation became a giggle, or worse, a sob. Stiff, black fabric pulled across her chest as she steadied her breathing. If she'd known how often she'd need one, she would have asked for a new morning gown after the first wear. Adric slid in beside her, tugging his lapels and doing his best to look forlorn. "No weeping for good old Hugo, little sister," he murmured, barely moving his lips. "Lucky for me, there was an open seat beside you." "There's always an open seat beside me." Alessa squeezed her gloved hands together in a vain attempt to warm her fingers. Renata shot Alessa a look of warning from across the aisle. It wasn't her fault Adric didn't respect rules. He might even be willing to hug her, but she'd never ask. A Finestra wasn't supposed to touch anyone but their chosen fonte until after divorando. And it was too dangerous to chance. The thought of her twin brother laid out on the altar turned her stomach. He should have sat somewhere else. The Finestra was expected to sever all ties from her previous life. Above and apart. Always. She wasn't even supposed to think of him as her twin anymore, and she definitely wasn't supposed to speak to him. "Pick the next one yet?" Adric signed as the choir began rustling in place. Sort of. Their nonno was deaf, so they were fluent in sign language, but the whispered half-signs he'd shaped in his lap were a bastardization of language only she could interpret. Papa would be mortified. But Papa wasn't there, and he wasn't her Papa anymore. "Still deciding," she signed back. "Better hurry," he said, switching to a hoarse whisper. "A dozen fled Severio in the past month." Dread pulled in her stomach. She'd lost track of how many eligible fontes remained on the island, but she couldn't afford to scare off more. She resisted the urge to turn and see who was left. All fontes were blessed at birth with defensive magic: fire, wind, water, earth, electricity, and so forth. And thus they were respected and revered, considered a precious resource whether they were chosen to serve or not. Each fonte received a generous annual stipend, was exempted from military duty, and was protected from harm. Until they weren't. "Good riddance," Alessa hissed. Anger was safer than panic, and she knew her duty, which meant not falling apart where someone might see. "Anyone who'd abandon their people isn't worthy of being my fonte." Without a Finestra to absorb and magnify their power, a fonte's gift was fairly weak, but at least they had useful powers. Not like hers, which was basically worthless without a partner to draw from. So she couldn't argue with Adric's response of, "Better an unworthy fonte than none at all." She risked a quick glare. Aside from his eyes, green on a good day, hazel on most, her brother was nothing like her. Tall and lanky, with tanned skin and golden curls, Adric strolled through life with an easy charm. While she had their mother's dark waves and creamy skin that burned easily, and her ease and charm had been snuffed out by years of rules and isolation. "You could be more encouraging," she whispered. Adric appeared to consider the possibility. "Someone has to laugh about it." "It isn't funny." "Of course it isn't." There was a slight tremble to his voice. "But if I think about it too seriously, I'd never get out of bed." Alessa swallowed. When her first fonte, Emmer, died, Adric had stood outside the Cittadella's walls, belting out bawdy sea shanties in his best pirate voice for hours until her sobs became hiccups of laughter. Adric was never serious, no matter how dire things became. But after years of wishing he'd take her situation seriously, she wasn't sure she could handle it if he did. A soloist began the Canto della Dea in the common tongue, soon joined by another in the ancient language, then others, until a dozen languages wove a harmony as intricate as the community. Together we protect, divided we falter. Wizened old Padre Calabrese shuffled up the stairs as the last note died, clearing his throat repeatedly, even though no one was speaking. "The gods are cruel, but merciful," he began. Easy for him to say. "In the beginning, Dea created humankind, but Crollo insisted we were too flawed, too selfish to endure. When Crollo sent fire, Dea made water to quench it. He brewed storms, and she granted shelter. And when Crollo vowed to cleanse the earth and begin anew, Dea challenged him, because she had faith in us. Alone, she said, a person is a thread easily snipped. Intertwined, we are strong enough to survive." Alessa squirmed on the unyielding bench. It would be her luck to lose feeling below the waist and topple over when she stood to leave. Dea really should have sweetened the deal by throwing in some tolerance for discomfort with the great and deadly power. Sensing Padre Calabrese's attention shift her way, Alessa sat up straighter. "And so, Dea and Crollo made a wager. Crollo could send his devouring minions, but Dea would raise sanctuary islands from the sea, where the faithful could strive to live in harmony, proving their worthiness and defying Crollo's cynicism. And because she loves us, she armed her children with gifts." Alessa tried to look as gift-like as possible as furtive glances flicked her way. While it was all true, and obviously they owed Dea a debt, the goddess could have chosen a simpler solution. An impenetrable shield, perhaps, or made the islands invisible. Maybe she could have negotiated Crollo down to one planet-wide scourge, and they would have been done with this nonsense a half a century ago. But, oh no. In her infinite wisdom, Dea decided to teach her children about community and partnership by creating saviors who couldn't save alone. The divine pairing existed as a constant reminder that shared strength was their path to salvation. Hence, a Finestra could only magnify someone else's gift. Hand in hand with an opera singer, a Finestra could bring the harshest music critic to his knees. For a few minutes after touching an archer, a Finestra could hit every bullseye. And, paired with a fonte, a Finestra could defeat an army of demons sent by the god of chaos. At least, that's how it was supposed to work. When Alessa first stood before the Consiglio, the row of wizened elders had made it sound as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Choose a fonte. 2. Do not kill them. 3. Amplify their magic to save everyone and everything on Severio, or become the first to die. Alessa's gaze slipped to the glittering coffin. Well, not the first. Even now, some insisted the deaths were a good omen. Terribly sad, of course, but reassuring. A Finestra so powerful she accidentally killed her first Fonte? They would be well protected in the siege. And her second? Well, accidents happened. Besides, she was young, and these things took time. Surely she'd be more careful with the next. But after 3 funerals, Alessa's strength didn't feel like a promise of victory anymore, and time was running out. The service concluded with, "Per nozze lutto si lascia tutto, però chi vive sperando muore cantando." In weddings and mourning, one lets go, but he who lives with hope dies singing. It might have been the saddest thing she'd ever heard. Hugo certainly hadn't left the world mid-note. As the pallbearers made their way down the aisle, guests reached out to brush the glossy surface of the coffin. Alessa did not. Spirit or ghost, surely whatever was left of Hugo would prefer she kept her distance. As the casket passed beneath an archway of carved stone gods, the crowd murmured, "Rest in the company of heroes." And he was gone. Hero was perhaps a bit of a stretch. All he'd done was die. But she had no right to talk. People stood, straightening jackets and gathering skirts with slow hands, brushing invisible dust from their clothing. Alessa recoiled at Adric's elbow jab to her ribs, her heart racing at the rare sensation of physical contact. Oh, everyone was stalling, and she wasn't taking the hint. She flashed a rude gesture at him behind her back, then rose and made her way toward Dea's shrine in the front of the temple. Everyone could flee while she pretended to pray. Such a dutiful Finestra, so devout, so obedient. Shielded from curious eyes within the alcove, Alessa sat beside the stone Dea on the altar and rested her cheek against one cold marble shoulder. Her chest ached, hollow with everything she didn't have. Family, forsaken. Friends, none. Even the fortress carved into the bedrock of the island wasn't for her. When Divorando came, other people who had families and friends, would huddle together in the darkness, thanking the gods they weren't her. When the nave rang hollow, she climbed the wide stairs alone to the piazza above, straining to breathe past the constriction of her gown. The temperature rose with every step, and the fabric clung to her skin, damp with perspiration. At least the Consiglio had finally let her remove her veil during private events, after a brush with heat stroke at the last midsummer's gala. And the current fashion of cape skirts, full and long in the back but with overlapping panels that crossed at knee-height in front, saved her from falling on her face daily in Saverio's capital, the city of 1,000 stairs. Alessa stepped out, blinking in the light, to take her place beside Tomo and Renata. The red-faced guards lining the wide steps to the Cittadella saluted, sweating through their uniforms, and the waiting crowd hushed to bow and curtsy. From her usual vantage point, a balcony off the 4th floor of the Cittadella, the stylish young women of Saverio often looked like flocks of peacocks strutting around the city in jewel-toned skirts. Now, clad in shades of black and gray, they huddled like dirty pigeons around the margins of the piazza. No one looked directly at her, as if she was too horrible to view with the naked eye, yet somehow the weight of their stares pressed in from all sides. Go ahead, bow before the blessed Savior who keeps killing your friends and family. At Renata's pointed look, Alessa flushed, as though she'd spoken aloud the blasphemy in her head. Despite the 2 decades between them, Renata looked young enough to be Alessa's sister, with an amber complexion, golden hair, and rich brown eyes. But to Renata, Alessa was a duty, not family, or even a friend. It was painfully clear in moments like this. Tomo's expression warmed with encouragement. "Remember, frightened people crave certainty." "You are confident," Renata said under her breath. "You have matters under control." Alessa bared her teeth in a confident smile that made one guard flinch. She eased it down a bit. Honestly, if she were to rank every possible description of herself, confident and under control wouldn't make the list. When she'd first been presented in this piazza, everyone had crowded close, eyes sparkling with hope, smiles heavy with promises. One day, she was an ordinary girl. The next, Dea's chosen savior. Beloved, important, and so popular she hadn't known where to look first. Not anymore. Now, no one vied to become her fonte. No one wanted to share their gift with her. Although it wasn't really sharing, was it? Sharing implied they'd get something back, that they'd both be alive at the end of the transaction. That was a promise she couldn't make. But she'd try. She always tried. Even in such a restless crowd, it was easy to find the fontes, draped in a visible miasma of gloom. She'd met them dozens of times, but they were still nothing more than strangers with familiar names. Caleb Toporowski, whose eyes slid away a bit too fast as he smoothed his burnished copper hair with a look of perpetual boredom. Joseph Benheim, impeccably clad in midnight black, his gaze so steady she could almost hear him reminding himself not to blink. He looked so much like his older sister that Alessa's heart caught in her throat. Families rarely had more than one fonte, but when they did, it was seen as a sign of strength, of the gods' favor. He should have been one of Alessa's top candidates, but she'd already cost his parents one child. Other fontes reluctantly met her searching eyes. Nina Fawn, Saida Farid, Kamaria and Shomaria Chabi. Most tried to blend in with the crowd. She couldn't blame them. While she'd barely known the people she'd killed, they'd all grown up together. Now they were expected to act like they were desperate to be chosen by a girl whose power was useless without theirs. Dea, give me a sign. What she really needed was a push. Hours upon hours watching from high above the city, longing to be amongst the people, but every time she escaped her golden cage, her wings forgot how to fly. She only made it 3 steps before a sudden commotion in the crowd stopped her. A woman shoved her way through the tightly packed wall of people to burst into the clearing. In stark white robes, she stood out like a star on a moonless night. What kind of person started a shoving match at a funeral? The woman's gaze landed on Alessa, and her eyes blazed. For a bizarre moment, Alessa was embarrassed. It had been a few years since anyone had been overcome with religious fervor at her presence, and it was an awkward time for a fit of rapture. The woman's face twisted, the gleam in her eyes turning dark, and she broke into a run. Alessa's pulse raced to the beat of footsteps against the stone. The robed woman didn't slow, didn't flinch, heedless of the guards rushing at her from all sides. Without breaking her stride, she drew her arm back and threw. Something whistled past Alessa's head with a whine so high-pitched it was painful. Guards tackled the woman, wrestling her to the ground, their bodies muffling the words she tried to scream. Alessa reached a hand to her neck, and the fingertips of her glove grew warm and wet with blood. "Dea," she breathed. Not that kind of sign. 2. Chi cerca trova. Seek and you shall find. Alessa's breath came fast and shallow as she wiped the hot trickle from her neck. Blood wouldn't show on her gloves, and fear wouldn't show on her face. It couldn't. Her eyes followed the trail of crimson droplets on the stone to a flash of sunlight glinting off a dagger. If she'd been one step to the left, the blade that had notched her ear would be lodged in her skull. The captain of the guard barked orders, and his soldiers formed a protective wall around her. For the first time in her life, she yearned for the protection of the Cittadella's high walls. "Wait," Renata said. "They need to see she's unharmed." Alessa clenched her fists. Hiding wasn't an option. Not for her. Never for her. Duty called. A little blood be damned. "Chin up, Finestra," Renata muttered. "Show them you are not afraid." Alessa fought the horrific impulse to laugh as she lifted her head so high no one could see the tears burning behind her eyes. At her reassuring wave, a ripple of relief, at least she hoped it was relief, rolled through the crowd, and Renata gestured for them to retreat at last. "How bad is it?" Renata asked as soon as the gates clanged shut behind them. "Could have been worse." Alessa winced, probing her injury. "Why would someone do that?" It made no sense. A Finestra dying before Divorando was unimaginable. Or at least, she'd thought it was. A number had been wounded during battle, but they'd all lived long enough to climb Finestra's peak. Without a Finestra and Fonte, Saverio would be entirely defenseless against the demons. "Who can explain the choices of an unhinged person?" Tomo said, holding out his elbow for Renata. They exchanged a tense look. "If you know something, tell me." Alessa followed them through the arched corridor to the interior courtyard. Tomo, tall and still athletically built despite his health struggles, made Renata look even more petite by comparison. "You can't protect her forever, Tomo." "Renata," Tomo pleaded, his tan skin going a bit gray. "We don't even know if he's connected." The knife thrower had been a woman. "Who?" Alessa asked. They didn't answer. In moments like these, she became invisible. "I told you we should have him arrested." Renata's voice crackled with fury. "Lash him to the peak and leave him to die." Tomo sighed, as if he'd made the argument countless times before. "For talking on street corners?" "For inciting violence." "Who?" Alessa said, louder, and they turned to look at her as though she'd blinked back into existence. "Who isn't connected? Who should be left to die? Tell me. I'm the Finestra, not a scared child." If she said it firmly enough, she might even convince herself. Tomo waved his hand as if shooing a fly. "Some ridiculous street preacher calling himself Padre Ivini. He's just fanning fears to line his pockets." "And which fears are those?" Alessa hugged her sides, suddenly cold. She knew what she feared: swarms of demonic insects descending from the sky, everyone counting on her to stop them. But braving terror so others didn't have to was the Finestra's burden. "Foolish prattle. Everyone with sense is ignoring him." Tomo looked to Renata for support, but she shrugged. Alessa gestured at her ear. "Everyone?" "Everyone but a few desperate souls looking for certainty in an uncertain world. Enough about that." Tomo's smile was kind but pointed. "We have more important matters to deal with." Then her life? Alessa frowned. She might have managed to pry one answer from them, but that didn't mean she'd asked the right questions. Renata sighed. It won't happen again. Put it from your mind. Right. The many things Alessa was supposed to remember had a tendency to slip away like sand through her fingers, but she wasn't likely to forget a dagger flying at her head. Renata rubbed her temples. The sooner she chooses a fonte, the better. I didn't even get to speak to anyone, Alessa said. I have to make an informed choice. I need it to work this time. Please. Please don't make me kill again. She might as well have said it aloud. They knew what she meant. Tomo moved as though to clasp her arm, awkwardly brushing at his sleeve instead. How about a performance, a gala, where every eligible fonte can demonstrate their gifts, and you'd have a chance to speak with each of them? Anticipation fluttered beneath Alessa's breastbone. She'd expected to spend the next few days in isolation, begging Dea for a sign before choosing whom to shackle herself to. But a demonstration might be exactly what she needed to choose the right fonte for once. Tomorrow, Renata nodded. And she needs to look transcendent. The more jewels, the better. I want her dripping with proof of Dea's favor. Inwardly, Alessa rolled her eyes. Once she might have equated wealth and jewels with a person's worthiness, but now she knew the truth. The gods gave and took for their own incomprehensible reasons, and only fools tried to make sense of it. She was the fool. Because she still wanted to understand. Perfect, Tomo said. Our guests will leave here raving about our blessed savior, prepared to choose her final, true partner. That will silence the naysayers. Alessa still didn't know what exactly needed silencing, but she'd slipped back into invisibility, so she left them to their plans and climbed the stairs on leaden feet. Adric would know what this Ivini person was saying. He collected gossip like children hoarded pretty rocks. But she had no idea when she'd see him next. From outside, the Cittadella looked like a massive stone block. But within the austere facade, the building blended a military stronghold and an elegant estate, with an exquisite atrium in the center and lavish gardens out back. The first 2 levels were all business, with a mess hall, barracks, an armory, and training spaces, while the second floor served as military command center. The upper levels, however, served as a private residence for the duo divino, the divine pairing. Pairings, plural, as the previous Finestra and Fonte were expected to return to the Cittadella when a new Finestra rose, and remain for the duration of the 5 years Dea gave them to train their successors. Dea must have ignored the fine print of whatever divine contract she'd signed with Crollo, however, because instead of sending Divorando on the 5th anniversary of the new Finestra's rise, Crollo chose a month at random in the 5th year, and no one knew precisely when he would strike until the first warning arrived. 7 months into her 5th and final year, Alessa was no closer to finding her battle partner than she had been the day the Consiglio confirmed her. The formal banquet hall on the 3rd floor was empty and dark, and Tomo and Renata had not yet returned to their suite, so Alessa didn't see another soul until she reached the 4th floor, which was all hers and would remain so until she found someone to fill the rest of it. The largest library on Saverio, a private chapel, and 2 suites for one lonely girl. When she reached the top of the stairs, Lorenzo, the young soldier assigned to guard her rooms, blanched beneath his olive complexion. He was supposed to open the door for her and complete a thorough inspection before she entered. But he, like the string of guards before him, refused to touch anything of hers. She opened her own doors now. She'd never say it aloud, but it stung like ice water on bare skin every time someone cringed away from her. Especially soldiers. They'd volunteered to face a swarm of demons, but acted like she was something even worse. Lorenzo deigned to cast a cursory look around and retreated to his post, muttering something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like Gyote. Greedy one. Alessa kicked the door closed. "Don't be a Gyote," her parents used to chide her whenever she'd asked for more than her fair share of sweets. They'd softened the word so it sounded almost endearing, but visions of Crollo's thieves took residence in her head. Even now, she often dreamt of growing claws and horns. Every child on Saverio grew up hearing tales of the Gyote, how Crollo sent demons disguised as humans to find Dea's third gift before the first divorando. When the Gyote found La Fonte di Guarigione, the healing fountain created for the soldiers, they stole its power, becoming nearly impossible to kill and leaving nothing behind for the troops. Caught and damned for their sin, they were hunted or driven into the sea, their only remaining legacy a warning about the consequences of greed and selfishness. Some skeptics believed the story was a metaphor, a morality tale to keep people in line, but the church elders insisted that every word in the Holy Verità was history dictated by Dea herself. The Finestra was Dea's first blessing, the Gyote had stolen the third, and Alessa kept killing the second. She stripped off her gloves and tossed them with the others piled by her bedside. A warm, citrus-sharp breeze from the balcony blew dark curls into her eyes as she padded barefoot to a small table set with a selection of breads, cheeses, and fruits. The cheese shone with grease in the waning sunlight, and the bread was stale. Not a feast worthy of a Finestra, but she could hardly blame anyone else for underperforming. The sunset reflected off the ocean below, painting shades of rose gold across the city, cascading down the hillside in a jumble of sun-bleached pastel buildings. It looked as if the city walls were holding everything in check so they wouldn't collide with Finestra's peak, looming over the black sand beach where she and her chosen partner would take their place at the head of Saverio's army. At least her prison had a great view. She should bathe, wash off the blood and anxious sweat. But she curled up in an armchair instead, pulling a throw blanket up to her chin. It was too warm, but the texture coursed over her bare arms and neck, sparking her nerves awake after a long day of slumber. Not a human touch, but a touch at least. Anything was better than the static half-sensation of being covered from head to toe. After a childhood littered with forgotten schoolwork, burnt loaves, and waste bins she'd never remembered to empty, Alessa had finally made her mother proud the day she became the Finestra and had to stop calling her Mama. But even ordained by the gods, she disappointed everyone. Sure, she was determined, always trying to please. She meant to complete her chores, to remember the shopping list or check on the bread, and now she meant to control her gods-given power. Her failures didn't mean an extra trip to the market anymore, but dead fontes and dried blood crackling on her skin. Papa always said any problem looked better in daylight, but it would take a wickedly bright sunrise to improve hers. She closed her eyes and plucked at the underside of the blanket, pinching the knots, running her fingertips over the stitching. You are not alone. You are alive. You are chosen. You are lonely. You will die. Maybe Dea chose wrong. This was hopeless. She couldn't afford to get trapped in a never-ending spiral of worries, and the only way out was to get answers. Alessa sat up, letting the blanket slide to the floor. If no one inside the Cittadella would tell her what was going on, she'd find someone who would. 3. Dio mi guardi da chi studia un libro solo. Never trust a man who only studies one book. She hadn't had many opportunities for rebellion since leaving home, but Alessa was making up for lost time. With a lightweight cloak under her arm, boots clutched in one hand, and a rough sketch of the tunnels going soft with sweat in the other, she crept past the kitchens where Lorenzo was attempting to flirt with unimpressed kitchen maids. She stopped before the banquet hall, listening for the rise and fall of conversation within. She was only a semi-prisoner, with free rein inside the cittadella, but she'd blow her cover if Renata saw the guilt scrawled across her face. At the scrape of silver on ceramic, she held her breath and dashed past on the balls of her feet. "Where?" Alessa tensed at Renata's words. "Do we even begin tomorrow?" Alessa sagged against the wall until her wobbly knees got their act together, then tiptoed on. Through an archway off the courtyard, a spiral staircase connected the cittadella above to the fortezza below it. Narrow and dim, the ancient stone stairs dipped in the middle, worn down by countless feet over centuries. The cittadella was formidable, but it was nothing compared to the stronghold beneath. The maze of tunnels and caves carved into the island dated back to the original settlers who'd expanded the natural volcanic tunnels to make the entire island into a fortress. A Finestra did not, by nature, explore. Under normal circumstances, Alessa only entered the fortezza to attend temple with Tomo and Renata, but the master key she'd never used slid easily into the lock. Shivering, from nerves rather than cold, she pulled on her cloak and let herself out the first gate beyond the line marking the border of the cittadella above. Outside, the warm, thick air carried the wafting sweetness of roses from the cittadella's gardens, but she turned away from the high walls to follow the humble scent of home. The sun set over quiet avenues and shops closed for the evening. Each terrace bloomed with sounds and smells so distinct she could have navigated the city with her eyes closed. In an area ripe with peppers and cumin, nimble fingers tripped out a melody on a guitar as heels clicked the tempo. In the next, garlic and green onion dumplings sizzled in hot oil, while a voice so tender it must belong to a mother sang a lullaby that sounded like spring rain on a rooftop. Nearly every house had a lemon tree, often standing alone on a tiny island of soil amongst the stone, and dried boughs hung over thresholds, marring otherwise pristine windowsills with sticky drips of dried juice. The gesture was rumored to ward off Crollo's demons, named Scarabeo for their resemblance to horned beetles. But if it actually worked, Saverio wouldn't need a Finestra. Urging herself to keep walking, to pretend it was a stranger's home, she paused by a blue-shuttered window. Inside the small kitchen, her mother tended to a pot on the stove. She reached for the salt, resting her hand on it as though she'd forgotten what she'd meant to do. The small table in the middle of the room was only set for two. Maybe Adric refused to eat meals with them anymore. Maybe family suppers didn't feel right without her. Wishful thinking. He was probably just working late. Supper smelled like something hearty, simmered for hours, with lamb and red wine. Memories tangled around her. A crowded table, stories repeated so many times they lost all meaning, becoming poetry. Children falling asleep in soft laps. Alessa swiped at her eyes and moved on. She might never be a normal girl who clipped rosemary for supper again, but they had to survive. The alleys narrowed as she descended until buildings butted into each other, and the island made its presence known, with wildflowers pushing through cracks in the cobblestones and vines creeping up walls. Alessa pulled up her hood as she passed the guards who manned the city gates, but they paid her no mind. They were there to watch for incoming threats, not girls running off to the docks, where folks stayed up late getting into trouble. On Saverio, criminals were marked for their crimes, and those who'd committed irredeemable offenses were banished to the continent, where they'd perish in the next divorando without any protection from the Duo Divino and their army. The rest were merely forced to wear their shame, but when Severians barricaded themselves inside the fortezza, those with marks were left outside to fend for themselves. Past curfew, no one marked was permitted inside the city walls without an official pass from the cittadella. There was no one else on the dirt road to the docks, but the night sounds expanded to fill the emptiness, with tiny creatures scurrying and invisible wings thrumming in the grass. The whine of insects succumbed to the creak of ships as the road widened and became clogged with people and vendor tents. If the city was a 4-course meal for the senses, the docks were a hearty stew. The din of myriad languages was intoxicating, and the crush of bodies made one girl in a cloak practically invisible. As the largest of the 4 original sanctuary islands, Saverio had drawn the widest array of people from nearby regions before the first divorando, and even now, almost a millennium after Crollo's first siege had stripped the continents to bones and dirt, Severians boasted of being the entire world in miniature. An exaggeration, to be sure, but there was no one left to dispute the claim. Alessa slowed at the sound of chanting as a dozen cloaked figures emerged from an alley, their white robes stark against a backdrop that was dark and grimy. She squinted to make out the crimson words embroidered on their backs. Fratellanza della Verità. Passers-by gathered, captivated by the spectacle. It wasn't hard to see why. The group's barely audible humming raised the hair on Alessa's arms, and the hoods shadowing their faces lent an air of unearthly anonymity. Fear tightened her scalp as one figure disengaged from the rest, pushing his hood back to reveal a striking face and prematurely silver hair. He smiled benevolently, and a few people began clapping, though he hadn't said a word. Strategically veiled in the glow of a street lamp, he held a large book aloft. Not an official copy of the Holy Verità. She of all people could spot the difference between the genuine article and a fake, but the glyphs on the cover bore close enough resemblance to fool most people. Women at the front of the crowd jostled for position, gazing at him with rapt devotion, and Alessa finally caught the whispered name. Ivini. "Our gods tell us to have faith," he said in a low, hypnotic voice. "That we are blessed with holy saviors." A savior you nearly got killed today. "But we've grown complacent, trusting, naive." His features softened with carefully crafted sadness, but his sharp eyes gauged the crowd's response. "I ask you, are you sure our esteemed Finestra will save us? Or do you too wonder if the gods are testing us?" A child in a stained dress worked her way through the growing crowd. She held out a beggar's hat, but most ignored her, clutching their purses and avoiding eye contact. Ivini dropped to an ominous monotone, and the crowd went silent. "The lost texts warn of a day when a false Finestra shall rise, one whom the faithful shall recognize on sight." His eyes raked across the crowd, but his all-knowing gaze spent no more time on Alessa's face than anyone else's. So much for that theory. He was a convincing liar, though. Shaking his head, as if regretting what he had to say next, he pressed a hand over his heart. There she sits, in our cittadella, slaughtering our precious fontes, coddled despite her wickedness. Sent by Dea? So they tell us. But would Dea send a murderer to save us? I think not. No, this bears the mark of Crollo. A young man with tousled dark hair and sun-bronzed skin shot a disdainful glance at the crowd as he strode past, and Alessa's shoulders relaxed. At least someone wasn't buying what the holy man was selling. I ask you, Ivini said, his gaze sharpening. When the demons descend to devour every living thing on Saverio, will our dear Finestra even pretend to fight, or will she simply laugh while our brave soldiers are massacred? Will she cheer for the creatures as they gnaw at the gates of the fortezza, or will she open them herself? And who will die first? Who will suffer most but those of you who will be locked outside? The beggar girl tripped, spilling her coins across the ground. Her high cry cut through Ivini's speech, and he stopped with a loud sigh, motioning one of his robed minions toward the girl. Alessa couldn't push through to help the poor child, but at least someone was going to. The robed man bent to grab the girl's tunic, forcing her to stand. Blessed be the wretched, for they know not what they do. You'd need no coin if you had the sense to listen to your betters. Frowning, Alessa took an involuntary step forward. Let her go. The crowd parted like butter to a hot knife as the young man stepped through, his sneer darker, frightening. He couldn't be but a few years older than Alessa, but he walked with the authority of one who expected others to move aside. Ivini's disciple straightened until the girl's toes barely touched the cobblestones, his grip firm. Is she with you? If so, you need to teach her some manners. The gods don't appreciate. Drop her, or I'll send you to meet your gods right now. The young man's movement was slight, his broad shoulders shifting in the merest thread of a lunge, but Ivini's minion stumbled back, inadvertently dragging the girl with him. He didn't make it far. The young man seized his wrist and gave it a brutal twist that splayed his fingers. The girl broke free, darting behind her rescuer to use him as a barrier. With wide eyes, the child watched her bully forced to his knees, whimpering in pain. The young man let go and wiped his hands on his pants with a look of disgust. The disciple glanced around, clutching his injured arm, but no one leapt to his defense, not even his leader. It seemed the Fratellanza's religious fervor didn't extend to putting their bodies on the line. Brother, Ivini said in a cold voice, fury burning in his eyes. Let us show grace. Even the most wicked may come to see the light, eventually. The dark-haired stranger knelt to help the child gather her scattered coins, adding a few from his own pocket before he stood and continued on his way, strolling past empty storefronts to where the street narrowed to little more than an alley. He stopped beneath a worn placard reading, "The Bottom of the Barrel," and pulled the door open, releasing a burst of raucous voices. As if he could feel her eyes on him, he glanced back and met Alessa's gaze, raising an eyebrow in silent challenge. She looked away, blushing. Ivini resumed his sermon, funneling his anger into it. and the crowd responded like a bonfire to dry kindling, flaring hot and fast. Cold sweat dewed Alessa's forehead. Renata and Tomo had made it sound like a few lone dissidents, but this was a revolt in the making. "Who has the courage?" Ivini demanded. "Who is brave enough to smite the false prophet?" "I'd do it," a woman shouted, and the crowd roared their approval. Alessa inched back into the shadows. Death was creeping closer, but this wasn't where she intended to meet it. 4. Chi ha fatto il male, faccia la penitenza. As you make your bed, so you must lie. A bell tinkled above the door as Alessa entered the apothecary. Luckily, Adric was the only worker on the floor. He looked up, his mop of curls bouncing as he fumbled the jar he was handing to an elderly woman. Alessa signed that she needed to speak to him. Hiding his movements, he signed back. "Trying to get me banished?" "Knife. My head," she signed, pulling her hair back to reveal the bandage. His nostrils flared, and he signed a curt, "Outside. 10 minutes." Before turning back to the customer and saying aloud, "That one's infused with dried herbs, but if you ask me..." Alessa pretended to peruse the store's offerings, uncorking a small bottle and coughing at the rank contents. Adric looked pointedly at the open door to the storeroom, and she left to wait for him outside. When he emerged from the darkened building a quarter-hour later, Adric held up a hand to stop her from speaking and jerked his head toward the main road, setting off without checking to see if she followed. His legs were considerably longer than hers, and he made no effort to adjust his stride. "Did you know," she said, trotting to keep up, "about this Ivini person claiming I'm a false Finestra?" Adric's silence was answer enough. "Adric, why didn't you tell me?" "I knew it would worry you." "Strangers are throwing knives at me. I should be worried." "Then why are you here?" he shot back. "One knife to the head wasn't enough excitement for the day." She blanched. "I only stopped wearing the veil recently. Hardly anyone knows what I look like." "Signor Arguelles does." "Well, he didn't see me." As children, they'd spend countless hours crushing herbs for their neighbor before Adric became his apprentice, and while she couldn't imagine the kindly older man betraying her, it wouldn't be the most shocking recent event. "Tell me what you've heard." Alessa stopped short, forcing her brother to turn back. "Look." Adric blew out a breath. "It's been a long day. The apothecary has been mobbed with people looking for tinctures to remove their tattoos. Impossible, of course. And medics needing supplies to treat people who tried to burn or cut theirs out. People are panicking, thinking that I can't protect them." She'd thought she was the only one who lay awake at night, afraid she'd let everyone down. Instead, her deepest fears were being shouted from every street corner. He tugged his ear. "Well, can you?" "Can you please believe in me?" "I do, it's just..." Adric cast a wary glance ahead at a group gathering around a robed woman. "People are saying all kinds of things, like Crollo has cursed you, or you're some new kind of Giote sent to steal the Fonte's magic. Some even think you're proof Dea's forsaken us, and Crollo's finally going to end it this time. Hell, there's a whole cult of people who think we all deserve to die, and Dea should never have defied him in the first place." For hundreds of years, Severians had survived against the odds, trusting their saviors to protect them when wicked wings descended. And now, the people were giving up. Because of her. She'd never asked if any of the rare trading ships had offered news from the other islands about her counterparts, whatever they were called. So it was possible she might not be alone on this sinking ship. Maybe, somewhere across the sea, someone else was railing at their own inability to perform their duty. It wouldn't change the fact that if Alessa failed, she'd be the one responsible for the deaths of every living thing on Severio. If the other islands fared better, their survivors would someday arrive on Severio to find barren shores and empty ruins, and if any records remained, Alessa would live on in their history as a cautionary tale. Alessa, the last Finestra, Dea's greatest mistake. She swallowed, throat tight. Do you believe I'm a new kind of Gyote? Adric smirked.
I've seen you bedridden with cramps. Gyote would be tougher than that.
She bared her teeth. Adrianus Crescente Palladino, you'd cry like a baby if you got cramps. Adric made a gagging face at his full name.
I know. You're the divine warrior and I'm the worthless brother you left behind. Why do you care what I think? You're the one with the direct line to Dea. Ask her.
His lips twisted with a hint of bitterness. It doesn't work like that. She flicked a glance at the dusky sky.
You!
A robed woman called out. Alessa flinched, but the woman looked past her. Adric broke into a jog.
Keep your head down and hurry up.
Do you know her?
Course not. They're all pushy like that.
She frowned. It had sounded like the woman was speaking to someone she recognized. Alessa glanced over her shoulder. The woman wasn't following. No angry mob giving chase. Not yet. Adric, what do I do?
Prove them wrong. Get a Fonte and keep them alive for once.
I'm trying.
I know.
He gave her a sidelong glance.
You always do.
The twinkling lights of the city grew closer as they walked in silence. She ducked her head, baring her unmarked wrists for the drowsy guards manning the city walls. Adric bid them a hearty good night, and they traded some sort of manly handshake. After checking that the surrounding area was clear, Alessa unlocked the first tunnel entrance they passed and stepped inside. I still can't believe you didn't tell me about Ivini.
I said I'm sorry.
Adric's moonlit silhouette was fragmented by the bars.
Lock it.
Alessa turned the lock with a click. Satisfied?
Never. I should take your keys.
Stealing keys to the Fortizza is a banishable offense.
Oh no, not banishable. I would never do something banishable, like defying the church's edicts by fraternizing with you.
They wouldn't banish you, only lock you up for a few days.
Much better. Now that I've risked my freedom, tell me who you're going to pick so I can make some bets.
I haven't decided yet, and I wouldn't tell you if I had. In fact, I hope you're the last person on Severio to find out this very important information. He snorted.
Fine, I deserve that. But everyone's been asking.
Why do they expect you to know? I'm not your sister anymore, remember? She couldn't hide her resentment. You handed me over to the gods.
No,
he said, gaze flicking upward.
The Veritat says parents must relinquish a chosen child to the community. It doesn't specifically say anything about siblings.
Oh, so that's why you still talk to me, huh? A brotherly loophole?
I'm just saying, in Dea's eyes, I'm not doing anything wrong here.
Unlike Alessa, who was violating the holy rules. How fitting for Adric to skate by on a divine technicality and leave her with the guilt. He always had known how to charm his way out of trouble. Well, loophole or no, Mama would swat your bottom raw if she knew you'd tainted her holy sacrifice by staying in touch.
Oh, Lessa, that's not fair. She loves you, but she loves Dea too, and she knows her duty. Once you finish saving Saverio and they release you from your golden cage, she'll be the first one running to hug you.
His gaze roamed across everything but his sister.
Well, maybe not hug you.
If you say so. Alessa's voice was too high, too light.
You'd better not cry. Goddesses can't go around weeping in public.
I'm not a goddess, and I'm not crying.
Good. Now scurry back to your palace and order a few strapping young guards to fan you while you eat bonbons or whatever it is you do all day.
Alessa snorted. Oh yes, it's all luxury all the time. If you're volunteering to take my place, go right ahead. Adric laughed dryly.
What if I could, little sister? Maybe Dea's aim was off on choosing day, eh?
Now there's a thought. Bring a batch of Mama's macarons the morning after the gala, and maybe I'll tell you who I'm going to choose. For half your winnings.
Half?
Adric's grin returned.
Not a chance. I brought you 24 last week. What mere mortal could finish that many so fast?
He slid into a sardonic drawl.
Ah, right. But you are no mere mortal, are you?
You're terrible.
And you love me. Hope Dea picked the right twin.
She snorted. How can you doubt when it's going so well?
Hey!
A masculine voice called out.
You! Get away from there! Until next time, little sister.
Adric trailed off as he fled.
Try not to kill anyone before then.
5. Chi sta alle scolte sente le sue colpe. Eavesdroppers hear no good about themselves. The following evening, Alessa unwrapped layers of tissue-thin paper to reveal the most beautiful gown she'd ever seen. The tiny buttons down the back were meant to be fastened by someone else, but she made do, turning the gown backward halfway up to fasten the buttons, then rotating it and squeezing her arms through the neckline. Her breath caught as she looked in the mirror, and only partly from the constriction around her ribs. She glittered like a sea of diamonds. The structured bodice was cream-colored silk studded with gems, and it swooped into a low neckline that exposed her shoulders and dipped in the middle. Below, layered cape skirts flashed silver and gold silk with her every movement. She hadn't shown this much skin in public since, well, ever. When she'd first entered the Cittadella, she'd expected parties every day and a wardrobe full of gowns like this. Then she'd come to learn her days would be spent studying, training with weaponry, and analyzing battle strategies. And she realized most of her clothing would serve one important function: to cover every possible bit of her lethal skin. This dress, though, this was a dress fit for a fairy tale princess. It hadn't been made for a Finestra at all, but commandeered from the city's most illustrious seamstress. And somewhere in the city, a very wealthy woman must be justifiably furious. With a sad sigh, Alessa found her longest silk gloves to cover her arms up to the cap sleeves, and tights that looked suitable beneath the overlapping panels of the cape skirt. She couldn't decide whether a long chain of pearls or a heavy diamond necklace went better with blue topaz earrings. Mama used to say the trick to looking tasteful was removing one piece of jewelry before going out. But Renata's goal for Alessa's look was obnoxiously garish. So, with a shrug, she put them both on. Tipping her head to one side, Alessa studied her cosmetics. Did she want to look intimidating, non-threatening, pretty? It wasn't easy to find a look that said, "Welcome, suitors. Please perform for the right to marry me, and I will try not to kill you." She settled on a thin stroke of eyeliner, pink lips, and bronze eyeshadow. Sparkly, but approachable. It took an ungodly number of jeweled pins to corral her curls, but she was proud of the final results, which hopefully looked more deliberately tousled than messy. Another fistful of pins and a fall of curls hid her injured ear. It would always have a funny shape at the top, but with the blood washed away, it wasn't too gruesome. If there was an award for evading a public assassination unscathed, she'd get an honorable mention at least. The delicate heels she unearthed from a pile of shoes in the back of her closet threatened twisted ankles and pinched toes, but she'd suffer in style. Besides, it wasn't like she'd be dancing. Someday, after Divorando, when she'd wrestled her power into submission, or Dea had passed it on to the next poor Finestra, she would throw a bigger, better party, with a full orchestra, diamond glasses, a Prosecco fountain. She'd stay up until dawn, laughing with her fonte and dancing all night in shoes that were stylish and comfortable. It was a fantasy. She might as well dream big. She was radiant with an hour to spare. More than enough time for Tomo and Renata's scheduled pep talk before she wooed her next fonte. She descended slowly, heels wobbling, dress trying to suffocate her, clutching the railing so her grand entrance didn't culminate in a tumble of silk and sequins. The front gates were open, and a stream of deliveries, soldiers, and staff flowed in and out, carrying chairs and stacks of linens down to the piazza. Two grungy-looking men rolled a runaway keg back into place, flicking a rude gesture at the soldiers who did nothing to help. As Alessa neared the bottom, people turned to stare, appreciation joining the fear in their awestruck gazes. Her cheeks warmed. Apparently, the angel of death looked more angelic than deadly for once. Two transfixed young servers collided, dropping their trays in a clatter of broken china, and the captain's furious voice rose above the ruckus. "What in Dea's name?" "It was my fault, Captain Papatonis," Alessa called out. "All these jewels must have blinded them." Captain Papatonis scowled, but he couldn't scold her, or dispute that she was very sparkly. Alessa left the chaotic noise of the atrium for the quiet labyrinth of darkened corridors, wishing it wasn't gauche to kick off her shoes for the walk. As she made her way, cursing silently at every twinge that promised blisters, she caught a flicker of movement at the end of a long corridor leading to the barracks. A man. And he wasn't in uniform. "Excuse me," Alessa called out. "Guests aren't permitted down there." He stepped into the light, shadow taking the form of dark curls, a sharp jawline, heavy-lidded eyes, and a familiar challenging expression. "You," she said accusingly. "You aren't a guest." Young men who fought with cultists by the docks weren't the sort of people who got invited to a glittering gala at the Cittadella. "Nope." His scorn-filled gaze raked down her, from the diamond-studded pins in her hair to her gold-slippered toes. "Beryl sent me to deliver spirits." She fired back a haughty glare. "That doesn't explain what you're doing back here." He sauntered closer, as though he had all the time in the world. "Got lost." A pack of soldiers erupted from the barracks at the end of the hall, in a riot of boisterous laughter and shoulder-punching, helmets tucked under their arms. Their laughter fizzled at the sight of Alessa and the stranger, but for reasons she couldn't begin to fathom, she didn't order them to escort the interloper out. Swapping looks, the soldiers continued, veering around the stranger like a stream diverted by a boulder. Alessa pressed herself against the side of the corridor to let them pass. Brow furrowing, the stranger studied her. What? She demanded.
Are you trying to burrow into the wall?
Her cheeks burned. Fine, so she wasn't brave, she wasn't strong, and she wasn't up to being a savior, but he didn't have to look at her like he knew. I was getting out of the way? His eyes narrowed.
Why?
It's polite. A concept you're clearly not familiar with. They've seen the damage I can do. Bitterness singed the edges of her words. I can't blame anyone for keeping their distance. He gave her a level stare.
Then let them walk around you.
She hadn't even told him which way to go, but the aggravating stranger strode away, leaving Alessa alone in the hallway. She stood there, silent, in the half-light. Let them walk around you. As though it were that simple.
Ah, Finestra.
Tomo stood, adjusting the hem of his emerald jacket as Alessa entered the military records room.
Our blessed vessel.
Alessa forced a strange smile. The damned vessel again. Once she'd been a person. Now she was a tunnel, a basin, a lens, or whichever metaphor Tomo came up with to help her understand her role. But understanding wasn't the problem. She simply had no idea how to do it. He and Renata had years to practice together before their battle, while she'd give her right hand for a few months. Well, maybe not a hand. She'd need both to hold on to her fonte and a weapon at the same time. Maybe a foot. Or an ear. She'd already nearly lost one that afternoon, and with the right hairstyle, no one would even know. Renata glanced up from the table-sized book in front of her. We've told her 1,000 times, dear. I doubt another metaphor will make the difference. Tomo deflated.
The bridge to understanding is constructed of words.
Thank you for trying, Tomo, Alessa said, easing into a chair. You do have a beautiful way with words. Tomo rapped his pen on the table.
The only visual aid I can think of is a prism, and it fractures light, while a Finestra does the opposite, merging the colors.
He wandered off, muttering about wavelengths. Alessa's book might have held history's greatest secrets, but it was written in the old language, so she'd never know. It was too heavy for her to slam shut, and her dramatic gesture became a wrestling match as the pages flipped back in the opposite direction. Renata closed the ancient tome in front of her, sending up a puff of dust. Pages of flowery prose, but no actual advice. Bunch of would-be poets. I swear, if I could meet the Finestra of old, I'd slap some sense into them. Ooh, let me do it. Alessa ventured a smile. It would hurt more. Renata strode across the room, midnight blue skirts parting to reveal green tights. After Ilse's death, people had begun eyeing Alessa's delicate lace gloves and sandaled feet like they were venomous snakes, so she'd covered up. Renata had added tights beneath her own skirts soon after, insisting she simply loved colors too much to settle on one. Tell me again, Alessa said, trying to sound upbeat. What should it feel like? Renata left a chair between them, dark eyebrows drawing together as she propped her chin in her hands. To sustain a note, a singer gathers the precise amount of breath, then carefully modulates their volume. But how do I know how much? Singers don't learn to sing by being silent. Tomo dropped a prism on the table.
Oh, Renata, let me try. She needs to practice with someone, and I haven't had an episode in months.
Renata's expression shuddered. Absolutely not. Alessa traced invisible circles on the table. Sometimes their love shone so brightly it hurt to look at them.
A fonte exists to serve.
Tomo massaged Renata's shoulders. To serve his Finestra. You've done your duty. Renata squeezed her eyes shut.
We won't take it off the table forever. But please, Tomo, not yet.
Renata was right. Tomo had fulfilled his duty before Alessa was born, and years of training, followed by a drawn-out battle, had damaged his heart, often leaving him confined to bed for days. He deserved an easy retirement, not getting thrown back into the fray to train a new Finestra with a reputation for draining the life from everyone she touched.
No, Alessa said firmly. I need you both alive. I can't do this without you.
Fine, Tomo said. Finestra, why don't you get some air before the guests arrive? Renata still hadn't opened her eyes. Alessa slipped out, settling the door on its frame. And she waited, listening. There had been a strange undercurrent to Renata's words. After a long silence, Renata spoke. What if the next one doesn't work out either? It will. We're running out of time. If they're right, and she truly can't... Have faith, Renata. The gods wouldn't abandon us. For someone who enjoyed a spirited debate, Tomo sounded almost angry. Don't speak of it again. Renata sighed. I'm not suggesting it, but we have to discuss our options. 500 years of tradition cannot be dismissed. Oh, so abandoning precedent to risk your health is fine, but... It's one thing to bend the rules, Tomo said. Another to kill a Finestra.
6. Dai nemici mi guardo io. Dagli amici mi guardi Dio.
A man's worst enemies are those in his own house. Days before her 14th birthday, Alessa had won a race and became Finestra. The two events weren't related, but she'd often wondered if she could have avoided it all by reading a book instead. After a classmate, tall for his age and built like a baby ox, convinced the girls to chase him around the schoolyard instead of the other way around, packs of schoolgirls had become military strategists, some plotting to steal a kiss, most simply tagging along for fun. Alessa wasn't the fastest or the most determined, but she'd turned the right corner at the right moment. Or the wrong corner at the wrong moment. Caught off guard, her target hadn't stood a chance, and seconds later she was sitting on his chest, flush with victory, realizing she had no idea what she was supposed to do with him. So she'd touched his forehead and declared, "You lose!" And he died. Or at least, she'd thought he had. Tendons taut as bowstrings, blood-flecked foam between clenched teeth, he'd spasmed beneath her. He'd nearly bitten his tongue off and still talked with a lisp. Not to her, of course. He'd screamed so loudly when the Cittadella guards escorted her past his house later that day, they'd stopped to lecture his parents. That was when guards were still offended by things like disrespecting the Finestra. Adric had wheedled his way into the convoy, insisting he had to carry a few priceless family heirlooms, and gleefully rehashed every second during the walk to her new home, tossing her case from hand to hand. Tomo and Renata had been waiting on the stairs out front as he wrapped up his impression, and Alessa had forced herself to laugh, despite a current of unease. Maybe she'd already sensed it wouldn't be the last time her touch brought pain, or that Dea's gift would become a curse. Alessa needed her fury to stay red-hot, to solder herself together. But as she waited in the archway to the courtyard, it fled, leaving behind an aching hurt. Tomo and Renata were already seated at the head table, with no trace of doubt or fear in their proud expressions. She'd always known they were loyal to the island, not to her. But even if it wasn't her death up for discussion, and it was difficult to put that aside. Their sworn duty was to train the next Finestra, not kill her. And she thought maybe they even cared about her. A little. She pulled the tattered shreds of anger around her like a cloak against the cold, as trumpets announced her arrival. A bass drum or out-of-tune violin would have been more appropriate. The carefully curated guest list of influential citizens took to their feet, around tables groaning beneath so many candles it was a miracle no one had caught on fire yet. No daggers flew. No one shouted their allegiance to Ivini. No one gave any sign at all they were losing faith in her. Like a dutiful show pony, Alessa promenaded past pillars wrapped with flowered vines, beneath strings of twinkling fairy lights that burnished everyone and everything with a warm, romantic glow. A true storybook wonderland for everyone's least favorite ice princess. Renata looked proud, and Tomo smiled as Alessa took her place between them at the head table. She didn't return it. Maybe someday, after she'd wed her next Fonte and the battle was over, her mentors would completely forget they'd ever considered killing her. She never would. Discreetly, she adjusted herself as every ragged breath shifted her low-cut bodice a fraction lower. While a wardrobe malfunction might tempt some candidates, she'd burst into tears if anything else went awry. "Rolls," Tomo said, gesturing to a basket of steaming bread. How nice of him. How considerate. Perhaps make sure the Finestra eats a well-balanced diet was listed right below discourage your life partner from murdering her in the mentor handbook. According to the stories, Renata had faced her own army of Scarabeo without breaking a sweat. But Alessa's monumental failures had her so shaken she was contemplating heresy and murder. It was almost impressive, really. Maybe it wasn't fair to hold it against them. Dea only knew she had plenty of thoughts that wouldn't land well if she spoke them aloud. Lucky for her, she had no one to talk to. If her life depended on it, and maybe it did, Alessa couldn't have recited the dinner menu when the tables were cleared. But her stomach wasn't empty, so she must have eaten something. Now she was supposed to say something. If only she could split her mind in two and let one half obsess about her predicament while the other kept chugging along. Liveried servers circulated with trays of a bitter digestivo in tiny crystal goblets. It scorched a trail down her throat, but did nothing to settle her stomach. Not all Finestra Fonte pairings were romantic, so it wasn't like she needed to find someone who was perfect for her. Many took lovers or life partners after divorando, and it didn't diminish the divine bond. After all, hearts were meant to love in more than one way. Her daydreams might feature a Fonte who was a partner in every sense of the word, but in real life, she'd settle for a friend. Or anyone, really, at this point. Everyone turned to watch as she stood, and she realized she was still holding her napkin, twisting it until it curled on itself. She bent her legs slightly until her hands were below the level of the table and dropped it, saved by a tablecloth. Hello, Alessa said. Oratory genius. I'm delighted to welcome you to our glorious Cittadella, the pinnacle of Severio's stronghold and home of our armory, where we keep our greatest weapons. Oh, drat. She was supposed to be the greatest weapon. That is, our greatest weapon aside from the people of Severio. Like me. This was falling apart. And our Fontes. Our miraculous Fontes, blessed by Dea to serve and protect. And by protecting, serve. Why did anyone let her speak? So, with no further ado, and no more talking,
We will now be treated to demonstrations by those noble fontes." She nodded, smiled, nodded again, and sat with a thump. Tomo, bless him, began to clap, and it only took 1,000 years before others joined in a wan round of applause. The fontes stood from their respective tables and made their way toward her, reluctant boats being towed against the current. Let the games begin. 7. A conti vecchi, contese nuove. Old reckonings, new disputes. "Our first performer tonight will be Joseph Benheim," Tomo said, kicking off another round of applause. Lanky and long-limbed, with deep brown skin and serious eyes, Joseph had always been a solemn boy. Nicknamed Little Man by their teachers, his rare smiles had become even more rare since he'd lost his sister. Or rather, since Alessa took his sister from him. Joseph's entrance was hindered by Nina Fawn clinging to his hand. They were the closest to Alessa's age, so she knew them better than the other Fontes. It looked as though their long-time friendship had taken a new direction in recent months. After extricating himself from Nina's grasp, Joseph strode to the center of the performance space. The light glittered on the silver trim of his royal blue tunic as he bowed, his attire a subtle tribute to Ilse, who'd worn the same colors the day Alessa had selected her. Joseph wasn't spiteful, so she knew it wasn't meant as a jab, but pain lanced through her anyway. Like Tomo, Joseph's power was to create cold, or rather, to remove heat, as Tomo always made a point to remind her. Cold is merely a lack of heat, therefore one can remove heat but not create cold. Unsmiling, Joseph froze the contents of a few waiting glasses. In addition to supplying his family's year-round gelateria, Joseph's gift made his family the primary supplier for the ice boxes of Saverio, and their home was one of the finest on the island. Not that his family only used his gift for their own enrichment, that would be shameful. But distributing ice to the poor wasn't what gilded their home in luxury, and thus didn't come up in conversation quite as often. Of all the Fonte powers, his was fairly straightforward. Aim, freeze, watch Scarabeo fall and shatter. But it had a narrow range, and that could mean a long, drawn-out battle. After Joseph, Nina minced across the floor in a simple white gown. Her pale skin was nearly translucent beneath a constellation of freckles, but her cheeks went pink at the first polite smattering of applause. She'd come with props, a collection of small objects like spoons and rocks, and used them to demonstrate how she could warp matter, turning solids malleable and changing their shapes. It was a crowd pleaser, but the more people clapped, the redder she grew, until her face clashed with her strawberry blonde hair. The next performer missed his cue. Tomo checked his notes and scanned the shadows for whoever was up next, and Alessa let her gaze wander to the dark walkways above the glittering party. Her eyes narrowed at a flash of movement. Soldiers wore blue and servants wore black, so no one in white should be on the 3rd floor, especially at this time of night. "Caleb Toporowski," Tomo called out, louder this time, and Alessa pulled her attention back to the matter at hand. Visibly peeved, Caleb looked up from his conversation with a handsome boy at the nearest table. Alessa wrinkled her nose. Auburn-haired and blue-eyed, with perfectly tanned skin, Caleb was almost absurdly handsome, if you were into arrogant pricks. But she'd been 13 to his 15 the first time they'd met, and while 18 and 20 didn't feel nearly as far apart, she could never shake the feeling that Caleb saw her as an annoying child he was forced to interact with. Granted,
He looked at most people like that, so it might not be personal. Caleb took his time getting to the front of the stage.
Finestra, Fonte, new Finestra,
he drawled.
An honor, I'm sure.
An honor for him? Or was he saying they were honored to have him? She tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but couldn't. Bolts of lightning danced above his palm as he plowed through a dry explanation of his powers, seeming annoyed that his gift made him eligible for anything but lazing about town. And yet, judging from his finery, he didn't turn down the perks of being God-touched. Next up were Kamaria and Shomari, copper-skinned twins wearing matching expressions of grim determination. Shomari's eyes were flat when they met Alessa's, while Kamaria's glittered with something Alessa couldn't interpret. Despite them being the only other set of boy-girl twins she'd ever met, she didn't really know them. They'd gone to school together before she became Finestra, but Shomari and Kamaria were a year older, popular, and fontes, while Alessa had been nobody back then. She'd admired them from afar but never tried to talk to them. And now they had to talk to her, which didn't count. Shomari lifted the water from a drinking goblet and swirled droplets through the air in intricate maneuvers. Kamaria, holding a candle, used her control over fire to turn the droplets into puffs of steam, occasionally winking at the crowd. Alessa hid a smile behind her glass. Some people, like Kamaria and Adric, were born with too much charm to contain, and it poured forth no matter the circumstances. Next up, Saida checked the gold headband holding her thick curls off her face before creating a wind funnel that made all the napkins on the head table twirl. She was also a year older than Alessa, but when she smiled at the applause, her round cheeks dimpled and she appeared much younger. Thanks to Hugo, Alessa had a bit of experience with wind power, but not enough to make Saida an automatic frontrunner. The next two performers were strangers who must have traveled from outside the city. One girl controlled fire, like Kamaria, and the other manipulated matter like Nina, but not very well. There was a long pause before the next performer. A skinny boy with glossy black hair, hovering slightly apart from the rest of the group, stepped up, his arms held stiffly at his sides and a look of determined courage on his face. Alessa felt ill. "June Chong?" she whispered to Renata. "Really?" His parents weren't thrilled, but he's old enough. Is he, though? June couldn't be more than 13. And while the bonding of a Finestra and Fonte wasn't a regular sort of marriage, Alessa didn't want a child groom. "No, absolutely not. I used to babysit for him." Renata protested, as Alessa knew she would, but Tomo agreed, as she knew he would. And soon, they had one fewer prospect on their list. Alessa tried to give June's parents a reassuring smile, but they didn't know that Alessa was arguing for their son's elimination and only looked more nervous. When the last performance was over, Renata heaped effusive praise on the Fontes, so out of character for her that it made Alessa squirm, then invited the guests to enjoy the rest of the evening with a pointed look at Alessa. Alessa took a last fortifying sip of water before stepping down from the dais, scanning the Fontes for a promising place to start. A smile was too much to hope for, but maybe someone would look her way without flinching. Caleb and his handsome friend were perusing a table of desserts, and a fonte with pastries was more appealing than one without, so Alessa headed there first. Brushing a stray hair from his forehead, Caleb met Alessa's gaze, and her heart leapt. His power over electricity could make him a powerful fonte, especially if he was willing and not compelled. She could deal with a poor personality if he was strong enough to endure her touch. And who knew? Maybe he was one of those people who looked angry but would warm up once she got to know him. His lip curled as she neared, and he leaned in to say something to the other boy that made them snicker. Face hot, Alessa bent to fix an imaginary problem with her shoe. Fine, not Caleb, then. She found another target. Their huddle tightened as she neared, but Kamaria, Shomari, Nina, and Joseph held their ground. At Alessa's tentative hello, Kamaria and Shomari glanced at each other, a brief look loaded with words unspoken. Kamaria uncrossed her arms. Shomari did not. Silence fell after a round of strained greetings. The others nursed their drinks, but Alessa had nothing to hold, so she wedged her hands inside the deep pockets of her skirt, picking at a loose thread. If Saverio's morale depended on her talent for small talk, the outlook was bleak. Nina tugged on her long, reddish braid. Do any of the books in the Cittadella say when exactly Diverando will arrive? No, Alessa said. We won't know the date until the first warning. The gods' idea of a countdown clock to the final invasion was a month of blights, floods, and storms, and locusts, so people didn't forget that something much worse was coming. Nina didn't seem reassured. But it will be sometime this year. Aren't you worried?
Of course she isn't, said Joseph. That's why Dea sends the first warning, so we know to begin preparing. And that hasn't happened yet, so we still have plenty of time.
Exactly, Alessa said. She won't let us miss it. Right, Nina said. How big exactly are the Scarabeo? Apparently, Nina hadn't outgrown her tendency to blurt out uncomfortable topics. Kamaria sighed.
Nina, most people will never even see one, including you. Right, Finestra?
Not from inside the fortezza, Alessa said. You can leave the Scarabeo to me. And my fonte, of course. The Scarabeo were the last thing Alessa wanted to talk about. Joseph cleared his throat.
Have you chosen, then?
Fine. Second to last. Not yet. Alessa's smile pulled tight as a violin string about to snap. As the silence stretched from uncomfortable to painful, Alessa caught the eye of a passing server who extended his tray as far as his arms would reach so Alessa could snag a sweet. You should try one, Alessa said to the others, smiling too brightly. They're absolutely to die for. The words stuck in her throat as everyone flinched. Where was a Scarabeo when you wanted to be torn to bits? She cast up a silent apology. Dea, I didn't mean that. Please give me as much time as possible. The paving stones didn't open up and swallow her as she requested, so she pinned on a smile and excused herself from the group. Saida Farid sat alone, scribbling what appeared to be a recipe in a small notebook. Alyssa cleared her throat so she didn't startle the girl. What are you writing? Saida flushed and put the notebook in her lap. It's just a pet project. I like to analyze food. Try to figure out the ingredients of dishes so I can recreate them. My goal is to write a culinary history of Saverio to memorialize our ancestors' respective cultures through food. That's ambitious. It started as a school assignment, but it got me thinking about how most families have special dishes they've passed down for generations that aren't written down anywhere else. I want to make sure they're recorded, just in case. She trailed off. How's your... She gestured at Alessa's ear. Self-consciously, Alessa checked to be sure her hairstyle was still covering it and took an empty seat. It's fine. Really, barely a scratch. Still, must have been scary. At the other girl's sympathy, tears pricked Alessa's eyes. She smiled harder to force them back. Knives are the least of my problems, right? Saida's tawny complexion went ashen. But you've been working to get that, sorted out, right? Damn, she'd been referring to the scarabeo, not her fonte-killing problem. Absolutely. Alessa stood quickly. I am confident and I have everything under control. Whoops. She hadn't meant to say the last part out loud. It seemed to reassure Saida, though. So, for once, her tendency to say the quiet part out loud hadn't made things noticeably worse. It was past midnight when Alessa returned to the relative peace of her rooms. Sleep offered the only escape from the hum of anxious energy twitching through her body, but her bed loomed rather than beckoned. Insomnia never felt more inevitable than when she settled herself in the middle of the massive 4-poster monstrosity, acres of cold emptiness on either side. Alessa flopped onto the couch instead. She still didn't know who to choose. The strongest? The person whose gift was most practical? If her chosen Fonte didn't live long enough to fight, what difference did it make? She needed a Fonte who would live. Choosing Emmer, her first Fonte, had been so easy. His funeral, unbearable. At first, she'd been so angry when people insisted he was a bit too gentle, but the thought became a lifeline. It was still her fault for choosing him, but maybe not entirely her fault he'd died. Her naive, selfish heart had wanted the golden boy with a sweet smile, and the gods had not approved. Message heard. She'd chosen more wisely the next time. Ilse, Joseph's older sister, had been so confident, beautiful, and powerful, she might have stepped out of the Cittadella's mosaics. Everyone knew she'd be strong enough to withstand Alessa's power, including Alessa, who'd been awestruck by the older girl, and for one brief day, Ilse illuminated the Cittadella with her charismatic presence and sly sense of humor. Alessa hadn't even decided whether she wanted Ilse or wanted to be Ilse before Ilse was dead, too. Once she'd followed her heart, and Emmer died. Then she'd listened to her brain, and Ilse died. So she'd thrown the rules out the window and picked someone entirely different. Poor Hugo. It had been worth a shot. She could put all their names in a bucket and ask Dea to guide her hand. Or read another dozen historical texts in search of hints that didn't exist. Maybe rearrange their names to see if she could spell anything fun with the letters. If only she could extinguish her thoughts, like blowing out a candle. Her family used to affectionately joke about her busy brain, but it wasn't amusing when her thoughts refused to quiet themselves so she could rest. She'd heard of people who struggled to sleep because of tingling in their legs, but the restlessness that plagued her nights went deeper than muscles. It was a nagging need, like her skin had shrunk in the wash and would never fit again. In daytime, she could stay busy enough to ignore it, but when the night grew quiet and still, the clamoring returned. Movement was her only remedy, so she spent most evenings pacing. Even when she wasn't especially anxious, rare, but it happened, she'd walk her room for hours. But she'd already been on her feet all night socializing, if one was generous enough to call hours of stilted small talk socializing. So she closed her eyes and guided her thoughts to a sandy beach. Hot sand between her toes, waiting for someone special to row back to shore with fresh-caught fish for dinner. The sun, blindingly bright behind a tiny rowboat, erased the rower's features. But imaginary Alessa knew exactly who it was, and her heart swelled. Darkness descended. But before she'd fully sunk beneath, she jerked awake. She couldn't breathe. Her eyes snapped open. Couldn't see. Someone, had her pinned, trapped, crushing her windpipe. Thrashing, she fought to free herself. Her fingers scrabbled against leather. Hands, encased in thick gloves, tightening around her neck. She wasn't strong enough. Alessa forced her fingers to reach, touching coarse fabric, a hard chest, thick arms, a sliver of bare skin between his collar and some sort of mask over his head. The man's grip faltered. She sucked in a desperate breath before he extended his arms to keep his vulnerability out of reach.
"Go easy, will you?"
he growled in a coarse whisper as his hands tightened.
"I'm trying to be respectful about it. Just let go and it'll be over soon."
Stars burst in her vision, colorful flashes in the darkness, like fireworks celebrating her impending death. 8. Di buone intenzioni è lastricato l'inferno. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. No, she refused to die like this. Arching her back, she strained until she caught the man's collar, yanking it down. She didn't need to overpower him. Only one touch. Her finger pressed into his flesh, and he screamed. The stifling weight vanished, and she heard thrashing over the rasp of her labored breathing. She dragged herself up to sitting as the door flew open.
Intruder,"
she croaked, pointing a shaky hand.
"Attacked me."
Her eyes adjusted enough to see Lorenzo's eyes widen as he glanced from her to the man and back. He wasn't the bravest guard, but at least he was there. She coughed, wincing as the pain flared brighter. Lorenzo examined her attacker, his face flickering with thoughts she couldn't decipher, and one she could. Recognition. He hauled the man to his feet, his expression stone, looking every inch the soldier, and she forgave him all the times he'd been a terrible guard. Until he drew the man's arm across his shoulder and said,
"Stop your moaning until we get out of here."
"Didn't you hear me?" Alessa stumbled off the couch. "He tried to kill me." Lorenzo spit on the ground.
"You should have let him."
She couldn't do anything but stare as her personal guard half-dragged, half-carried her would-be assassin out the door, and 2 pairs of identical boots disappeared around the corner. The walls bowed as though straining to crush her, and Alessa found herself in the hallway, searching for safety that didn't exist. The reasonable part of her wanted to scream for help, to demand her advisors and Captain Papatonis assemble a battalion of guards at her door. But they might not rally to protect her at all. Maybe they'd given the order to take her out. Would they be shocked to hear what had happened, or disappointed to see her alive? How deep did the betrayal go? She yearned to run, to hide, to become so small no one would ever find her. But she couldn't run, and the only place to hide was the tiny chapel off the hall, set aside for the Finestra's daily prayer. Inside, she locked the door and sank to the floor, laying her hot cheek on cold stone. With her eyes squeezed shut, she didn't have to look at the murals of her predecessors in all their victorious glory. No one came for her. Alessa opened gritty eyes to glare at a life-sized mosaic of an idealized Finestra. Angelic, perfect, serene, aggravating on the best of days. It was too dim to read the ornate script haloing the Finestra's blessed head, but Alessa knew the words by heart. Benedetti siano coloro per cui la finestra sul divino è uno specchio. Blessed are those for whom the window to the divine is a mirror. If she had a mirror, she'd smash it and use the jagged shards to carve out every opalescent tooth. Blessed. Oh, yes, she was the luckiest girl in the world, fending off murderers on a daily basis for the right to live long enough to fight a swarm of demons slavering to chew on her bones. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the tiny chapel were adorned with glass tiles and precious stones, but in the gloom, they might as well have been slate. Ages ago, some poor artist had spent years crafting the mosaics that told the story of Saverio, a massive effort for an audience of one, and it was too dark for her to see more than outlines. Saverio's power system had grown unreliable over the centuries, as the wires from the water mill to the city were gnawed on by vermin, and Saverians couldn't produce the same materials the ancients once had. So she hadn't bothered to tell anyone when the light bulbs around the perimeter of the room failed, blinking out one by one. It seemed only fitting for the lights to die during her reign. The ruby eyes of Onyx Scarabeo leered at her from the upper corners of the chapel, along with silhouettes of monstrous gyote lurking amidst skeletal trees. The artist responsible either had some bizarre ideas about the sort of art that motivated a person, or a sadistic sense of humor. She dragged herself to a sitting position, and her elbow crunched the dried leaves of a bouquet on the altar. That tribute hadn't done her any good. If you prefer a different flower, there are easier ways to drop a hint. Plucking a shriveled blossom from its wrinkled stem, she shredded the petals between her fingers. It didn't deserve the punishment, but when had deserving ever protected anyone? If she had died, another Finestra might be rising to take her place. Either that, or Saverians would have woken to find themselves completely defenseless. Her family would have lost their daughter and their last hope of survival in one moment. Below her bare feet were depictions of the 3 remaining sanctuary islands. The 4th wasn't shown. The lost island had been wiped from the maps, forsaken to fade into obscurity after it fell during the first Divorando. It was up to Alessa whether Saverio would survive the next. She pushed to her feet, grimacing against the pain, and crept around the statue to the pane of glass set into the wall. She needed to face her enemies head-on, and of the entrants on her rapidly growing list of foes, at least this one was dead. The husk of a scarabeo, shriveled and dusty from centuries in its airless tomb, peered back at her with unseeing eyes. Like some enormous, warped nightmare of an atlas beetle, it had 3 curved horns and a glossy carapace that appeared midnight black at first glance, but was actually mottled with all the colors of the rainbow, like a spill of grease on dark water. The desiccated specimen, a souvenir from the first Divorando meant to be a testament to Saverio's survival, taunted her. The girl and the monster, face to face. The girl, a killer. The monster, dead. Or perhaps the girl, a monster, soon to be dead. She curled her fingers against the glass, nails scraping against the surface. Thousands of these things were coming. For her, for Saverio. And now she had to deal with knives flying at her head and hands itching to wring her neck. Frightened people crave certainty. She was frightened. But even worse, beneath the fear and grief and anger was a whiff of relief. For years, she'd clung to her parents' faith. Then she'd become the blessed Finestra, and it had been easy enough to have faith at first. But now, with everyone else's certainties stripped away, it turned out she had none of her own. If Ivini was right, she'd wasted the final years of her life. She couldn't bear that. If he was wrong, her death would doom them all. She couldn't risk that. Papa always told her not to trust fear, but fear was all she had. Fear, stubbornness, and the simmering anger she'd been tamping down since that knife drew her blood. Every swallow brought tears to her eyes, but the burn in her throat threatened to ignite a fire in her chest that would spread, take over, scorch her from within until she was nothing but a pile of ash. And she was going to let it. If she failed again, she'd have her answer, the sign she'd been waiting for. If her hands killed once more, she'd sacrifice herself for the greater good. But first, one last try. Back in her room, Alessa stood before the mirror on trembling legs. The dark shadows below her eyes echoed the bruises around her neck, but her eyes sparked with determination. She dressed at quarter speed, inching a loose dress up her torso and gently knotting a shawl around her neck to hide the evidence. If anyone reacted when they saw her, she needed to know it was because they didn't expect her to be alive, not because they were shocked by her injuries. She chose the 2 sharpest of the small knives in her kitchenette and carefully slid one inside each of her tall boots. As she reached the ground floor, a regiment marched past. Boots. So many boots. Each identical to the pair he'd been wearing. Alessa froze, her muscles seizing in terror. She hadn't seen her attacker's face. He could be one of them, still moving through the cittadella with impunity. One soldier flicked a quick glance her way and frowned. Alessa couldn't tell if the woman's reaction was pity or distaste, but it was enough to snap her out of her trance. Alessa ran through her plan before opening the door. If Tomo and Renata showed any sign of shock or disappointment when she entered, she would know. She stepped inside, waiting as the door closed behind her. Renata gave a little wave and yawned into her espresso.
Good morning, Finestra.
Tomo pushed his chair back and bowed.
You're early today?
No time to waste. Forced detachment cooled Alessa's voice, making her sound abnormally calm. They didn't notice. Renata drained her cup, oblivious, and Tomo turned back to his news sheet. Alessa fought the urge to exhale, to trust. She couldn't forget. Even if they hadn't ordered last night's assassination, they might order the next. Her fortress had always been a cage, but now it felt like a trap about to spring. She'd be a fool to trust anyone in the cittadella. She needed someone to watch her back. Someone who defended the weak and didn't buy into Ivini's theory. Someone who might be desperate for something only she could offer. Someone who didn't back down or step aside from anyone, especially the cittadella's soldiers. Hope flared, bright enough to burn. She needed to visit the bottom of the barrel. 9. Chi ha più bisogno e più s'arrenda. Beggars can't be choosers. The bottom of the barrel wasn't just a clever name after all. This part of Saverio, Alessa discreetly covered her nose as she entered the fine establishment, was a breeding ground for unsavory characters. Fodder, they were often dubbed, as in fodder for the scarabeo. Even if she could ignore the stink of fear and sweat, and she couldn't, the dingy tavern didn't even have a tone-deaf musician for entertainment. Instead, a crowd surrounded a cage large enough to fit a dozen men. It held only one. People shoved their faces against the bars, jeering at the lone figure inside, but he didn't seem to notice. Bronze, barefoot, and stripped to his waist, he stood facing away from her, lazily gripping the bars. Dark hair, wet with sweat, curled at the nape of his neck, and his muscles were streaked with blood. Fights to the death were illegal, but betting on fights was common entertainment on the docks. According to Adric, as long as both combatants were alive when the fight ended, it didn't count as murder. If grievous injuries caused one fighter to die later, well, that was bad luck. The crowd roiled and Alessa curled inward, using her cloak like a shield against the jostling bodies. These people didn't recognize her, didn't know to fear her touch. It was exhilarating and terrifying. She was so busy studying the crowd that she stumbled as a wiry, grizzled man shoved his way through, leading a hulking brute. Their eyes were fixed on the cage. The man inside it rolled his neck, revealing his profile, and Alessa muttered a distinctly un-Finestra-like word. She'd found who she was looking for, but judging from the bloodthirsty roar of the crowd, he was about to get beaten to a pulp. The uneven lighting cast his features in stark relief. Sharp cheekbones, a strong jawline, and lips a braver person might have described as pouty. He didn't seem the type to pout, though, or appreciate the compliment. He appeared utterly disinterested, but his eyes glittered. The older man entered the cage, growling and snapping at him, and he merely cocked an eyebrow as though faintly amused. She, on the other hand, couldn't breathe. His lean, bronzed muscles were nice enough to look at, but his opponent's arms were thick as tree trunks, gnarled with scars and burn marks, and his massive hands could have smashed Alessa's skull. Well, not hers, but anyone else's. No one with such smooth, unmarred skin and graceful movements could possibly stand a chance against this massive, battle-scarred brute. It was going to be a massacre. The announcer made a dramatic show of ordering the barking hulk to stay back and turned to the crowd. "We have a challenger. Will the wolf's fourth match be his last, or can he bring down the bear? Who will walk away and who will be carried out?" The crowd surged forward, waving their bets in the air. There was no escape from the tide, and Alessa didn't try. She didn't want to see such a beautiful man reduced to a pile of bloody bones, but she couldn't look away. The bell startled her. Stretching onto her toes, she strained to see over the shoulders, partially blocking her view. The big man lunged, leapt back, and lunged again, taunting the young man. The wolf, they'd called him. It fit almost too well. Poised but motionless, he resembled the shadowy creatures who lurked in the forests on the far side of the island. His lip curled, exposing sharp canines. A wolf cornered by a bear, refusing to show weakness before a stronger, deadlier opponent. The bear lowered his head to ram. The wolf glanced down to study his fingernails. Alessa pressed her tongue between her teeth so she didn't cry out. At the last moment, the wolf stepped aside, and the other man barely avoided crashing into the bars. Their dance continued until the bear landed his first blow, his fist smashing into the wolf's jaw. The wolf dragged a hand across his chin and shook it, splattering blood across the floor, then landed a punch to the big man's gut, but the next blow he took sounded like it cracked a few ribs. Alessa bit down on her knuckles. The wolf slammed a fist into the big man's cheek and looked about to land a second hit when someone smashed the glass against the bars, sending glittering shards over him. The wolf flinched and turned away, one hand to his eye. The crowd booed, and the announcer called for a timeout. The bear ignored the call. His opponent's back was turned, and he slammed his fist into the wolf's lower back. He dropped. Alessa wasn't the only one who gasped. The room seemed to hold its collective breath as the bear stalked over to nudge the wolf with his foot. Alessa squeezed her eyes shut. She shouldn't have stayed. She didn't need another death to remember. The crowd cheered, and she opened her eyes to see the wolf struggling to his feet, shaking his head to clear it. The bear glowered at having his victory lap cut short.
"Hit me, pup!"
"Hit him," Alessa whispered, the plea echoed by others as they realigned their loyalties, exchanged new bets. The wolf cocked his head as if he'd forgotten why he was there, and the bear launched himself again, only to meet an uppercut that snapped his head back. Stumbling, unsteady, the bear shook himself, but the wolf's next punch came too fast. Another, and another. The big man spun, upright but bent, his back vulnerable. "Hit him!" the crowd screamed, vibrating with anticipation for the moment the wolf would take his revenge and deliver the type of blow that had felled him. Instead, the wolf stepped back, arms loose at his side. The bear took a few halting steps and dropped to his knees. The wolf lifted his head. The bear bowed his. Alessa remembered how to breathe. The crowd roared, equal parts elation and disappointment. But the wolf didn't preen or savor his victory. He accepted a towel and used it to clean his face, blood staining the grungy fabric. The gate opened, and he disappeared into the crowd. It took an age to make it across the room, and she'd almost given up on finding him when she spotted the wolf.
15, not 12.
He slapped a bloody hand on the bar.
4 matches, plus a bonus for being undefeated.
The barkeeper glared, pausing his efforts to polish the scarred surface with a rag even dirtier than the wood.
-3 for last night's room and board. For sleeping on the floor of the pantry? You can't be serious. -, the wolf cursed. At least give me a whiskey before you empty my pockets. Sure, if you want to sleep in the alley.
The barkeeper looked over at Alessa as she settled herself on a stool.
What'll it be?
Whiskey, please.
Good, decent, or cheap?
The man's covetous smile revealed a graveyard of gray teeth. Good, please. His gaze lingered on her gloves as she counted out the price, and she grimaced inwardly. In the city, covering your wrists implied you had something to hide. But here by the wharf, where so many bore the marks of exile, some preferred to keep the specifics of their crimes a secret. For once, wearing gloves didn't automatically mark her as different, just another stranger ashamed of her past. But black leather as thin and smooth as satin didn't belong in a place like this. After carefully measuring a finger's worth of amber liquid into a glass, he slid it her way, not bothering to hide the tattooed coins on his left wrist. Thief. Alessa swirled a glass, watching the whiskey hug the sides, and inhaled the sweet heat before she took a sip. It wasn't the best she'd sampled, but it wasn't the worst. She snuck a glance from under her hood as the wolf took the stool beside her. He'd pulled on a shirt but not buttoned it, and he was no less intimidating than before, scowling as the barkeeper served everyone but him. He smelled of fresh sweat, which should have been revolting but wasn't. I'll buy his drink. Alessa pulled 2 shiny coins from her pocket. Your finest, please. The wolf's dark eyes flicked to her face. He accepted the glass, downed his drink in one swallow, and slammed the empty glass on the counter with a grunt she assumed was thanks. He, too, made no attempt to hide his mark. crossed knives circled by the seal of Saverio. Killer. She shivered.
You shouldn't be here,
he said, eyes forward. Why is that?
If I figured out who you are, someone else will too. And most people in here want to see what happens if you die.
And you? She held her breath. What do you want? He stood.
I don't care either way.
Throwing a threadbare satchel over one shoulder, he strode away. She closed her eyes. In a city full of people who feared or plotted against her, ambivalence might be the best she could hope for. He knew how to defend himself, so he could defend her too. Maybe not out of loyalty or devotion, but everyone had a price. Alessa tossed a few more coins on the counter and abandoned her barely touched glass. The barkeeper would probably pour it back in the bottle as soon as she left, but that wasn't her problem. He was already halfway down the street, thumbs hooked on his belt, when she made it outside. The door slammed behind her, plunging the alley into silence. Without looking back, he pulled his hands free. Moonlight glinted off wicked blades held lightly, a warning to anyone who might think to follow him. I'd like to hire you, she called out from a safe distance behind him. He sheathed his knives.
No.
But I need your help.
Sorry.
His low refusal was just loud enough to carry back to her as he started walking again. You don't seem sorry. She tried to catch up to him.
Fine. I'm not sorry. Not interested either.
I'm trying to save Saverio.
Saverio can fall into the sea for all I care.
Her gut twisted. Because he'd sneered at a street preacher, she'd decided he was on her side. Assumed he'd care whether she lived or died because he defended a little girl. She was so naive. She shook it off. I need protection until I have my final fonte. She racked her brain for something, anything, to get him to stop walking. I'll pay and provide lodging and food. He didn't even break his stride.
I'm good.
Alessa gaped. Good? You're good? Fighting for scraps and drinking watered-down whiskey instead of food, shelter, money, and safety?
I don't want safety.
She jogged after him, too indignant to be cautious. Everyone wants to be safe.
Not me.
If people are wrong and I'm killed, everyone will die.
Quit wandering around here, then.
He sounded entirely unconcerned. Alessa's steps faltered, and the distance between them grew as he neared the end of the alley, taking her last shred of hope with him. Please, she said, her voice cracking. He stopped and shook his head like he was annoyed at himself. Alessa pushed her hood back, tugging the neckline down and lifting her chin. By now, her bruises had turned a sick, greenish purple. I need your help. He turned, and his gaze dropped to her throat, lingering.
You have an army. You can...
He glanced around the quiet streets and strode toward her, lowering his voice to a rough growl.
You can kill with a touch. You don't need me.
But I do. It was easy to let fear and helplessness well into her throat, to let her voice go thick with unshed tears. A man tried to kill me last night, and my guard helped him escape. In for a bite, in for a meal. She clasped her hands below her chin and let hot tears roll down her cheeks. They were an indulgence she couldn't afford in the Cittadella, but if wolves had a weakness for damsels in distress, she wasn't above playing the part. If it even was a part. I don't know who to trust or who's working for whom anymore, I need someone who works for me, to watch my back, temporarily, just until I choose my next fonte. I know I can do this, she lied. But not if I'm dead. The moonlight cast blue glints in his hair as he rubbed the back of his neck.
Temporary.
We may all be dead in a few weeks. Everything's temporary. He cocked an eyebrow. Sorry, gallows humor is all I have left. If you help me, I'll get you a spot in the fortezza. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Please? He cast an exasperated look at the sky, and she knew she'd caught him. 10. Bella in vista, dentro trista. Fair face, foul heart. The thrill of victory faded immediately. He was marked. She couldn't walk him through the city gates without revealing her identity and her unsanctioned trip to the guards. She needed a plan, and there was only one entrance to the tunnels outside the city walls. A woman stepped in front of them, carrying a swaddled baby. Please, miss, anything would help my baby stay safe during divorando? Alyssa had no idea what money had to do with it, but she fumbled for her purse and dropped a few coins in the woman's hand. Her new bodyguard was scowling when she turned around.
You going to help them all, or just that one?
Alyssa looked back at the woman, already hurrying down the street as though she feared Alyssa would change her mind. What do you mean? Children are always allowed in the fortezza.
And who's going to take them in and care for them if their parents die?
His voice was cold, his eyes colder. I don't know.
That's why she's begging. So she can pay someone to take the child before the battle, knowing they might be stuck with the kid for life.
The bite in his voice could have drawn blood.
Welcome to the real world, Finestra.
It's not my fault. I don't want anyone to be kept out of the fortezza. I don't make the rules. I just have to follow them.
Yeah, well, it's a bit late to give a shit now.
Like he was some noble advocate for the poor. I thought Saverio could fall into the sea. His mouth pulled up in a bitter smile.
Let the whole island burn or give everyone the same chances. That's all I'm saying.
Alyssa led the wolf past the ramshackle dockside buildings and onto a narrow footpath leading into the damp darkness of an immense cavern used to shelter the fleet during storms. A scratch, and the wolf's face was lit by the match he held up.
Walk faster.
She picked up her pace, searching the gloom for the glint of a metal gate. There was only one ship in the enormous cave, but soon others would arrive, packed with passengers and cargo from the continental settlements. The lower caverns would become crowded with wine barrels, seeds, fabric, food supplies, and farm animals. All the supplies they'd need to rebuild what would be lost. The hardy souls who chose to move to the continent between invasions would be welcomed with warm beds in Severian guest rooms until it came time for everyone to barricade themselves within the fortezza. She'd never been to the continent, but the paintings made it seem harsh and strange, all barren plains and jagged mountains. It must be incredible to watch the new life bloom between attacks. She'd read a book once about the ways some animals hid during the rise of the swarms, but Mama had taken it away when she couldn't stop crying about the creatures that didn't survive.
You tell your handlers you were going on a hiring spree tonight,
the wolf drawled. No, she said, even though it was none of his business. I don't need permission to hire a guard.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. Technically. I mean, she steadied herself. If anyone has a problem, I will take care of it. He made a skeptical sound. She pushed her hood back. If they ran into guards in the tunnels, her face was their only protection against a swift and deadly punishment. "Do you need medical attention?" she asked. He gave her an irritated look.
"No."
Doubtful. But if men and wolves preferred to downplay their injuries, it was a waste of time to argue with either. He moved so quietly he could have been hunting her. It made her want to run, like a scared rabbit. Papa used to say fear began with the unknown, so maybe learning more about the man stalking behind her would quell the fear dancing over her skin. "What's your name?" she said.
"They call me the Wolf."
"And they call me the Finestra, but it's not my name."
"I thought the Finestra didn't have a name."
"No, not until after Divorando. But at least you know what to call me. Shall I address you as the Wolf, then? Mr. Wolf? Or simply Wolf?" She glanced over her shoulder and caught a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, quickly extinguished.
"Dante."
"Do you have a last name?" She had to turn back so she didn't run into a wall.
"Not anymore."
"Well, nice to meet you, Dante."
"Is it?"
Either her conversation skills were rusty from disuse, or he was exceptionally difficult to talk to. Or both. But while she might be lacking in some personality traits, persistence wasn't one of them. "Where are you from?"
"I don't know."
"If you don't want to tell me, you can say so."
"I'm not lying. I don't know."
"Too many fights knocked your memories loose." She was treading on dangerous ground, but that seemed to be the theme of the evening.
"Do you remember your birth?"
he asked. "Obviously not, but my parents have mentioned it."
"Well, mine are dead,"
he said, his voice flat. "Damn it," she cringed.
"Where are you from?"
He posed it like a challenge meant to deter her from asking more questions, but she answered as if he actually wanted to know. "Here, in the city. One of the lower terraces, though, nowhere near the Cittadella." Every gate seemed to clang louder and screech longer, and the final gate before they reached the Cittadella wailed loud enough to rouse the temple's dead. Alessa cringed. Escorting a marked man through the fortezza, a crime punishable by death for anyone but the Finestra, at a time when so many sought to justify killing her, felt a bit like handing over the final stone to throw. But miraculously, the corridor remained empty of ghosts and guards. Dante's last match went out as they reached the entry to the stairs below the Cittadella. Sometimes, when the world was quiet enough, she could find the echoes of stolen power, like the sparkle of Ilse's lightning at her fingertips, or Hugo's wind at his funeral. Maybe echo wasn't the correct term, more of an imprint. The dip left in a mattress by an occupant who'd left hours before. She turned her palm up and breathed a tiny blue flame into life above it. The illumination only lasted for a few seconds, but it was long enough for her to find the keyhole. Dante stared.
"What was that?"
She flushed. "An echo. Nothing to be alarmed about."
"A what?"
"A remnant. I never had the chance to use the power I absorbed from my fontes, so a bit lingers."
"Can you do it again?"
She reached into the recesses of her mind, but found nothing. "No, that was the last bit." The last of Emmer. Her heart sank. She'd burned through his light, and it hadn't even been for something important.
"Why do you even need a fonte, then? Touch them now and save it for the battle."
She shook her head. "A Finestra can only magnify a gift while in contact with a fonte. At best, I'd only have enough power to delay the invasion for a few seconds. Probably not even that. Normally, a Finestra only holds on to another's power for a minute or so.
It's been more than a minute.
She sighed and closed her eyes. Because I killed him. Think of it as a final breath. I stole his last magical exhalation.
But,
believe me, we've tried. It doesn't work that way. As Alessa led Dante up a spiral staircase, the vise gripping her chest eased, leaving space for a small rush of victory. She'd done it. She'd escaped the Cittadella, braved a tavern full of criminals and outcasts, and convinced a feral wolf to follow her home. Around the moonlight-dappled stones of the courtyard, each staircase to the next level was on a different corner, forcing anyone bound for the upper levels to circle the entire structure, so the walk to the fourth floor would offer plenty of stilted silence. The thought had barely crossed her mind when a form surged from a darkened doorway. 11. L'uomo solitario è bestia o angelo. A solitary man is either a brute or an angel.
Watch out, Finestra!
Captain Papatonis slammed Dante to the wall.
He's armed!
Dante's shirt hiked up, revealing a strip of skin and scabbards on either side of his waist. Even with his cheek pressed into the wall, he managed to look bored and irritated. Papatonis might have the upper hand, but only because Dante was letting him have it, and he clearly didn't plan on tolerating the rough handling much longer. At ease, Captain, Alessa said, drawing herself tall. He's with me. She was technically the head of the military, and he'd better remember his place. I have the right to choose my own personal security officer, and I have chosen him. She'd never seen anyone look as profoundly offended as Captain Papatonis in that moment. Perhaps it wasn't fair to mistrust all the guards because of one traitor, but she was in too deep now. A furious debate flashed across the older man's face before he released Dante and stepped aside. Glaring at her, Dante straightened his clothing with a few rough tugs.
With all due respect, Finestra.
The grizzled older man bit her title short.
Do Signora Renata and Signor Miyamoto know about this?
Of course. Captain Papatonis puffed his chest out.
He can't walk around looking like that.
Then have someone send up something more suitable, Captain. The man's dusky skin flushed beneath his beard, and he gave a jerky salute before storming off. Alessa's hesitant smile only made Dante's scowl deepen. When they reached her suite, she dropped her key, fumbled to pick it up, then couldn't get it out of the lock.
Need help?
Dante said, his words clipped. No? She yanked, and the key popped free, sending her stumbling back into a wall of muscle. She jumped forward, grabbed the handle, and turned it with a vicious twist.
Looks like you did.
What was she supposed to say? He made her nervous? She was still shaking from their confrontation with the captain? That she'd broken more rules and told more lies in one day than she had in the previous 5 years, and she wasn't sure whether to feel horrified or elated? As soon as the door closed behind them, Dante locked it and eyed the metal brackets on either side.
These are meant for a barricade. Where is it?
I don't know. He snatched a lace parasol from an umbrella stand and shoved it between the fixtures, glowering.
I'll find something better.
Alessa stared as he stalked the perimeter of her suite like a caged animal. What are you doing? She finally asked.
Assessing the security.
She didn't know much about bodyguard duties aside from stand outside the door and look grumpy, which he seemed perfectly suited for, so Alessa bit her tongue as Dante examined everything she owned. It wasn't too uncomfortable watching him investigate the main section, which held a cozy sitting area and a small kitchenette with a bistro table and glass-fronted cabinets. But she couldn't help squirming as he passed the doors to her closet and bathing room, or the standing privacy screen concealing the sleeping area. Pulling open the balcony doors, he strode out and leaned over the side. She took a moment to admire his backside, not realizing until it was too late that he was about to massacre beauty. With no care for the orange and white roses climbing it, he grasped the top of the metal trellis and yanked the structure back and forth, loosening it until the bolts came free with a crumble of stone. "Hey!" Alessa said, hurrying to the balcony. "Those roses were planted by the first Finestra."
"Then they're hardy enough,"
he pulled his lip between his teeth,
"to survive
a final tug.
the fall."
The trellis parted from the wall with a scream of metal and clattered to the paving stones below. 2 guards ran around the side of the building, looked at the broken trellis on the ground, then up at her.
"Everything all right, Finestra?"
She gave them a small wave. "Sudden gust of wind." While Dante stalked around the room, she sat on the edge of her bed to pull off her boots, softly swearing at the laces slipping through her gloved fingers. She didn't hear his approach, so when he cleared his throat nearby, she nearly fell off the bed.
"Having trouble?"
Alessa calmed her breathing. "Everything's more difficult in gloves."
"So, take them off."
Bracing himself on her bed, he checked underneath it, his long fingers digging into the soft duvet. She jumped up as though burned. Satisfied that no one was hiding under there, he opened the small door in the corner and stared into the darkness.
"What's through here?"
"The stairs to the salt baths." He gave her an incredulous look. "Not the public baths. The Cittadella has its own chambers, and the only other way in is through the Fonte suite, which is empty, obviously." He scowled at the door to the baths as though it personally offended him, before giving the room one last scan. Passing the table, he paused to pick up a large engraved envelope.
"For you."
He held it out for a second, realized she wasn't going to take it from his hands, and tossed it back on the table. She'd known the envelope was coming, but the sight stole her breath. Alessa didn't want his keen eyes on her when she read it, but the letter refused to be ignored, like a persistent buzzing in her ears. She picked it up, turning it over a few times before breaking the seal and scanning the flowery script. When she finished, she crumpled the paper in her fist, squeezing until sharp corners jabbed her palm through her thin gloves. Dante eyed the mangled paper in her grip.
"Love letter."
"A summons." Alessa dropped the crumpled ball into the trash. "The Concilio is convening tomorrow." He raised his eyebrows.
"That was fast."
"Very." She swallowed hard. "I thought I'd have a few more days, but it seems they'll have the next poor soul trussed up and delivered by tomorrow evening." Dante turned to her bookshelf, running a hand down the leather spines as if the books were precious or potentially dangerous. "My guards usually stand outside the door at night," she said, walking toward the privacy screen. "But you can take a chair if you'd be more comfortable." Studying the faded spine of one book, he gestured at the couch.
"I'll sleep there."
Alessa cut off a yawn. "No, you won't."
"I didn't come to a castle to sleep in a chair."
"Then drag the cushions into the hall. You can't sleep in here."
"Why not?"
"These are my rooms." Her sanctuary, where she shed her layers and didn't have to worry about her every movement terrorizing others. But she couldn't say that. She refused to bear her pain to a rude stranger. His biceps tested the linen fabric of his shirt as he crossed his arms.
How'd the guy who tried to kill you get in?
She blinked. The door?
Or the balcony?
You think he scaled the side of a 4-story building?
There was a trellis.
Which is gone, thanks to your delicate handiwork. I can't have a man in my rooms. There are rules.
You're the Finestra. If you can't change the rules, who can?
You don't understand how my position works.
And you don't understand how bodyguards work. See, he pointed to himself, guard your,
he pointed to her, tracing curves in the air,
body.
She half-scooted behind the screen. You work for me. I give the orders.
I don't half-ass any job. You want me to guard? This is how I do it.
If she had to close the balcony doors to get him in the hall, she'd spend the night tossing in a hot, stuffy bed with visions of leather-clad hands squeezing her windpipe. Fine. But I've killed 3 people already, and if you try to sneak up on me while I'm sleeping, you'll be the 4th. Dante kicked off his shoes.
Same.
She squinted at him. Was he saying he'd kill 3 people? That he'd kill her if she sneaked up on him? Both? Eyes locked on her like he knew exactly what she was thinking, Dante began unbuttoning his shirt. Panicked, she fled before she made an even bigger fool of herself. How was she supposed to relax with only translucent panels between her and a half-dressed stranger? Dea, she breathed. Surely he wasn't taking everything off. Still trying to decipher his warning, Alessa determinedly steered her thoughts away from the brief glimpse of skin that was now branded into her memory and pulled on her most voluminous nightgown. He was a criminal. He might be packing up her valuables already, or waiting until she fell asleep to smash her head in. She should have shut her mouth in that alley the moment she realized he wasn't the hero she'd taken him for. This was ridiculous. She stepped around the screen with a firm, "Get out," perched on the tip of her tongue. But he was gone. The main door was closed. The bathing room was dark. A neatly folded shirt on the end table was the only sign he'd been there at all. Her gaze flicked to every corner, then the ceiling, as though he might have taken flight. Warmth tickled the back of her neck, and she whirled, but there was no one there. The wind shifted, carrying the sense of Saverio farther inside. The balcony. Dante stood just outside the doors, pants riding low on narrow hips, knives still sheathed on either side. His thumbs found the hilts of his blades, then slid off, again and again, like he was checking to be sure they hadn't vanished. The broad shoulders and muscled back that had looked so golden and alive in the fighting ring looked like marble gilded silver in the moonlight. He could have been a sculptor's masterpiece. Man on balcony. He tensed at some distant sound. Man on balcony poised for flight. Bit by bit, his shoulders lowered and his hands unclenched, his chest rising as though he'd ordered himself to relax, one piece at a time. He stepped forward, but paused with a slight shake of his head, like he didn't trust the open sky before him or feared freedom was a trap. Rubbing the back of his neck, he turned, looking back at the city over his shoulder. Alessa ran away before he became man on balcony who caught you staring. He'd been sleeping on floors in tavern storage rooms. She could let him have one decent night's rest. Clearly, he had his own demons to slay, and she wasn't one of them. Besides, it was only one night. 12. Anche in paradiso non è bello essere soli. There is no greater torment than being alone in paradise. Alessa was in a coffin. Not dead, not yet. Adrenaline flooded her veins, sharp and sour, as the air in her lungs went stale. She woke with a start, swinging wildly. Fingers curled into claws, she struck something warm and hard. A hiss of breath. In the anemic pre-dawn light, Dante clutched his arm. "What are you doing?" Alessa yanked the sheets up to her chin. "I told you not to come near me!" He grimaced, shaking his hand as if scalded. "You were having a nightmare. I thought you were going to hurt yourself." "Then you should have let me!" Her words, so similar to Lorenzo's, struck like a blow. "Don't ever do that again!" He shot her a dark look. "Believe me, I won't." At a sharp rap on the door, he motioned for her to stay back and strode around the screen. For all his initial reluctance, he took the job seriously. Too seriously. Alessa pulled on a robe and followed. Dante was glaring at the door, a stack of clothing in his arms. "She ran away. The maid or whoever." "Can you blame her?" Alessa asked, innocently. "You're a bit intimidating. You should smile more." He gave her a look. "If it makes you feel better, they run away from me too." She waved toward the bathing room. "You can get cleaned up in there." Dante bristled before skulking off. She hadn't meant to imply he was dirty in general, but any attempt to clarify would only make it more awkward, so she bit her tongue. If he'd decided to take offense at every little thing she said, that was his problem. She covered her face with a pillow, but managed not to scream into it. Fingers of dawn crept across the floor as she found the energy to face the day. The consiglio was probably gathering below, waiting to hear her decision so they could summon her next fonte, but she still had no idea who to choose. She'd give them a list of those she'd ruled out and let them decide. She was a coward, but at least she'd be a coward who wasn't responsible for making the wrong choice again. Dante emerged a few minutes later in a crisp white shirt and military-grade trousers. They were a bit tight, but the captain had done a fair job guessing his size, and she wasn't complaining about how they hugged his body. Hard to say whether Captain Papatonis would be satisfied with Dante's appearance, however. With his sleeves rolled to his elbows, the top button of his shirt undone, and the leather gloves shoved in his pocket, he looked alarmingly attractive, but barely respectable by Cittadella standards. She gave him a bland smile. "Much better." Dante scowled like she'd insulted him again. The bathing room was humid when she stepped inside, and bits of fabric hung from every hook and rod. Intimates she'd left to dry after hand-washing them. Not silky, fine items even, but practical, everyday underthings. Nice work, Alessa. He couldn't possibly fail to be impressed by her haughty Finestraness after bathing amidst her most boring underthings. She ripped everything down and stuffed it all into a drawer. Strain had left her paler than usual, her eyes overly large, and her hair hung in limp tendrils instead of her usual flowing waves, curly on humid days. She looked nothing like a valiant savior, which felt about right, but was unacceptable. Getting clean was a start. But Dante was on the other side of a door with no lock, and if for some reason he opened it, she'd be completely exposed. He couldn't touch her, with or without her consent, but still, he'd see her. She grimaced at her reflection, not like he'd have any interest in doing so. After bathing, she picked through her cosmetics. Today called for extreme measures, so, after dabbing sheer gloss on her lips, she slashed inky black across her lids, smudging until she resembled an avenging angel. No one would see her weakness beneath so much smoke and shadow. This look wasn't for impressing anyone else, but for herself alone. For courage. After her face, she began concealing her neck's bruises, but every brush of her fingers hurt as she applied layers of cream and tinted powder. At least, the traditional white gown for a meeting with the Consiglio was loose and flowing, so it would conceal her training clothes underneath, and she wouldn't have to return upstairs to change before her daily session. To Renata, combat training was stress relief. To Alessa, state-sanctioned torture. The pain of getting dressed left her woozy. Lifting a sword might break her. The low neckline slid off her shoulders as she stood, fumbling to get the last satin button behind her neck through a loop that seemed intentionally too small, and a ragged sob of pain slipped out.
"You okay?"
came Dante's voice. It was one thing to cry in front of a stranger in an alley, but they were in the Cittadella, and she was the Finestra. Or at least she was trying to be. "I'm fine." Her voice cracked. Traitor.
"You don't sound fine."
"You're my bodyguard, not my nanny." A lengthy pause, footsteps, and the stutter of chair legs against the floor. She picked up a ribbon, wincing as the small movement sent a bolt of pain across her collarbone. What was wrong with her? Had she forgotten how to accept kindness? She thought she'd sampled every flavor of loneliness, but this one was new. She should have felt less lonely, not more. But like a flame appears brighter in the darkness, her isolation cut even deeper with the stranger filling spaces usually left empty. Gritting her teeth, she worked until a long plait lay down her back, but before she could tie it, the braid unraveled. Tradition be damned, the Consiglio could accept her hair down. She stepped out, casually adjusting her position so it didn't look like she was holding a pose. Expression blank, Dante was sitting at the table, flipping a knife into the air over and over, so fast the blade blurred silver. He raised his eyebrows at her transformation. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to snap at you. Some tasks are still painful." Dante caught the knife and stood it on its tip. When he lifted his hand, it stayed upright, precisely balanced.
"I could help."
"No, you can't." Gods only knew if there was anyone who could help her, but it wasn't him. Alessa pulled on her gloves, pausing to straighten one twisted finger. "Keep the armband on at all times, especially when you aren't with me."
"Why wouldn't I be with you?"
"I won't need protection when I'm with my mentors." Dante bit one end of the armband's fabric to tie it around his bicep, speaking through gritted teeth.
"You trust him?"
Did she? She hadn't when she'd escaped to the city and begged a stranger to protect her. "Of course," she said, well aware she'd taken too long to respond. He plucked an apple from a fruit bowl, polishing it against his shirt, his expression inscrutable.
"Got anything else to eat?"
Alessa worried her lip. She wasn't much of a breakfast person, usually just popping into the kitchens for an espresso and a biscotto in the morning. "There's bread and cheese. I could call for something more substantial if you'd prefer."
"No, that's good."
He glowered, like she'd offered to hit him, not feed him. Grumpy, grumpy. Dante rattled around the kitchenette, opening and closing cabinets as though he'd lived there for years. Despite being a stranger, an interloper, and a marked man, he didn't think twice about asserting himself and taking up space. Now that she thought about it, most men didn't. Some people stepped aside and others stood their ground, as if they had every right to exist. Maybe she deserved to claim her small patch of space, too, not because of her title or even because she'd earned it. Just because. It shouldn't feel like a revelation. Dante's knife clicked against the plate as he shaved off a slice of cheese, followed by the crunch of bread. The sounds were soothing, but disorienting after so many silent meals.
So,
Dante finally said, with the air of someone pulling a tooth.
How long's it been since you've touched anyone in a non-murdery way?
It's not murder, and I don't know. He looked skeptical. She fetched a glass of water and dropped into the seat across from him with a long sigh. 4 years, 10 months, and a few weeks.
Who's counting, right?
He nudged the plate toward the center of the table.
What's your plan this time?
Alessa plucked a paper-thin slice of parmesan, which melted on her tongue in an exquisite rush of salt and fat. Pray?
That's not a plan.
It also wasn't the truth. She hadn't prayed in years, not since the gods first turned their back on her and let Emmer die. Oh, she said the words, took to her knees in the temple and cast her sights to the heavens. She even spoke to them at times. But she didn't pray. Prayer meant extending your soul like an open hand, trusting some invisible recipient to take hold. Whenever she extended her hand, death was placed in her grasp. No, she didn't pray. Saving Saverio isn't like finding a new method for solving math problems, she said.
Are there different methods?
Believe it or not, yes. My teachers were never impressed that I got all the right answers but couldn't explain how. But I did always get the right answers. This, however, isn't long division, and my plan is the same as every Finestra's before me. She raised her glass. A smile tugged at his lips.
How's that working for you?
An inappropriate laugh burst free, sending water splashing over the rim. Obviously not great, or my Fonte would be sitting there, not you. She traced her fingers through the spill, drawing shallow rivers that dried faster than she could replace them.
Maybe you should try something else, then.
Wonderful advice. Thank you for that.
You think it'll work this time?
It has to.
Doesn't mean it will.
He looked so matter-of-fact, like he wasn't tossing the possibility of Saverio's annihilation at her right before she had to make a life-or-death decision. Thank you for your vote of confidence. She pinched her lips together, inhaling through her nose. I have faith.
In what?
In the gods? Divinely ordained warriors weren't permitted to doubt.
If you're waiting for the gods to save you, you're doomed.
That's blasphemy, she said, unable to put much feeling into it.
Kill me then. No one will miss me.
She gave him a long look. I'd rather not. I like that carpet, and it would be a real nuisance to get your blood out of it. An almost smile softened his features.
You're a strange girl.
I'm not a girl. I'm a Finestra. As she rounded the final corner of the stairs, Alessa's heart plummeted at the sound of Tomo and Renata's voices echoing from the antechamber outside the temple. She never went against them, or anyone for that matter. People gave directions and she took them, no exceptions. She didn't even know how to argue with them, much less win. Tomo and Renata should have been mere backup by now, offering occasional advice to Alessa and her Fonte. But since Alessa was still alone, and the military was frightened rather than respectful of her, they took on more responsibility than they otherwise would. and her guilt deterred her from being more of a nuisance than she already was. Not anymore.
Finestra,
Tomo called out. I'll be right there. She unlocked the gate at quarter speed. She could hand Dante some coins and send him toward the nearest exit. Tomo and Renata would never know, and everything would go back to how it was before. When a woman threw a dagger at her head, when Tomo and Renata casually discussed murdering her, when a man tried to crush the life from her body, a man who might be walking the halls of the Cittadella right now. She could send Dante away and accept her fate, or she could stall. Lock it behind me, then go, she whispered, tossing him the key. Dante caught it in one hand.
Go where?
Anywhere. Just keep the armband on. She made shooing motions, but he merely tilted his head like a baffled dog. She'd assumed the wolf nickname was a compliment, but perhaps not. I'll meet you upstairs when we're finished.
What do I do until then?
I don't know. Whatever you want. She had no idea what guards did or didn't do. She nursed resentment when they shrank away from her, but rarely thought about them otherwise. Dozens of people who marched around the lower levels every day barely intruded in her thoughts. For someone who hated feeling invisible, it was an uncomfortable realization. Go make friends with the other guards or something, she said. He curled his lip in disgust.
I'll sniff around for a bit and figure out who to watch out for.
Good idea. Her stomach clenched at the memory of heavy boots and unforgiving hands. The consiglio is waiting, Finestra, Renata called. I hope you've made your decision. If you can't change the rules, who can? I have, she said. Then, louder, I have made a decision. She hoped they hadn't heard the waver in her voice. Dante stared at her so intently, she feared he could see right through her. 13. L'occasione fa l'uomo ladro. Opportunity makes the man a thief.
We gather today to ordain the holy partnership, complete the sacred circle.
Padre Calabrese would speak all day if they let him. The temple was less solemn and crowded than it had been for Hugo's funeral, but Alessa was kneeling at the altar again. The other council members stared down their noses at her, where she bowed like a supplicant rather than a savior. She'd never bristled at the condescension etched on their faces before, but she was tired of being deferential, of feeling small and wrong and broken. No matter what happened in the weeks to come, she couldn't defeat it by cowering. I'd like a moment to speak, Alessa said, heart beating double time. Renata and Tomo stole glances at each other behind the padre's back. She took a deep breath. I'd like to train with all of the eligible fontes. Padre Calabrese shook his head.
Tradition demands a wedding before a Finestra lays hands on anyone.
With all due respect, tradition died with Emmer Godric. The pain of speaking his name threatened to steal her breath. But we adapted then, and we can do so again. After all, that pairing was meant to endure for a lifetime, but clearly the gods had other plans. The first warning could arrive any second. We've run out of time for rituals and rules. Tomo shifted in his seat, his expression offering no hints whether his silence was a show of support or disapproval. Perhaps, Renata said, if she trains with all of them, we'll discover who can withstand her gift before she chooses, and avoid another tragedy.
No, no, no.
Calabrese waved his hands to ward off the idea.
The people are already restless. They can't handle sudden changes to our most sacred traditions.
Traditions won't save us from the Scarabeo, Alessa said.
The people are restless, Padre, Renata acceded. And another dead fonte could be the match that lights a wildfire. We can't abandon.
We won't abandon anything, Alessa said, clasping her hands in something akin to prayer. Merely change the order of events a bit.
The people don't need to know, Renata said. We can tell everyone she's chosen her fonte, but out of respect for her past fontes, we're having a private ceremony with a grand reveal to come. And how do you propose we keep them from noticing that none of the fontes have left their homes?
Bring them all here, Alessa said, struggling to keep her elation from showing. We can say they've been moved into safer quarters, or are staying here to support the chosen fonte. Saverio's religious leaders and elected officials whispered amongst themselves, faces drawn. The church elders looked unconvinced, but a few of the politicians nodded thoughtfully. Alessa rose. I appreciate your support. Not permission. As you know, it's critical we present a united front in such perilous times.
Agreed,
said Renata, but her eyes held a clear warning for her rebellious charge. Tomo nodded.
We can't walk the same path again and again and lament arriving at the same destination.
Padre Calabrese, esteemed counselors, Renata said, we are, as ever, thankful for your guidance and support. Tomo pressed a kiss to Renata's hand and stood.
I'll begin preparations immediately and instruct the escorts to wait on their doorsteps until they're packed and ready. We'll have everyone moved in this afternoon.
Excellent, dear. Renata smiled up at him. Finestra, shall we? Padre Calabrese seemed to realize a moment too late that the tide had turned on him.
Hold on. When will she make her final decision?
Renata shrugged. Carnevale. Side by side, our royal saviors will kick off the festivities from the Finestra's balcony. Carnevale was perfect. Preparations for every divorando involved gathering seeds, young plants, and animals. As long as someone, anyone, survived to open the gates afterward, Saverio would have a chance to rebuild and regrow. When those essentials were secured behind heavy locked doors on the lowest levels of the fortezza, the people would have one night to cavort in the streets in the beautiful clothes they couldn't pack, gorge themselves on delicacies too perishable for the fortezza, and drink themselves silly on wine and spirits. Carnevale was a collective taunting of the Scarabeo, who might take lives and strip the world bare, but would not get their wine or chocolate.
Brilliant, my dear, said Tomo. Carnevale is a celebration of life's fleeting joys, after all. And what's more joyful than knowing your saviors will ensure there will be more joy to come? A quiet ceremony the following morning, on the day of rest and repentance, when there are no services, and the new duo's first public outing can be the blessing of the troops the next day. Perfection.
Padre Calabrese blinked, but had no rebuttal. Alessa dropped a low curtsy, her loose hair concealing the victorious smile spreading across her face. She'd won. The temple doors had barely closed before Renata whirled on her. Next time you decide to mutiny, Finestra, please remember to inform us ahead of time. Alessa deserved a medal for the shortest-lived victory in history. She caught sight of a shadow on the floor in the corridor beyond and bit back her automatic apology. I thought you wanted me to be a leader. Doesn't leadership require making decisions? It doesn't mean keeping secrets from us. Oh? Alessa said, lowering her voice. If the Consiglio wasn't debating the merits of killing her yet, she wouldn't give them any ideas. Tomo frowned. What's this about? Do you believe in me, Renata? Alessa tried to hold Renata's gaze, but her eyes kept slipping to the door. Of course, said Renata. You're the Finestra. Am I? Or should we end my life and see if a better one rises? The older woman's cool expression barely changed, but a subtle play of thoughts tightened the skin around her eyes. I've already told you to disregard that ridiculous man. And yet you haven't. Tomo sighed. Renata, she heard us. It wasn't a question. Yes, I heard you. Alessa spoke directly to Renata. I've heard the theories too, and I don't blame you for discussing them. Your duty is to prepare for what's coming, and that means weighing every possibility, no matter how unpleasant. But next time, I should be part of the conversation. I wasn't seriously considering it, Renata said, each word sharp enough to draw blood. But Tomo and I have a responsibility to Saverio. I have a responsibility to this island, too. If you decide my death is the price we must pay, if you truly think it's our best chance, I'll accept your decision and do it myself. I will not, however, stand by and do nothing if I am attacked without warning. Alessa had never been more thankful for the pockets to hide her shaking hands. She'd never stood up to her mentors before, but it was time. No more waiting to kill or be killed. Renata reached for Tomo's arm, and they turned to leave, but the doorway was occupied. Alessa nearly groaned aloud. Who are you? Renata demanded of Dante. Someone who's terrible at following directions, Alessa muttered. She gathered a breath for strength. He's my new guard. Renata studied Dante the way a cat nudged a dead bird to see if it was fresh enough to eat. Why is this one out of uniform? This one, drawled Dante, doesn't like uniforms. And who exactly are you? Renata asked again. Dante gave her a cold smile. You heard her. I'm her new guard. And what happened to your previous guard, Finestra? Renata asked, turning the title into a warning. Alessa tried to speak, but the words seemed to be locked in a vault. He abdicated his duty. What did he do? The lightning flash of rage in Renata's eyes did more to reassure Alessa than anything she'd said thus far. Talking about what happened would make it too real. The terror had barely settled, and she couldn't bear to stir it up again. It must have shown on her face, though, because Renata inhaled sharply. I'll have Lorenzo stripped of his rank immediately. Thank you. But honestly, did you throw a letter out the window and hire the first person who picked it up? It doesn't matter how I found him. A stranger shows up at the Cittadella at the Finestra's side, and you don't want us to ask any questions, Tomo scolded gently. The guidelines say a Finestra has the right to choose her own security personnel, as long as they're no relation. If relations were permitted, she would have begged Adric on day one, which was why the rule existed in the first place. Cutting ties with one's previous life didn't include dragging your twin brother along. Tomo rubbed his temples. The troops will be your only defense when Divorando comes, Finestra. If you're unsure of their fealty, we should take action. She wasn't sure of anyone's fealty. The only person whose motivations she understood was standing right in front of her. Dante had little chance of surviving Divorando without her, which meant that to him, Her life was valuable. I will put my complete faith in our troops when it's time for battle, Alessa said, looking from Renata to Tomo. But I'll focus on my duties better until then, knowing I have someone trustworthy watching my back. For years, Alessa had been the figurehead of an army that treated her like a child at best and an enemy at worst. But now she was in charge of someone. A strong young man who didn't take a knee for anyone, including the former Finestra Infante. And while he wasn't cowed by her authority either, he did follow her orders. Some of them. Regardless, he worked for her. Renata sucked in a breath, and Alessa steeled her spine. He's an experienced fighter, and I won't discuss this any further. It was the first time she'd ever seen Renata speechless. Rebellion might prove addictive. 14. Senza tentazioni, senza onore. Without struggle, there is no glory. Alessa pinned Dante with a dark glare as Tomo and Renata left. Leaning against the archway, Dante raised a bright green apple to his lips, entirely nonplussed by the staring war she'd initiated. I told you to wait upstairs. He shrugged. I was going to, but it turns out half this place wants you dead, so I figured you could use an escort. The only sound was an occasional crunch as he casually chomped away, impervious to her goal of burning holes in his face through force of will. What was that all about? He asked. Cocking her head to be sure her mentors were out of earshot, Alessa pushed loose dark waves of hair behind her shoulders. Renata is debating whether to kill me. Dante froze, teeth sunk into the fruit's white flesh. He finished the bite and swallowed. And? And? That's all you have to say? If I lay a hand on her, they'll hang me. Well, you're safe, because I told her if my death becomes necessary, I'll do it myself. He stared into the distance. Huh. Then how would I get paid? I cannot believe I am paying you for this. He tore another chunk from the apple, garbling his words. If you wanted a yes ma'am, no ma'am kind of guard, you had plenty to choose from. Oh, I certainly don't expect that. She rolled her eyes. But a little sympathy wouldn't kill you. Not much can kill me, he said with a flinty smile. And sympathy wasn't in the job description. Neither was talking back. I go above and beyond. Dante shrugged. Pick your next victim. No, she glowered, even though she'd had the same thought 100 times. As you suggested, I'm trying something new. Are you willing to stay on a bit longer? How much longer? Dante asked, squinting. I promised them a decision by Carnevale. He threw his head back with a sigh. This Fortezza pass better be written in gold. I'll sign it in blood. Now come on, Renata's always tougher on me when she's in a bad mood. I don't need to be late, too. Outside the training room, Alessa kicked off her shoes and began removing her temple finery while Dante peered through the open doors. Most of the room's surfaces were padded, and an array of weaponry, real and practice, hung from hooks and holsters on the far wall. Dante let out a soft sound of longing as he spotted the collection of ceremonial daggers. Her temple dress slipped down to her waist easily enough, but she had to squirm to get it over her hips. As the fabric slipped down to pull at her feet, Dante turned back, his eyes lit with desire. For knives, not her. And her knees went wobbly. Jerking his head up, Dante stared at the wall above her. What kind of training? She shouldn't have, but she blushed. Her thin, form-fitting training attire was crafted for freedom of movement, not modesty. but it covered everything it had to. Fencing, I hope. I have a bow and sword too, but they're much heavier. At that, he looked at her with a curious half-smile.
You know how to use a sword?
In a perfect world, she'd whip a broadsword from its scabbard and prick his neck with a sardonic, "Of course, don't you?" But even if she had one within reach, her arms would likely give out. Instead, she propped her hands on her hips. "I'm no master swordsman, but I know how to swing it around a bit." Renata cleared her throat from inside their room. Her eyebrows flew up as Dante followed Alessa inside and found a corner to lurk in. Alessa had expected him to wait in the foyer, but she hadn't told him to, and now that he'd invited himself in, she'd be damned if she let Renata catch her surprise. Renata picked up a practice bow, and Alessa's heart plummeted. Taller than she was, and almost too thick for her fingers to wrap around, there was a solid core beneath the cork coating. Practice weaponry might not inflict true damage, but it meant they were going to spar. Renata wasn't being intentionally cruel. She didn't know about Alessa's injuries, but that wouldn't make the hits hurt any less. Ah well, the Scarabeo wouldn't take pity on her, so there was no point asking Renata to. Alessa raised the bow, vividly aware of her audience. This was her chance to show Dante that she was more than a weepy girl. She wasn't good, really, but she had nowhere to go but up in his estimation. Not that she cared. The lesson started with a warm-up, both women swinging and thrusting at open air. Each movement brought twinges of pain, but the steady flow warmed and stretched her tight muscles, so it wasn't all bad. Renata spun, swinging at the back of Alessa's leg. Her knee buckled, and she hit the mat with a yelp. Spoke too soon. Still, she could get through this. She would. She had to. Gritting her teeth, Alessa got a few hits in before Renata knocked her down again with a thump to the gut. Thankfully, the blow only knocked the wind out of her. Swing, parry, block, over and over, faster and faster, until individual bolts of pain merged into a constant, throbbing misery. Alessa tried to step outside her body. She didn't cry out. Break! Chest heaving, Renata strode past Dante without sparing him a glance. Gripping her weapon for support, Alessa dropped to one knee, her face twisted in agony. Turned away from Dante, with a curtain of sweaty hair to shield her face, she hoped he wouldn't see. Boots stopped in front of her.
Does she know you're injured?
No, and she isn't going to.
You're hurt, and this isn't helping.
Dante scowled. Neither is talking about it. She pulled herself up before Renata returned. When the older woman's bow struck her shoulder a few minutes later, Alessa spun away, mouth open in a silent scream of pain. Dante stormed out of the room. So much for impressing him. When Renata finally put their training materials away, muttering about servants who didn't know how to polish weaponry, Alessa limped out. Dante was leaning against the wall in the corridor. Sleeping. Upright. Eyes closed, full lips parted, thick eyelashes resting on his cheekbones, like the stone wall at his back was a feather bed. She'd barely convinced her mentors he was a vigilant and dedicated guard, and he was napping on the job. With a grunt, she kicked the toe of his boot. Dante's eyes snapped open, and his knives flashed toward her. 15. L'uomo propone, Dio dispone. What man proposes, God disposes. Alessa stumbled back, yelping as the door handle jabbed her side. Dante jerked away and his snarl faded. Looking anywhere but directly at her, he sheathed his blades.
Sorry.
For the first time, he sounded like he meant it. "You're supposed to protect me, not attack me," Alessa said.
"I warned you not to sneak up on me."
"You were asleep, in a hallway. You can't stab everyone who walks by." She rubbed her chest as her heart fought to escape her ribs. "Do you always carry those?"
"Yes."
"Why?" His lips twisted in a sardonic smile.
"In case someone sneaks up on me."
She rolled her eyes, which somehow managed to hurt. She'd already been losing hold of the broken pieces of herself before her bodyguard had nearly killed her, and now her bruises throbbed and every breath burned. By the time they reached the 4th floor, Alessa had to stop and clutch the wall, silently begging the darkness in the periphery of her vision to retreat.
"You okay?"
Dante asked. She nodded, lips pressed together for one steadying breath so she didn't vomit on his shoes. "I need to visit the salt baths."
"Can you do that without drowning?"
"A risk I'm willing to take." He made a non-committal sound. Dante followed her down the narrow staircase of her suite. The air grew warm and thick with salt as they descended, pink crystal lanterns diffusing a rosy glow across the white stone. Droplets condensed on the tips of her hair, already wet with sweat, curling the ends into tight coils. "See? It's perfectly safe." She gestured to the rippling surface of the pool. A constant current carried the hot spring's fresh water in and stale water out. Dante sat on the stairs.
"I won't look."
Heat climbed her neck, but she didn't have the energy to argue. She'd have to trust him to keep his word. The warm pool called, offering relief. She'd need it to pull herself together before the Fontes arrived. The high salt content made her so buoyant she doubted she could sink. But if it came down to a choice between having Dante haul her naked body out or drowning, she'd stay quiet. Besides, she wouldn't have to endure the mortification if she was dead, and, bonus, she wouldn't have to welcome a pack of terrified Fontes in a few hours. Casting furtive glances over her shoulder, she shed her clothes and stepped into the water. The stonemasons who'd shaped the pool centuries ago had recognized bodies weren't made of right angles, and the surfaces below the water were carved in a pleasing mix of slopes and curves. She settled herself in a curved hollow with a sound that would have been a moan if she hadn't caught sight of Dante's boots as he stretched his legs. He couldn't be comfortable, but he didn't complain. From a covered ceramic jar by the side of the pool, Alessa scooped a palmful of the aromatic oil that floated atop a mixture of lemon juice and coarse sea salt, gingerly massaging it between her neck and shoulders.
"What is that?"
Alessa jumped, covering her chest with crossed arms, but he was still out of sight.
"Smells like a damned orchard in here."
"What do you have against lemons?" Alessa retorted. His only response was to radiate curmudgeonly gloom through the wall. She opened the jar of body scrub again, aggressively wafting it in his direction. "You know, some people think there's healing power left in these waters." If she kept him talking, it would serve as an early warning if he moved. Dante probably would have preferred to shrug, but the lack of visibility forced a out of him. "My nonna says it cured her rheumatic knees."
"Miraculous."
Dante's tone was so dry it drew a smile from her. "Either way, it feels glorious." She waved her hands through the water to create small waves. "La fonte di guarigione."
"La fonte della guarigione,"
he said, emphasizing every syllable she hadn't and none she had.
"And your accent is terrible."
"Well, excuse me," she said, a bit indignant. I didn't begin studying the old language until I came to the Cittadella, and pronunciation wasn't my priority. Are you fluent?
Yes.
Who taught you? Silence. That's what you got for trying to be nice. She twirled her hand through the water to create a funnel. Do you believe any of the old lore?
Some.
How about the Gyote? Some people think they're still out there. A pause.
You ever met one?
Of course not.
But you believe they're lurking in the forests, waiting to attack the good people of Saverio?
No, she said, drawing the word out. They were banished to the continent, so they were either killed in the first Diverando or died out since. No one could survive that long without a community.
Maybe they had their own. Maybe they still do.
You're awfully crabby for someone who doesn't have an opinion. I thought you didn't believe in them. This time, she was left to picture his shrug. You're probably right, Alessa said. If it was true, Dea would have just taken the power back. Why let someone keep a stolen gift?
Who knows why the gods do anything?
We know plenty. They created Finestra and Fonte to protect the island, obviously.
From the attack they send. Why doesn't Dea tell Crollo to knock it off?
She's trying to make us better. To remind us about community, kindness, and connection. Two souls joined in partnership, creating a window to the divine and a physical reminder that all mortals can and must be a stitch in the tapestry of the world.
They make you memorize that speech?
No.
Yes.
Alessa flicked the water, creating angry ripples. If our soldiers could drink from the fountain, thousands more might survive every Diverando. It's appalling that anyone could be so selfish.
People are selfish,
Dante said.
Everyone just pretends to care about others, hoping they don't get found out.
How delightfully cynical. All the more reason to have the Gyote as a cautionary tale. He scoffed.
Against what? Healing?
Selfishness. I always assumed the Finestra was naturally selfless, but I'm not. She couldn't keep the tremor from her voice. I think that's why it keeps happening. I'm being punished. Dante seemed to have used up his capacity for conversation. Alessa stared at the water, wishing she could pull the confession back and wipe it from his memory. What was it about speaking to someone you couldn't see that made one want to overshare? Right when she thought the conversation was dead and buried, he spoke.
If you even try, you're better than most.
Her lips twitched into a grateful smile. Why, Dante? Are you being nice to me?
Not intentionally.
A long silence.
You staying in there all day?
Do you have somewhere to be? She was tempted to stay in longer simply to aggravate him, but if she stayed another minute, he might have to fish her out after all. Besides, the Fontes would arrive soon. By evening, they'd be alone together for the first time. Well, their first time alone with her. For all she knew, they met weekly to discuss how much they loathed her. Alessa stood, watching the water drip down her legs before reaching for a fluffy robe. Bundling up, with a few pats to be extra sure everything was covered, she walked over to where Dante reclined on the stairs, hands behind his head. He looked up at her through a fringe of dark lashes.
You didn't drown.
Maybe next time. 16. Tristo è quel barbiere che ha un sol pettine. Do not risk all your eggs in one basket. An hour later, Alessa paced before her favorite bench in the farthest corner of the gardens. Hidden by the tangled branches of a lemon tree, she couldn't see the cittadella, only leaves and flowers. Sometimes, tucked away there, in a world so green and lush it felt like paradise, serenaded by bees and birdsong, she could almost forget her captivity. Not today. She must have looked like a chicken trying to fly, hands fluttering by her sides, but she didn't care. She'd killed 3 fontes, 3, and her brilliant plan to avoid killing another was to bring them all to the cittadella. The phrase, all your eggs in one basket, wasn't ominous enough for the occasion.
"Looking for something, Finestra?"
Dante said, from his position propping up a nearby tree. Courage, conviction. She should have arranged to greet the fontes one at a time, each a separate drop of poison on her tongue, rather than swallowing the whole bottle at once. Dante stepped back from the tree and turned to eye it, drawing one of his knives. Alessa's heart hitched, even though he wasn't aiming at her when he threw. It stuck in the smooth bark, vibrating.
"I feel ridiculous calling you Finestra, window."
Don't you know, I am a window to the divine. She laughed darkly. I offer humanity a glimpse of perfection and shine holy light down upon all.
You should really be taking advantage of my proximity and basking in it.
His eyes crinkled with a suppressed smile.
Is that why it's so bright?
Indeed. I'm starting to think this window might have a few cracks in it, though. He snorted.
All the better to let in that holy light, luce mia.
She gazed longingly at the pale blue sky above the wall.
If you're planning your escape, that's not the easiest route,
Dante said. Alessa tapped the wall. If I climb over, will you pretend you didn't see?
I'm sure it won't be that bad.
And I'm sure it will be awful, she said. They hate me.
Do they even know you?
They don't need to. I kill their friends. She waved in his direction. Quick, get me a ladder. Dante turned at the low rumble of the gate.
Too late.
Renata and Tomo were waiting just inside the courtyard. On the other end, framed within the tunnel, a small group huddled like fish caught in a net, shoulders curved with misery. Caleb embraced an older man, thumping him with violent affection, while a middle-aged woman wept beside them. Joseph and Nina clutched each other's hands. Saida stood beside her solemn parents. They said their goodbyes like heroes entering the jaws of a monster. They were there, but not willingly. They would serve their duty, but they had no faith in her. Camaria stood apart from the others, glaring at everyone and everything.
The other twin fled last night,
Renata said with a disapproving tusk. The Consiglio wouldn't like that. It might not be fair to hold her brother's treachery against her, but Alessa had no doubt they would. Hard to say whether it would be enough for them to veto Camaria if she became a top choice, but she could worry about crossing that bridge later. Alessa's feet itched to run, but she settled for picking at a thread inside one of the pockets artfully hidden within her full mauve skirt. Should we wait for the rest?
There are no more.
Alessa's heart dropped like a stone. When she'd risen to power, the island had 24 fontes, more than enough to choose from, even accounting for those who were unfit for health reasons, age, pregnancy, and the like. She'd killed 3. The rest had chosen to abandon their home forever. She could only assume they'd gone to Altari, the closest of the 2 sanctuary islands still inhabited. Other people had fled in recent years, too, but they'd be permitted to return after the siege, if the island was worth returning to. For the God-touched, however, lack of faith was treasonous, and treason meant banishment. The remaining 5 stood before her. Well, 5 was slightly better than none. Renata stepped forward. Greetings and welcome. We're honored by your presence. Please come into the atrium where the Finestra has planned a lovely reception for you. Alessa hid her surprise. She had? Renata waved them inside, waiting until the first round of servers emerged from the kitchens with trays, then made a show of following the servants carrying bags upstairs to oversee the delivery of the Fonte's belongings. Tomo conspicuously ducked out next, saying he was going to check on preparations for the evening's banquet, leaving Alessa alone with the Fontes. And enough stilted silence to fill every bit of the 4-story atrium. They'd come dressed for comfort, as she'd requested, but no one looked comfortable. Kamaria, who'd shed her defensive posture when Renata and Tomo left, did the best at faking it, thumbs hooked in the pockets of her buckskin breeches, wide mouth curled in a smile that said she hadn't a care in the world. Her loose blouse, worn leather boots, and the touch of color in her coppery cheeks gave the impression she'd just leapt off a horse after an invigorating ride. Still, she twitched at sudden movements. Nina, in a simple cotton dress, clutched her skirts with one hand and with the other clung to Joseph's arm. Caleb pounced on a plate of hors d'oeuvre, startling the server, and ate in furious silence. Alessa cleared her throat. I apologize for all the secrecy, but we didn't want to unsettle anyone. Anyone else? They were clearly unsettled. The Concilio has granted me permission to try a new strategy. I'd like to get a deeper understanding of your gifts and your strengths before we begin training. She stepped aside as a line of servers approached with trays of chilled lemonade and limoncello. Joseph accepted a glass, accidentally freezing it so nothing came out when he tried to take a sip. Excuse me, said Saida. How can we teach you about our gifts when you can't touch us? Well, we may have to bend a few rules. Saida and Kamaria exchanged looks. Nina's glass bulged above and below her fingers. Sorry, sometimes I slip up when I'm nervous. She loosened her grasp, and the solid crystal goblet regained its shape. Wait. Caleb sounded slightly breathless. Are you saying you're going to use our gifts before choosing a Fonte? Let's not worry about that today. Renata came to the rescue, descending the stairs. We'll give you time to get acquainted first. Then Fonte Tomohiro Miyamoto will be... Renata stopped, brow furrowed. A percussion of heavy boots echoed through the tunnel. A regiment of soldiers filed into the courtyard, led by Captain Papatonis, whose face was white as bone. Finestra, the watch is here to see you. Chills prickled up Alessa's neck. Soldiers carried in a stretcher with a piece of stained fabric concealing something large. As they set their burden before her, something flopped out from beneath the tarp. A claw, twisted and underdeveloped. It twitched. A nearby soldier raised her bayonet and stabbed the fabric. The twitching stopped, and a trickle of midnight blue snaked out. Captain Papatonis cleared his throat. The esteemed 5th Regiment is here to present the first warning. Joseph's glass slipped from his hand, shattering in a spray of golden shards. For better or worse, Alessa finally knew how long she had left. 1 month. 1 month to choose her Fonte. 1 month until they faced a swarm of those things. 1 month, and it would all be over. 17. La morte e la sorte. Stanno dietro la porta. Death and fate are behind the door. Days before Divorando, 28. At Renata's subtle cough, Alessa dragged her gaze away from the creature and forced her lips to move. Thank you for your service and your vigilance. Renata was right. Practice did make perfect. The ceremonial response had slipped out so smoothly she might have been receiving a bouquet of flowers rather than the mangled corpse of a massive demonic insect. The soldiers saluted, armor clanking in the stunned silence of the courtyard, and banged their staffs on the ground, making everyone else flinch. Visibly steeling himself, Captain Papatonis grabbed the corner of the tarp and yanked it off, exposing a smooth, beetle-black exoskeleton and bulging, liquid-red eyes. So intact, so perfect in its horribleness, the scarabeo could have been sleeping.
I'll have it put in storage once you've had a chance to look it over,
he said, before marching away at a clip, mumbling about making preparations. The soldiers, stone-faced beneath their helmets, bowed and left, abandoning the dead scarabeo in the middle of what had been a cocktail hour moments before. Alessa took a slug of limoncello. Was she expected to move it herself? To hang it above her bed like a baby's mobile, perhaps? Something to stare at during the long nights while she lay awake, frozen with dread. Someone will remove it later, came Renata's low voice. Time to lead.
Ugly, aren't they?
Tomo broke the stillness. The Fontes wore matching expressions of nauseated horror as Tomo and Renata casually examined the hell-sent creature lying before them in a growing puddle of its own ichor. Small, though? Renata walked around the creature, eyeing it from all sides.
The first always are.
Still, could be a sign of a weak year. They were restating what Alessa already knew, making idle talk while she worked up the courage to approach a monster larger than a fully grown person. The creature's mandibles curled instead of stabbing out from its jaw, but they were still wide and sharp enough to snap a person in half. It does look a bit soft, Alessa said, trying to sound unimpressed. Saida made a sound between a cough and a sob. Kamaria and Caleb had their eyes closed, and it wasn't clear if Joseph was holding Nina up or the opposite, as they both looked at risk of keeling over. Alessa swallowed a bubble of hysterical laughter. Either her years of preparation were finally paying off, and she'd been toughened up by the many hours she'd spent in the cold storage room examining mummified scarabeo from past Divorando, or she'd finally snapped. Hors d'oeuvre and a deceased scarabeo. A fitting welcome to the Cittadella of Doom. Dea, your comedic timing is impeccable. The pincers are, more curved than the last batch, wouldn't you say? Closer to those from the Divorando in 431. Renata nodded, as if Alessa had made a very good point, which was especially impressive since there hadn't been a Divorando in 431. It had been 435? 437? It was definitely an odd-numbered year. It didn't matter. The Fontes didn't look as though they were hearing much of anything. She muddled her way through a few more derisive comments before Renata clapped her hands together and cheerily announced she'd show the Fontes their new quarters. Like a train of miserable ducklings, they followed Renata up the stairs, seeming as defeated at the prospect of moving in as they were at remaining near the monster.
Well, you were right,
Dante said, strolling over.
That did not go well.
You don't think so? Alessa nudged the scarabeo's claw with the toe of her boot. I thought the demon corpse lightened the mood a bit.
Still dead?
Dante gave it a kick and nodded at the wet, cracking sound.
Still dead.
I should probably tell Renata to lock the windows so they don't try to escape. Alessa stared down at the claw an arm's length from the toe of her shiny black boots. 2 identical curves, glossy and smooth, dark and deadly. They matched. She didn't check the windows, but she put on a vapid hostess smile and peeked inside the Fonte suite to be sure her new prospects weren't making ropes out of bedsheets. They stopped unpacking at the sight of her in the doorway, and no one seemed inclined to speak, so she mumbled something about staying close by and scurried toward the library, Dante following like a surly shadow. Inside the vaulted room, she stopped, breathing deeply of leather, old paper, sandalwood, and a hint of something strangely enticing she'd never noticed before. Her favorite room in the Cittadella, the library was also the closest thing she had to an escape, with books and maps of every kind. As far as she knew, it held a copy of every important book printed on Saverio, and many from before Dea created the Sanctuary Islands. Even better, the rows of shelves held plenty of less pompous books as well, and she'd already worked her way through hundreds of stories that her mother would certainly disapprove of. Dante looked frozen in place, unblinking, jaw hanging open, utterly gobsmacked. She'd had a similar reaction the first time she saw the opulent room. The sheer magnitude of books and priceless art pieces were enough to leave anyone speechless. And this time of day, with everything speckled in rainbows from the sunlight streaming through the tall, stained glass windows, it was downright magical. She gave him a minute to take it all in, pretending to study an enormous map of Saverio on the nearest wall. Every town on the island was labeled, as well as the intricate system of underground tunnels, and it was so large the mapmaker had included every major street in the city. She raised her hand to trace the many beaches on the farthest shoreline, resting her finger on a tiny cove with no name. It had been named once, but the words were so faded they got lost in the background. Someday, she'd visit them all. Dante shook himself and sprung into motion, striding the length of the room to check behind the shelves for lurkers. No boogeymen leapt from the shadows, and when he was satisfied they were alone, he began peering at titles and pulling books off the shelves. Within minutes, he had a tall stack.
What?
He glanced over as though he sensed her curious gaze.
Didn't think I could read?
She must have looked as surprised as she felt. No, she answered. I just didn't peg you as someone who would. What sort of books do you like? A straightforward enough topic, even for someone who seemed allergic to speaking. He shrugged and returned to the shelves. If you have no preference, how do you choose?
You ask a lot of questions.
You give insufficient answers. She crossed her arms. Fine. I don't need to know anything about you.
No, you don't.
After carrying his book haul to an end table, Dante sprawled in a leather armchair. His pose was as relaxed as a sunbathing cat, but he flipped through book after book with feverish intensity, putting one down only to grab another, as if hunting for something. You won't be here long enough to read all of those, Alessa said, annoyed at her peevishness.
Watch me.
She was, too closely. Between the soft snick of turning pages, silence beat against her eardrums. She'd never realized quiet had weight to it, a pulse that somehow, paradoxically, made it difficult to hear anything else. Occasionally, the Fonte's voices sounded through the walls, making her twitch. She wandered toward the door, ears pricked.
Come la cosa indugia,
Dante muttered. She finished it for him. Piglia vizio, I know, but I wasn't eavesdropping, just making sure they hadn't left without me.
Uh-huh. Sure you were.
Alessa perched on the armrest of the nearest chair, tapping her heels against the leather. Her soft dress shoes didn't make much noise. She swung her feet harder, each impact making a soft thump. Dante didn't look up. He would avoid an argument the one time she wanted one. She reached for a small globe on the end table, spinning it with a flick of her finger. The continents were shaded gray, indicating their destruction, while the islands were painted in vivid color. Altari's reclusive population was content to be left alone on their snowy island, buying little and selling less. She could only imagine how they'd reacted to the recent flood of Fonte refugees. If she could hop a ship and flee, she'd risk the long and treacherous voyage to Tamp, a tropical paradise on the far side of the world. Returning ship crews spoke of water clear as glass and fruit that tasted like joy itself. But while many a captain returned with saplings, they never grew when replanted on Saverio. "Do you ever think about leaving?" she asked.
Saverio,
he said, without looking up.
Every damn day.
There's still time. I'm sure there are captains who'd prefer to weather Divorando under another Finestra's protection. I've heard Tamp is beautiful. A better climate than Saverio and probably a better savior, too. His eyebrows furrowed.
I'd rather go to the continent and fend for myself.
That's a terrible idea. The Scarabeos strip it bare every Divorando.
Not true. They usually head our way before they eat everything. No point wasting time on grass when there's a whole island full of tasty people offshore.
You think you'd survive without Saverio's protection?
Hasn't done much for me yet.
What's stopping you then?
I haven't the coin. Besides, I said I'd keep you alive so you can save Saverio.
She blew out a breath. Right. Save Saverio. Her nerves vibrated hard enough to shatter her bones while she composed an elaborate mental fantasy of ripping the book out of his hands and throwing it, just to hear it hit the wall. Anything to break the silence. Oblivious to her piercing stare, Dante sank deeper into his seat. "I can leave if you'd like privacy," she said.
"I'm reading, not bathing."
She slid back until her legs draped over the arm and pulled a throw pillow out from behind her, hugging it to her chest. "Enjoying yourself?" she asked.
"Chair's comfortable. Company isn't terrible."
She dropped her chin to the pillow. That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me in years. Her stomach rumbled loudly, and she slapped a hand over it. Dante lowered his book.
"Can't you ring a little bell for food or something? Isn't that what fancy people do?"
She gave him an arch look. "Yes, we fancy people love bells. But I'm hosting a formal banquet for the Fontes tonight, and shouldn't spoil my appetite. You're welcome to dine in the mess hall with the soldiers if you'd prefer not to witness the social carnage." Dante sniffed.
"And gouge my eyes out with a rusty spoon?"
"That is entirely up to you." She should probably discourage him from speaking ill of them, but if he felt like judging someone else for a change, she wouldn't object. What have they done to make rusty spoon eyeball gouging so tempting?
They complain. Constantly.
Oh, still her fault then. Yes, well, they expected exalted positions serving their illustrious Finestra and Fonte, and instead are stuck with the greatest failure in the history of Saverio. It's not exactly what they signed up for.
They signed up. It's their job.
She sighed. The last time I ventured into the city, children jeered at them and ran away, screaming at the sight of me.
They don't treat you with respect. They can't expect anyone else to.
Heat burned the back of her throat. I haven't exactly earned anyone's respect.
I don't know about that. Your mentor, the lady,
Signora Renata, the Dowager Finestra, you know her name.
whatever. Anyway, she looked impressed when you were barking at her earlier, like a puppy yapping at a bulldog.
Now that's the confidence builder I needed.
Finestra?
Camaria stood in the doorway, watching them with a strange look on her face. Alessa tossed the pillow aside and scrambled to her feet, cursing herself for being caught in such an undignified pose. Yes? Do you need something?
We're heading downstairs.
Wonderful. I'll be right down. Camaria left, and Alessa rolled her shoulders back, feeling like she should be wearing armor.
È meglio cadere dalla finestra che dal tetto,
Dante said softly. It's better to fall from the window than from the roof. One of Mama's favorites. Very clever. Are they falling through me or pushing me out of one? He stood, sliding a small leather-bound book into his back pocket.
Only one way to find out.
18. Chi vive tra lupi impara ad ululare. Live with wolves, learn to howl. Days before Divorando, 28. Alessa had the place of honor at the head of the table, so she couldn't miss a single miserable glance or flinch as the Fontes took their seats. To Alessa's right, Nina bowed her head, whispering a soft prayer. Alessa picked up her fork, and the movement startled Nina, who knocked her water glass into her lap. Across the table, Saida grimaced. Caleb groaned. Nina's lip trembled as a servant hustled in with a stack of napkins. Alessa grasped for old memories, anything to talk about. Camaria, do you still play guitar? Camaria idly toyed with her fork.
Yeah. Why?
Just wondering. Nina, how are you enjoying the temple choir these days? Your solo at last week's service was lovely. Nina mumbled, You're kind to say so. Joseph's voice was soft and gentle.
I keep telling her she has the voice of an angel, but she doesn't believe me.
Alessa tried again. Saida, how is your project coming along? Going as well as it can, I suppose. I'm focusing on desserts for now. Alessa tried to keep the conversation going over a starting course of melone prosciutto, but the stilted responses she pried from the Fontes made Dante seem like a chatterbox in comparison. The kitchen staff had prepared a feast worthy of divine saviors, probably thinking the Fontes deserved a generous last meal. But Alessa was the only one who did more than pick at it. Aside from Dante, who sat in a chair by the doors to the kitchen, plowing through his third serving with no sign of slowing. As they waited for dessert to arrive, Dante stretched his legs, clasping his fingers behind his head. His easy movement cut through the tension like a fit of giggles during temple. Alessa wasn't the only one who shot him a sidelong glare. Caleb snapped his fingers at Dante.
Make yourself useful and bring us another bottle, will you?
Alessa grimaced. Please? Dante snatched a bottle from the sideboard and thumped it onto the table, rattling the dishes, and stalked back to his corner.
Can't find good help anywhere,
Caleb muttered, poking at his plate of freshly made gnocchi dripping with garlic butter. He's a guard, not a servant, Alessa said.
So, how's this going to go?
Caleb said.
You torture us until there's only one left, and the winner's the last one standing.
Nina looked on the verge of tears, and she didn't seem to notice that her powers were causing the spoon in her grasp to bend in half. Don't say that.
Why not?
Caleb said.
Should I pretend we're thrilled to be here, overjoyed to become the next sacrificial lambs? Enough, Caleb.
Joseph's cheeks flushed darker.
You're being blasphemous.
And a bigger ass than usual. Kamaria mimed a stabbing motion with her butter knife. So, Saida let out a gust of air. I read this great book about the power of positive thinking, and I highly recommend it. Caleb cut her off. Positive thinking didn't save Emmer, Ilse, or Hugo, and it won't keep her from killing you, too. I have no intention of killing anyone, Alessa said. My previous Fontes did not die with one brief touch. We persisted because they'd accepted their role and were committed to the task. I'm not asking that of you. I'm confident. With time and practice, I can modify my strength. See? Saida smiled with ferocious optimism. She's been working on it. Positive thinking and practice. It'll all work out. And if that cult comes for our heads before then? Caleb asked. Alessa abandoned the last echo of her smile. They won't come for you. They'll come for me. And if I thought it would save Saverio, I'd let them. She paused to let her words sink in. But there's no proof for their theories. Nina's head jerked between them. What are you talking about? Kamaria pressed her temples. Do they keep you locked in a tower, Nina? Some crackpots are saying she's not a real Finestra, and the only way to raise the real one is to, She grimaced an apology toward Alessa. Are you talking about Padre Ivini? Nina frowned. He visited my youth group last week, and he didn't seem like a crackpot to me. Every individual communes with Dea in their own way, and he is entitled to his interpretation, even if we disagree. Not when his interpretation means assassinating Dea's chosen savior, Kamaria said. I'm sure he's never told anyone to do that. Joseph coughed loudly, saving Nina from wedging her foot any farther into her mouth. Alessa held in a groan. Somehow, in all the worst-case scenarios she'd imagined, she hadn't expected her first meal with the Fontes to start with a casual chat about her death. Yes, well, she said, there's no proof a Finestra dying would cause another to rise, so you're stuck with me. Caleb's eyes narrowed. No proof it wouldn't. Kamaria tipped her glass to Caleb. If you're trying to get eliminated by being insufferable, truly excellent work. I aim to please, Caleb said, admiring a tiny spark he'd generated between his thumb and pointer finger. How's your brother, Kamaria? Oh, wait. He ran away, didn't he? I knew my appetite was off. Must be the lingering stink of treason. Kamaria looked murderous. Well, I have faith in the gods. Saida pasted a smile on her face. And in our Finestra. At least someone was willing to pretend. Dea doesn't make mistakes, Nina said softly, but it sounded more like a question than a statement. This was a disaster. I wish I could spare you all, Alessa said. But Saverio needs me, and I need a Fonte. I intend to prove myself so that when the time comes for a final decision, one of you will volunteer. And if no one does? Nina asked. The Concilio will have to choose. But I won't. I know what it's like to be thrust into a role you didn't ask for, and I won't do that to anyone again. A toast, then, Caleb said, pouring himself a nearly overflowing glass and raising it high. Cheers to whoever dies first. 19. Non è prudente aprire vecchie ferite. It is unwise to open old wounds. Days before Divorando, 28. Alessa folded her gloves beside her plate and stared blankly at the table cluttered with barely touched plates and empty glasses. The Fontes declined, pleading exhaustion, when a server entered with tiny frosted glasses of limoncello. Their chairs practically left grooves in the floor. Dante turned the nearest chair backward to straddle it and propped his chin on one hand.
They really are scared of you, huh?
Of course they are. Alessa curled her fingers into a fist. I'm the monster who haunts their nightmares. His eyes softened. She wouldn't have noticed the change a day before, but it was there. Dante picked up a bottle of wine and squinted through the cobalt glass. I watched them open it, she said. It's not poisoned, unfortunately. Dante tipped it to catch the remaining drops and reached for another. Spearing the cork with a knife, he gave a deft twist, popping it out. He tipped the bottle her way and she shook her head. She didn't realize she was staring at the knives inked on his wrist until he raised his eyebrows. Do you regret it? Alessa gestured to his tattoo.
Always.
She had no grounds to judge or pry into his past. She was a killer who'd hired a killer, and he was marked, not banished, so whatever he'd done, it hadn't been cold-blooded murder. Probably a street brawl gone wrong. But it struck her that Dante might be the only person she'd ever spoken to who knew what it felt like to end a life. It must be terrible to have a reminder of your worst mistake etched onto your skin forever. He absently rubbed his thumb over the mark.
If I forgot, it would be like they died all over again. They don't deserve that.
Guilt and sadness had always been a weight she couldn't shake off, but he spoke of regret like a gift, like he cared enough to want to keep their memory alive. Well, she said, trying to smile and failing spectacularly. I'm glad I don't have to get marked. I'd run out of space. Her smile collapsed.
You want to talk about it?
Only her ghosts breathed in the long silence. She'd carried Emmer's story alone for so long, with no one willing to listen. The first time, I was so excited. The words came unbidden, like blood welling from a wound. After waiting so long, I was hungry for any kind of connection, even a simple touch.
Hungry?
Heat flared in her cheeks. It's the best word I could think of.
You wanted him?
No. She shook her head. I don't know. Maybe. But that's not what I meant. I simply wanted to be a part of society again. To be a normal girl who wasn't set apart from everyone else. He was sweet and kind, and I knew he'd be patient with me as I learned how to control our power. I sensed he could be a friend and maybe something more eventually.
Was it quick?
She swallowed. No. And I only made it worse. I'd been warned I might feel a shock, so when he kissed my hand, I was waiting. I didn't notice he hadn't moved, until he collapsed. I should have left him and run for help, but I didn't realize it was my fault. It was so obvious, of course. The same thing happened to the child I was playing tag with on the day I became Finestra, but that boy wasn't a Fonte, he was just a boy who had the bad luck to be touching me when the gift came. So, I tried to comfort Emmer. I yelled for help. She hiccuped a watery laugh. I wanted him to know I was there, that he wasn't alone. Her knuckles were white as bone around her glass. Because that's what I would have wanted. No one should suffer or die alone. By the time help came, when I started to understand what was happening, he was already dead.
What did you do?
Dante asked softly. The dishes before her blurred into a watercolor still life. I held his hand. Dante was still asleep when Alessa padded into the sitting area in the morning, wrung out and hollow. Dea must have known he'd spend his life trying to be surly, so she'd crafted a face that would draw people to him anyway. Or maybe she'd meant to bless him with perfect features and charm, but he'd rebelled with sarcasm and a prickly demeanor. His eyes opened, and her heart skipped a beat. "Morning, sunshine," she said with a brittle smile. "Our mission awaits." For Renata, bonding had to involve weaponry, so the first item on the Fonte's agenda was whacking each other with blunt swords. Alessa doubted it would do much to build camaraderie. They weren't a team. They were miserable quasi-strangers trying not to look at each other. They took their positions in one long row, eyes forward. Renata strode up and down the line, correcting form, instructing them to picture an invisible opponent. But Alessa visualized each step and flick of the blade as a dance. She'd never actually danced with anyone, but her foil became her partner, responsive to her touch, cutting a silver trail through the air. Her muscles grew pleasantly fatigued, and everything fell away. Renata's loud clap was as startling as being pushed into a cold lake, and Alessa's foil clattered to the ground. They all watched it roll across the floor. "Well, that's reassuring," Caleb said under his breath. With a pained smile, Renata declared Alessa in charge. Her absence left a strange and unpleasant intimacy in the room, and Alessa polished her foil with unnecessary vigor. Caleb threw his sword on the ground with a clang. "Can someone tell me why we're practicing fighting skills when we have magic?" Kamaria shot him a death glare. "Not everyone lives in a walled villa, and anyone less privileged than yourself, in other words, everyone, knows it's worth learning how to defend yourself." Caleb rolled his eyes. "How many times have you fought off an attacker?" "Ask him." She pointed at Dante. "I bet he'll tell you." Dante straightened at the sudden shift of attention his way. "Tell him what?" "That it's important to know self-defense." "Oh, sure. If that's what you call it." Dante's lips quirked. "What's so funny?" Caleb demanded. "If you have a problem, say it to my face." Dante stood. "You think a scarabeo will stay on guard before it eats you?" Caleb glared. "Whatever. We have real power." "You won't last long enough to use it." Caleb gestured to the wall. "Hence the weapons." Dante scanned Caleb with a dismissive sniff. "A weapon's only as good as the fighter holding it." "Dante," Alessa warned. Bodyguards were supposed to fade into the background, not indulge in sword-measuring contests. Caleb's hands clenched. "Whoever was chosen as Fonte should have had years to prepare, but we're all playing catch-up because of her." "Watch it," Dante said, but Caleb didn't heed his steely glare. "No uniform. You aren't even a soldier. What do you know about anything?" Puffing himself up like an affronted goose, Caleb strolled over until he was nose to nose with Dante. Alessa only had time to sigh before Caleb's chin snapped up, Dante's knife at his throat. "I know how to find an opponent's weakness." Caleb's eyes went wide with fear as Dante nudged his head higher. "Enough," Alessa said. She didn't mind seeing Caleb humbled, but she shouldn't have let it get this far. Dante didn't move. "Stand down." Slowly, Dante lowered his knife, and Alessa hung her foil on the wall. "Thank you, Dante. Helpful as always." Nina chewed on the end of her braid. Do Scarabeo even have weaknesses?" Dante flexed his fingers. "Everything has a weakness." Alessa walked over to one of the painted Scarabeo on the wall. trying to remember the details of the corpses she'd dissected. I never paid much attention to their individual vulnerabilities. But let's find out. Alessa spotted the thin, worn book she was looking for on the highest shelf of the library in the section devoted to Scarabeo. Her fingertips barely brushed it, even when she hopped. She turned to locate one of the step stools scattered about and found Dante's warmth right behind her, trapping her between him and the shelves. She inhaled sharply and pressed back into the books, sending a few tumbling off the far side. Dante dropped the book into her hands, then stalked around the other side to return the displaced tomes to their rightful places, scowling at her through the gaps. He'd let strangers batter him bloody, but looked mortally offended at the possibility of damaging some musty old books. Gathering her scattered thoughts, Alessa flipped pages as she walked back toward the fontes. Diagrams blurred into jerky motion, line-drawn Scarabeo scuttling across the page so vividly that she shivered. There. See where their armor plates meet? Using a table as a barrier between herself and the fontes, she placed the book down, open to the page. They craned their necks to see, but made no move to approach, so she nudged it closer and pulled her hands away. Dante? Could you tell us which moves you would use to strike those areas of vulnerability? Dante emerged from the stacks.
I'm here to keep you alive, not play teacher.
Fighting off Scarabeo would help keep me alive. He shrugged.
My job's over by then.
She would have thrown the book at his head if she hadn't needed it. She'd probably miss, but it would be worth it to watch his horror on behalf of the poor book.
Joseph cleared his throat. Sir, I apologize for Caleb's abysmal behavior, but the rest of us appreciate any advice you have. I'm a street fighter, not a soldier.
The Scarabeo aren't soldiers either, Camaria said. I doubt they'll follow the rules of engagement. We might as well learn something useful. And I wouldn't mind watching you do that knife trick again. Neither would Alessa, but she suspected for different reasons. Dante was nice enough to look at under normal circumstances, and primed to fight, he was glorious. But as far as she knew, Camaria preferred girls.
What weapons do you get to choose from?
Dante asked. Bayonets and longswords, I think, Camaria said.
Exactly. So why are you fencing?
Tradition? Nina ventured. Dante's expression lost its edge as he turned to her.
On the day of Divorando.
On the day of Divorando, we're supposed to use our powers to ward off the invasion. Caleb was sullen, but less confrontational.
The gods gave us the gifts for defense, so that is what we use. Any weaponry we carry will be ceremonial. No wonder so many Finestra and Fonti get wounded.
Dante's brows drew together.
If it were me, I'd rather not wait around to be gored.
Finestra and Fonti? Caleb sneered.
Si, stronzo,
Dante said.
Fonte is from the old language, and the plural is fonti, not fontes. Finestre, fonti, scarabei. I wouldn't expect un somaro like you to know that, though.
Congratulations, Dante, Alessa said with a wide grin. You've just been promoted. In addition to bodyguard, you are now the Cittadella's premier fighting coach. If his glares were as deadly as his knives, she'd have bled to death. Could you at least try not to threaten anyone this afternoon? Alessa said to Dante as they waited in the training room for the others to return for the afternoon session. This is difficult enough without them scared of you too.
Caleb's an ass.
She fought to keep her expression severe. Everyone is under a lot of pressure. I'm sure he'll improve, eventually.
Doubt it,
Dante said.
People don't change.
That's not true.
It's completely true. Caleb was born an ass and he'll die an ass.
Well, he's also a fonte. So if you hurt him, they'll send you to the continent, and he'll continue living as an ass while Scarabeo gnaw on your bones, so cut it out. Dante looked thoughtful.
Free transport. Might be worth it.
Alessa pointed to a chair in the corner. Camaria arrived first, gaze flicking around the nearly empty room until she found Dante, who pulled out a cloth to polish his knives, appearing to ignore everything else. Finestra, Camaria said by way of greeting. Camaria, good to see you. Yeah, sure. What Caleb said about my brother last night. Her expression held a challenge. He didn't. I don't think... She sighed. He's never been one to turn down a dare, and his friends... It's just... I'm sure he regretted it as soon as he woke up. I won't hold your brother's decision against you if that's what you're worried about. It's not. Renata entered the room in a whirl of motion, and Camaria turned away, leaving the rest unsaid, as Tomo and the other fontes strode in.
Ah, Camaria, join us,
Tomo said, ushering them to one side of the room, while Renata turned her attention to Alessa with the intensity of a general on the eve of battle. Alessa struggled to focus, her attention sliding back to where Tomo sat, surrounded by a ring of fontes. Renata climbed onto a stone ledge against the wall. Above her, a large spider scurried on a half-completed web, glistening fibers stretched in an intricate design. Renata pointed to the lower edge of the web. What happens if I tug this string? It will break, Alessa said dutifully. Precisely. Get up here. Alessa stole a glance at the fontes. Nina quickly looked away. On the ledge, Alessa followed Renata's directions and lightly pinched one strand. Pull, gently. The web shifted shape but remained intact as Alessa drew the string down. From the corner of her eye, Alessa caught Dante watching as the indignant spider stopped working and scurried into the corner. Now, return it and release, without damaging anything. This part was more difficult, requiring Alessa to roll her fingers to detach without snapping the thread. But soon the web was back in its original condition. There, you see? Renata smiled. A fonte's power is intertwined with their soul, and if you try to pull it free, you damage the connective fibers. You need to draw just enough of their gift to meet the part of you that controls your own power, then release. It isn't a fight, it's a give and take. Alessa frowned. I think I understand. Maybe. I know you're nervous. I've been in your position. Not exactly.
Finestra,
Tomo called out.
I told the fontes that I will demonstrate first.
Renata stepped down with a thump. Alessa had assumed they'd draw straws to decide which of the fontes would go first. Not Tomo. He hadn't said anything about volunteering until they had a room full of witnesses, and now Alessa and Renata couldn't argue without revealing their fear. They had no choice but to follow his lead. Renata gave a jerky nod and turned to Alessa. Strategy? Renata might never have truly understood Alessa before, but now someone she loved was threatened. Her fear was palpable. Alessa recited from memory. Steady hands, slow breathing, light touch, inner calm. How? Fingertips only. When you sense the power? Control and contain. Tomo extended his hands, palms up, as Alessa walked over to him. Every eye in the room followed the movement as Alessa removed her gloves. Her palms were slick with sweat. She lifted her gaze but didn't quite meet Tomo's eyes. She couldn't. The thought of watching his light go dark. No, she wouldn't even think it. He was waiting. Everyone was waiting. With a deep breath, Alessa reached her fingertips toward his. 20. Chi semina spine, non vada scalzo. If you scatter thorns, don't go barefoot. Days before divorando, 27. The wind whistled outside as night fell, but the air in Tomo's room tasted as stale as the crypt. Propped up in bed on a pile of pillows, his eyes were black pools of shadow against his ashen skin. From his bedside, Renata turned as Alessa entered on whisper-soft feet. "He's resting," Renata said in warning. "I won't stay. I just needed to see."
"Come in, child."
A wan smile spread across Tomo's face, and he released Renata's hand.
"Put on some tea, won't you, love?"
Renata shot Alessa a sharp look as she left the room.
Sit. Leave your guilt outside,"
Tomo said.
"I'm a weak old man, and I was overdue for one of my spells. A bit too much excitement, that's all."
He patted the bed beside him, but she perched in a brocade chair instead. He might want to show that he wasn't afraid of her, but she was afraid of herself. "You aren't old, Tomo." He smiled.
"Age is relative. When I was your age, I saw a man of 40 as a day shy of 100.
"I'm just thankful you're okay. I thought—" She squeezed her eyes shut against the memory of the color leaching from his face. "You were very brave to volunteer." He tutted.
"I only made it worse. Renata said you had to call off the remainder of the lesson."
"Everyone was worried about you. We'll start fresh in the morning."
"I'm sorry."
"Don't be. Get some rest. I can manage without you." His eyes drifted shut.
"I know you can. You're meant to bring people together, Alessa."
With the echo of her name in her ears, Alessa slipped out of the room, wiping her eyes.
"Will he be okay?"
Dante asked. "I don't know, but if the Fontes weren't terrified before, they are now."
"Did you even touch him? It happened so fast I couldn't tell."
"Barely. It doesn't matter. Today was supposed to reassure them. Instead, they saw the last Fonte suffer a heart spasm the moment we touched. I'll be fortunate if they show up for tomorrow's training at all." As they made their way upstairs, sobs, faint but unmistakable, echoed from the library. Alessa held up a hand to warn Dante.
"I'll volunteer,"
came Joseph's voice from inside.
"You go home with your family."
Alessa tried to retreat, inching backward, but ran into a Dante-shaped wall. "And what about your family?" Nina asked. "Haven't they lost enough?"
"I'm sure whoever she chooses will be fine,"
Joseph said, his tone soothing. "Fine? Ending up like Tomo or worse?" Nina sniffed loudly. "Renata was a good Finestra and she still broke him. Can you imagine what this one will do?" "This one." Alessa hugged herself.
"I'm older and stronger than you. I can take it."
"Caleb should do it. No one would miss him." From her tone, Nina knew Caleb would never volunteer. He'd be gone before Alessa finished thanking those who did. "I'll do it." Nina's voice trembled, and Alessa could easily picture her raising her pointed little chin, tears glistening on her copper-colored lashes, a portrait of a martyr. Dante let out a sympathetic breath. Alessa couldn't fight the thread of envy that came with the guilt. Poor, delicate Nina, whose brave sacrifice made people want to protect her. But not Alessa. People only helped her when she bribed them with coin or because the gods demanded they do so. Sympathy, kindness, love, and friendship, all those precious human experiences that made for a full life, those were for other people, not her. She tried to hustle away as their footsteps neared, but there wasn't time to make it to her suite before the couple stepped out of the room. They faltered at the sight of Alessa and Dante. "Oh, hello there," Alessa said. "Didn't realize the library was being used." Joseph gripped Nina's hand. "Finestra, how is Signor Miyamoto doing?" "Good," she nodded. "He's good. Awake, feeling much better. He has these spells often, I'm afraid, and with the excitement..." She bit her lip. "Anyway, please tell the others he sends his best, but he won't be able to attend our training in the morning. I've asked the kitchen staff to send something up, so there's no need to dress for dinner." Nina wouldn't meet her eye, but Joseph thanked Alessa, then cleared his throat. "We know it's not your fault," he said. "All of this. I just want you to know that we don't blame you. I don't blame you." Alessa swallowed hard. "Thank you." Joseph bowed and ushered Nina toward the Fonte suite. If she could have walked down the stairs and out the front gate, Alessa would have kept going until she reached the farthest edge of Saverio. But the library would have to do. Joseph didn't blame her. For Tomo or for Ilse? Either way, she blamed herself enough for the both of them. Alessa stepped inside the dim library, lost in thought, and nearly collided with Caleb. He jumped back, the whites of his eyes stark in his face. "Shit, you had to listen to that too." Alessa massaged her chest above her pounding heart. "Were you spying on them?" "No, I was looking for something to drink." Caleb held up a crystal decanter he must have swiped from the credenza. "But the star-crossed lovers showed up and I got stuck listening to their whining. Were you spying on them?" "Of course not." Alessa gritted her teeth. "I forbid you to mock them about this." "Oh, don't get your gloves twisted." Caleb's sneer didn't reach his eyes. "I'll finish this bottle and burn it from my brain." He bumped Dante on his way out. Alessa clenched her fists. "Do you think he'll tease them?" "Probably. He's been a pain in the ass since he got here. Doubt he'll change now." "Oh, right, I forgot." Alessa rolled her eyes. "People can't change." "I said people don't change." "Same thing?" "Not really." Dante tapped the credenza. "You didn't tell me there was a stash of the good stuff in here." "Most of it is ancient rather than aged." "Chi ha bisogno s'arrenda," he said with a wink. She shook her head with a faint smile, making a note to look that one up. Too restless to sit, she grasped the rungs of a rolling ladder mounted against a wall of bookshelves and began to climb. At a rustle of movement below, she peered down at Dante. "Are you trying to look up my skirts?" "Don't flatter yourself. I'm making sure it doesn't take off and drop you on your ass. I don't feel like catching you." "Oh, Dante," she crooned. "You do know how to make a girl's heart flutter." He smirked. "If I was trying to make you flutter, you'd know it." She dropped the book, aiming for his aggravatingly gorgeous face, but she knew he'd catch it regardless. "The Siege of Avalon," he read, holding the ladder in place with his foot so he could open the book. She wrinkled her nose. Well, if that doesn't capture the mood of the evening. Of all the books in the Cittadella, she'd pulled out an account of the one divorando that Saverio almost didn't survive. "The Finestra who panicked, right?" "Yep. Ran back to the city and tried to hide. The fortezza was breached, rivers of blood ran through the streets. Hundreds were massacred before his Fonte coaxed him back to the peak. Oh, take my advice and skip chapter 7. Dante promptly flipped to chapter 7, because of course he did.
The orphans left behind. Nothing compared to waterfalls of blood or whatever you said. Orphans means they were lucky enough to survive, at least.
And is surviving always better?
Point taken.
It's not the worst chapter, just the saddest. They put the babies in group homes, and within months, most stopped crying and refused to eat. She blinked away tears. Only one group thrived. She climbed down, turning to lean against the ladder, but Dante was too close and too tall, so she found the lowest rung of the ladder and pushed up on her toes. As if he wouldn't notice, she'd suddenly grown 6 inches. Dante's eyes twinkled at her sudden height, and he stepped back.
And?
Alyssa hopped to the ground. And? Oh, the babies, right. The girl caring for them had lost her entire family in the siege, so she held them all the time, singing to them, rocking them, talking to them, mostly just holding them. That was all it took. Everyone thought they needed food and shelter, but touch was what they needed most. Without it, the other babies simply gave up. Dante bit his lip.
And you know how they felt?
She flushed. Not entirely, but I can relate, that's all. He tapped the book against his palm.
Does it happen when you touch anyone?
As far as I can tell. She laughed, sharp and bitter. Ironic, isn't it? I would kill to hold someone's hand, but if I do, I kill them.
And all this isolation is supposed to make you appreciate the holiness of connection or something?
Yes. A Finestra's earthly relationships are severed so we can avoid distractions, remain pure of heart, and be fully committed to the quest at hand. I'm supposed to appreciate connection more by not having any.
Seems contradictory.
It worked. Made me quite eager to have a fonte. His eyebrows drew together.
You got a real shitty deal, Finestra.
Alyssa, she said softly. The words tasted strange, awkward, and unfamiliar on her lips. My name is Alessandra Diletta Palladino.
Thought you weren't supposed to have a name.
I'm also not supposed to kill my fontes or have a man in my suite. He gestured to the wall.
You going to tell them?
Maybe I should. At least they'd know what name to curse. But no.
Why are you telling me?
I don't know. She sank into a chair and pulled a pillow to her chest. I'm tired of being a title rather than a person, I guess. Just don't say it where anyone might hear you. He studied her, thoughtful.
Alessandra, the god's chosen protector.
How do you know that?
Too much religion in my childhood.
She knew what that was like. Your parents were devout?
No.
His expression darkened. Well, my full name roughly translates to the God's beloved, brave protector of humanity. Thea must have felt she had no choice but to pick me after my parents set me up like that.
Does your family ever visit?
He asked. Finestra, remember, I have no family.
Yes, Alessa, I remember.
Her name on his lips sent a strange thrill through her body.
So, your family? You had one?
She sighed. Yes, I had a family. I suppose I still do, depending on how pious you are.
Are they pious?
My parents are. They haven't spoken to me since the day I left. They're faithful believers.
And shitty parents.
That's not fair. He didn't look convinced.
Siblings?
I have had... Oh, forget it. I have a twin brother named Adric. Sometimes he delivers things or sits on the other side of the garden walls to speak with me, even though it's against the rules.
So, was your life good? I mean, you seem so...
He struggled for the words, twirling his hand through the air as though flipping through a mental stack of vocabulary words.
Lonely. Like you miss it.
I do. I miss them so much it's like something's been carved out of my middle. She dropped her gaze. My father used to call me his little cat because I couldn't resist an available lap. She gave a sad laugh. I was too affectionate at times. I used to embarrass Adric by trying to hold his hand around his friend.
It must have been a shock.
Becoming Finestra was like drowning. You go every day of your life without noticing the air in your lungs, and suddenly you're plunged into deep water, and air becomes the most precious gift you never knew you'd been given and never thought would be taken away.
Not sure I'd notice.
That's sad. He shrugged. I wish you were the Finestra then. All the personal space one could ever want, an epic battle, and plenty of isolation. Clearly the gods missed their perfect candidate. He huffed a humorless laugh.
The gods don't want me.
She didn't know what to say to that. So, you know my full name, and I still don't know your last name.
Last name?
Dante said with a twinkle in his eye.
Lucemia, you don't even know my first name.
Wait. Alessa stood. Dante isn't your real name?
It's my name, just not my first name.
A smile teased at his lips as Alessa prowled closer. What's your first name, then? His smile deepened.
I'm not telling.
Why not? Alessa's voice rose with indignation. Just to annoy me?
Course not. Annoying you is a perk, though.
I bet it's something terrible, like Eustice. Maybe I'll call you that until you tell me.
He snorted. Call me whatever you want, but don't expect me to answer.
How do you say jackass in the old language?
Stronzo.
Bastard?
Bastardo.
Dante sauntered toward the door.
Should I write these down for you?
I'm sure they'll come in handy. Dante held the door for her to go first. A bastardo, but a gentleman. 21. Chi pecora si fa, il lupo se la mangia. Become a sheep, and the wolves will eat you. Days before Divorando, 26. The island began trembling during breakfast, as though it too shook with dread. The second quake sent Alessa back upstairs, dripping with spilled orange juice and grumbling about deities who could have sent messages composed of clouds or rainbows, but oh no, they simply had to use natural disasters as a countdown clock. The shaking subsided by the time she stood in the training room in clean clothes, but Krollo seemed determined to dump an ocean from the sky. She set to work arranging the pillows she'd brought to make it feel less threatening and break any potential falls, but she couldn't do anything about the ominous rumble of the storm. Camaria leaned against the wall, projecting rakish ennui in snug, fawn-coloured breeches, but she kept fiddling with the laces of her untucked blouse. Nina stood behind Joseph, subtly mirroring his movements like the tide responding to the moon. The pale pink of her dress was a change from her usual white attire, but not by much. Caleb's usual scorn had melted into sullen gloom, and in case anyone wasn't entirely certain how he felt about being there, he'd chosen to wear uninterrupted black from head to toe. Feet planted wide, arms crossed, he glowered at anyone foolish enough to glance his way. Saida was the first one to meet Alessa's questioning gaze, and she stepped forward. Dressed as if bright colors could banish the oppressive air of pessimism, each layer of her skirt was brighter than the last, and her eyes were highlighted with blue eyeshadow. The color coordinated perfectly with the scarf she'd tied around her hair, presumably to keep it from whipping around when she used her powers. "We can sit if you'd like," Alessa said, gesturing toward the scattered pillows. Saida pulled her shoulders back and looked Alessa directly in the eyes. "Thank you, but I prefer having room to move." To escape. Working her fingers, Alessa tried to coax her blood to circulate, even though cold fingers were the least of anyone's concerns. In one corner, Renata watched intently, lips moving in a silent litany of gentle, easy, careful, that matched the refrain in Alessa's head. Her hands were so clammy she wasn't sure she'd be able to hold on, so at Saida's jerky nod, Alessa curved her thumb and pointer finger around Saida's wrists like a bracelet. Her power woke with a surge, a current racing through her, greedy, yearning for something long denied. It was too much, too fast. Saida whimpered, and Alessa let go. She needed a second. "Thank you, Saida. I'll come back to you. Joseph?" He'd brought a glass of water for Alessa to try and freeze, and had the foresight to place it on the ground so they didn't end up with shattered glass everywhere. Alessa took Joseph's smooth, cool hands in hers and stared at the water glass. Nothing changed. A chill hit her breastbone, spreading toward her limbs. It might have been Joseph's gift, or merely her growing panic. He held on longer than Saida, insisting he was fine through gritted teeth, as though afraid he'd be sick if he opened his mouth. It was only the first day. They had time. A little. Not enough. Kamaria sauntered over, carrying a candle in a metal stand. "I brought props." Her voice was light, but the flame shook. She put it on the floor and grabbed Alessa's hands. Alessa couldn't get her hands free. She was going to hurt Kamaria, or worse. "Focus." She gave herself a mental slap. Breathing deeply, she reined herself in until the greedy need abated. Then, only then, she tried to reach for the flicker of Kamaria's power. It brushed against her mind, dancing like a flame in a breeze. But she couldn't grasp it. Renata had told Alessa to think of a singer. Frankly, she was starting to lose track of the metaphors. But her attempts to use her power felt like straining to remember a forgotten melody or having a word at the tip of her tongue. It was there, inside her, and a part of her knew how it was supposed to go, but the more she strained, the harder it was to grab hold. Kamaria's grip loosened enough for Alessa to pull away, and they let out matching sighs of relief. Trembling slightly, Kamaria bowed with a flourish and a cocky grin. The candle hadn't done anything. 3 fontes, no results. Icy fingers of panic walked up Alessa's spine. She'd been so worried about killing fontes, she'd never considered the horrible possibility of keeping them alive, but being unable to channel their power. Caleb skulked over, looking so stiff he might snap in half if she made a sudden move. His hands were cold and large. A ridiculous observation, but the first thing she noticed before she opened her mind completely. A jolt went up her arms, and she let go with a gasp. Caleb bent over, clutching his hand. "Damn it, that hurt." "I'm sorry," Alessa said. Lightning danced between her fingers. "I didn't mean to." "Your turn, Freckles." Caleb sneered at Nina, who was cowering behind Joseph, whispering a prayer to Dea. "Get on with it. Evil monster bugs a-comin'." "You're such a bully, Caleb." Nina lowered her hands, eyes shining with angry tears. She cried through her turn, sobs shaking them both, until Alessa struggled to maintain a light touch. She didn't even try to use Nina's gift for warping matter. One step at a time. Nina needed reassurance before she could stand a chance of being a useful fonte. After one more round, where no one died was the best anyone could say about it, Caleb declared the session over and stalked out, glaring at anyone who dared look his way. Alessa let him go. He might light the cittadella on fire if she attempted a pep talk. The others filed out behind him, but Camaria hung back. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Do the Finestra Infante have the power to pardon someone of a high crime?" Alessa cut a glance at her. "Don't worry, I'm not a serial killer or anything. I'm talking about my brother. I know what everyone thinks, but Shomari's not a deserter, I swear. Like I said, he's just a sucker for a dare, and his friends challenged him to sneak onto a ship. The little jerks ran away when the crew woke up, and I bet you anything Sho tried to hide so he wouldn't get in trouble, then panicked when the ship left the dock and he officially became a deserter. He didn't even take anything with him." Alessa blew out a breath. "I've always been told desertion was an unforgivable crime, but I don't know. Maybe under the right circumstances. Like if his sister became Fonte?" It was tempting to say yes, to lock in one strong contender, but she couldn't use Camaria's brother as coercion, and she truly didn't know. "Maybe. I can't make any promises." "I get it. Sorry we're not making this easy for you." Alessa tried to wipe her eyes discreetly as Camaria left the room. "Don't say anything," she said to Dante, who was watching her far too closely.
"Wasn't going to."
She sniffed. "They're all alive."
"They are?"
"Saida has a good attitude. Joseph was a good sport. Camaria was strong, and she seems motivated. Caleb was Caleb. I enjoyed watching him squirm." She gave him a scolding look. "Be nice."
"I'm not nice."
"I think you might be, actually." Dante looked mortally offended, which struck her as so funny she began laughing, then couldn't stop, until the tears she'd been fighting broke free and she wasn't sure if she was laughing or crying. Dante looked increasingly horrified, but she couldn't have stopped herself for anything in the world.
Are you okay?"
he asked. "Never better," she wheezed. "Inigo?"
"Wrong."
"Alberto."
"Still wrong."
He held the door open for her. "Ranieri?"
"Not even close."
"Julian. Amadeo."
"All right, Piccola. That's enough for today."
The rain had become a deluge during their training session. Water coursed from the eaves of the courtyard, ferocious gusts of wind sending sheets of rain sideways, so the covered walkway offered no protection. Alessa and Dante sloshed through the courtyard to the stairs, and she heard a huddle of servants arguing about the fastest way to bail out the kitchens. If the cittadella, perched at the top of the city, was this inundated, she hated to think of everywhere else. "Shall we make a run for it?" Alessa asked Dante. Rainwater dripped from the tips of his hair as he looked at the sky. They were going to be drenched no matter what. "Come on!" Alessa grabbed her skirts and dashed into the pouring rain. She could barely see past the water coursing down her face, but she stuck her tongue out at the statue of Crollo as she passed anyway. A loud rumble, and someone slammed into her. "What?" Dante propelled her forward as something crashed to the ground behind them. The statue. Shards of marble skittered across the waterlogged courtyard. She stumbled but didn't fall. Dante had her arm in a vice grip, hauling her toward the stairs. It's not going to fall again. She struggled, but his hand might as well have been an iron shackle. You can't touch the Finestra, you dolt. The earthquake is over.
There was no earthquake, and that wasn't an accident.
She tried to turn around. Did you see someone?
I could barely see anything.
He let her go when they reached the stairs, pushing aside wet hair plastered to his forehead. Dante flicked the drops from his fingers and gestured at the side of her face.
You're bleeding.
What? She touched her cheek. Dante gripped her elbow again, urging her along, but her waterlogged skirts kept tangling her legs, binding them together. Oh, for Dea's sake, hold on! She yanked her arm free and found the clasp, unwrapping herself and bundling the wet fabric into her arms. The forest green tights she wore beneath were nearly as thick as pants, and her leather boots, which were probably ruined, went above her knees. Dante's gaze flicked down, then immediately up and away. Oh, please, she said, like you've never seen a woman's legs before.
Just keep moving,
he said gruffly. When they made it to her rooms, Alessa hurried to the bathroom to examine her injury. The cut on her temple, courtesy of a straight piece of marble, was straight, as long as her finger, and relatively shallow. Nothing that required stitches, thank the gods, because she would have had to do it herself and she'd probably faint. First her ear, now her face. At this rate, she'd look like a battle-worn Finestra before Divorando even began. Dante came up beside her.
I found salve. Hold still.
He raised a finger, and Alessa stumbled back, tripping over the commode and falling into the tub. Have you lost all sense? She said. You can't touch my skin, or you'll die. Dante blinked.
Oh, right. Here.
He tossed the salve into her lap. Her backside hurt, her temples smarted, and she must have looked ridiculous with her legs draped over the side of a bathtub, feet sticking up. Meanwhile, instead of looking like a drowned rat, Dante looked gorgeous. Hair curling, white shirt translucent and plastered to his chest, and his pants— no, she was not looking at his pants. She glared at him while unscrewing the cap. Are you laughing at me? She said. You think someone tried to kill me again, and you're laughing. He raised a fist to his mouth.
Someone's been trying to kill you the whole time I've known you.
She hurled a salve at his head. He caught it.
Can we agree that when I tell you to move your ass from now on, you do it without question?
Fine. Can we agree that as long as I do, you won't drag me around? The Finestra isn't supposed to be manhandled.
Deal?
He shook the salve at her.
Done with this?
Alessa pushed up to her elbows, squinting at the inside of his wrist. At the two crossed blades, the thin circle of minuscule letters around it, the mark that declared him a criminal, a killer. The fated mark. Dante dropped his hand, but she'd already seen the proof. It's fake, she said. You marked yourself. 22. Si dice sempre il lupo più grande che non è. In a story, little lies make the wolf bigger. Days before Divorando, 26. The laughter wiped from his face. Why? Alessa clambered out of the tub. Why would you pretend to be a criminal, an outcast?
Why do you care?
He slammed the salve onto the counter and walked out. Leaving a wet trail behind her, she ran after him. I'm trying to understand you.
There's your first mistake.
If you aren't marked, you don't even need a Fortezza pass. So why did you come to work for me? He wouldn't, or couldn't, look at her.
Because men do stupid things when women cry?
Not good enough. You lied to me. He whirled on her, eyes flashing.
You found me, remember? And mark or no mark, I am an outcast. No home, no family, no friends.
I told you. She stopped, suddenly lightheaded. I thought you understood what it felt like, but you've never killed anyone.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Maybe I just didn't get caught.
Which one is it?
I didn't save them. Same thing.
He stared at the floor, hands gripping the hilts of his knives like they were the only thing tethering him to the ground. She couldn't stay angry when he looked so lost. Your parents?
To start.
For what it's worth, I'm a much better listener than I am a Finestra.
You don't need my ugly history.
What's one more tragedy? She gave a delicate shrug, a gamble that paid off when he quirked an almost smile. I told you mine, she said, a teasing lilt to her voice. He turned to the rain-streaked balcony doors, fists clenched, mouth tight. She was about to leave him in peace when he finally spoke.
They were killed by a mob. People we'd known all our lives turned on them, dragged them outside, and beat them to death.
She shivered. Why? What could they possibly—
Nothing,
he snapped.
They didn't do anything to deserve that.
No, of course not, she said in a hurry. I didn't mean—
They weren't perfect, but no one deserves that.
Of course not. I just can't fathom why people would do something so terrible for no reason.
Oh, I'm sure they had reasons. People always have reasons. People can justify anything if they want to enough.
I'm so sorry. How old were you?
Old enough.
The anger in his voice was for himself, not her, but it made her flinch. How old?
12. But I was big for my age, strong. I could have fought, given them a chance to get away. And I didn't.
His voice was so hollow it seemed to pull the air out of the room.
I hid. I heard it all, and I did nothing.
It wasn't your fault.
Of course it was.
Dante dragged a hand through his hair. You were a child.
And they were my family. I should have died with them.
There was nothing to say. Even if she could find the right words, they wouldn't reach him, locked away as he was inside himself. And she knew, without a doubt, that if she said the wrong thing, she'd snap the fragile lifeline he'd given her to hold. How cruel that sharing someone else's grief did nothing to alleviate it for them. In physics, there were rules and forces, equal and opposite reactions, a balance. But emotions didn't obey rules, and though sympathy settled over her like a heavy blanket, it did nothing to help him. No matter how much she was willing to bear, she couldn't lighten his load. Even her hands, which stole power, strength, and life itself, were powerless to siphon off any of his suffering. So she didn't speak, but she didn't leave. Standing close, she offered what little comfort she could with her presence alone. Dante stared at the rain-drenched city below, but she knew he wasn't seeing anything at all. There was more wincing than sobbing in the following days, but a week into their training, the Fontes still flinched every time Alessa came near. Tomo had mostly regained his strength, but he watched from a safe distance as Alessa took turns using everyone's gift, even Nina's. The wrongness of shifting matter made Alessa's stomach churn, though, as if the laws of physics fought such an unnatural force. At the end of one especially long afternoon, the Fontes and Alessa sat around the formal dining table, wilted like flowers in a drought. Tomo and Renata had joined them for a quiet supper of white fish in a lemon wine sauce. The quality of the Cittadella's food had definitely improved since the Fontes arrived. And even they didn't try to make conversation beyond answering Saida's hesitant questions about their family recipes. Tomo perked up a bit, looking charmed as she explained her project. He knew a surprising amount about baking, too. While he listed a number of dishes for Saida to choose from, Renata smiled weakly and promised to think of something later, and everyone else seemed relieved that they didn't have to find the energy to speak for a while. As Tomo and Saida debated the use of rice flour versus gelatin in a dessert Alessa wasn't familiar with, Kamaria stared blankly at the nearest candelabra. Her powers made the flames grow and shrink in a lazy rhythm, as though the fire itself was breathing, swirling smoke toward Caleb. She either didn't notice or chose to ignore his pointed sighs. Eventually, the conversation lapsed into silence.
"I think it may be time for a break,"
Tomo said, tapping his new walking stick against his chair. Alessa nearly cried. A break? They were supposed to be finished for the day.
"Is there something in particular you still want them to work on?" Renata asked. "Everyone seems a bit tired."
"I ordered sweets," Saida said tentatively. "Maybe a little sugar would help us power through."
"Very thoughtful of you, dear," Renata said. "But Tomo, I think they've had enough for one day."
"My apologies," Tomo said. "I was unclear. I didn't mean today, but rather a full day of rest tomorrow."
Renata stiffened.
"I don't think that's wise."
"Rest is as essential for training as sleep is for learning. A day of rest, prayer, and time with family will rejuvenate us all, and I can think of no better way to give warriors purpose than remembering what we're fighting for. Besides, Mastro Pasquale is coming in the morning, so the Finestra will be occupied sitting for her formal portrait."
Alessa wasn't the only one who stole a glance at the line of portraits on the wall. Centuries of Duo Divino, captured in oil paints, staring solemnly back at them. At first glance, the people in the portraits seemed to have little in common, ranging in size, shape, skin color, and gender. But one thing they did all have in common was that every single Finestra was paired with a Fonte. Well, at least Mastro Pasquale, who'd been Alessa's art tutor in the early years of her time as Finestra, was talented enough to add a Fonte later and make it look as though they'd posed together. Wouldn't that be a fun story for tour guides to share with future visitors to the Cittadella? Assuming, of course, that Alessa managed to find a Fonte, and together they triumphed over Divorando, so the Cittadella was even standing in a month. Renata rubbed her forehead.
"Might as well get half of it finished now. I suppose you may all take a day of rest."
It seemed to pain her to grant it.
"But I expect everyone an hour early the following day, prepared to give 100%. And I hope you all make good choices about how to spend your day off."
With a hostile glare at the portraits, Renata stood in a swirl of burgundy skirts and helped Tomo to his feet as he waved off a round of thanks. "Well," Saida breathed when they'd gone, "this definitely deserves a celebration. I'm glad I splurged for the deluxe assortment with the chocolate-dipped cannoli." A pastry box appeared from under Saida's chair like a magic trick, and the Fontes eagerly dove in. Joseph, Nina, and Kamaria took their desserts to go. Caleb ate his in one bite and snagged a second from the box before it made it to the head of the table. "They're from Il Diletto," Saida said. That's your family's pasticceria, right? Alessa blinked at the familiar logo obscured by her thumb. The Finestra doesn't have a family, she said softly. Right, Saida stuttered. Of course, I know that. I just thought...
Wait,
Caleb said around a mouthful of pastry.
Your brother's Adric Palladino?
Alessa's throat tightened. Like I said, the Finestra doesn't have...
Yeah. Caleb waved a hand in annoyance. The Finestra springs untouched from Dea's holy loins. Got it.
He licked a smudge of powdered sugar from one manicured fingernail, squinting at her.
You don't look anything like him. Well, maybe the eyes.
There was no point clinging to her divine origin story if they refused to play along. I wasn't aware you even knew Adric, much less his eye color. Caleb went slightly red.
He's everywhere. Can't avoid him.
Saida looked like she'd start whistling if she could. She handed the box to Dante. You two can share the rest. Come on, Caleb. There's bound to be a battle for the shower before cards, and I'm not going last this time.
Psh, Caleb scoffed. If we aren't training tomorrow, I'm leaving now.
Saida chased him out the door. We're in the middle of chiamata. Caleb's voice echoed down the corridor.
Switch to Scopa, then. Joseph and Nina are practically sewn together. They can play as a pair.
Dante picked up the box of sweets and held it out, but Alessa demurred, toying with her necklace, a small silver pendant on a delicate chain. You can go too if you want. I know you didn't plan on being stuck with me for so long when you took this job. Dante gave her a funny look.
It's not a big deal.
Like probing a sore tooth to see if it still hurt, she couldn't resist pressing him. You sure? I bet parties get pretty wild this close to Divorando.
Do I seem like a party guy?
I have no idea what kind of guy you are. All I know is Dante isn't your real name, and that you read a lot of books, punch strangers for money, memorize proverbs in the old language, and claim to be a terrible person without providing a lick of evidence to back it up. You, not Dante, no last name, are a complete mystery to me. He sat forward.
And you can't stand mysteries, can you?
Not at all.
Well, here's a truth for you. I don't enjoy most people, so I don't enjoy most parties.
Shocking. I used to love parties, and people, when they weren't scared of me. On second thought, a mouthful of sugar was exactly what she needed. Ignoring her outstretched hands, Dante continued his methodical perusal of the assorted pastries.
I'm not scared of you.
She raised a victorious fist. One down. Victory is mine. Chuckling, he popped a puff pastry into his mouth. 23. Lupo non mangia lupo. Wolves don't eat wolves. Days before Divorando. 20. Back in her suite, Alessa debated aloud what to wear for her portrait session the following day, while Dante ignored the topic entirely, lounging in an armchair with yet another book. She tore through her closet, pulling down armfuls of ruby silk, silver taffeta, and violet lace, and hung a half-dozen gowns she'd worn once or not at all from the privacy screen between her bed and the main room. After some very loud throat clearing on her part, and one small but heartfelt foot stomp, Dante looked up long enough to log his vote by grunting in the general direction of a crimson dress. She didn't bother asking for his input on jewelry or shoes, but arranged her picks beneath the dress so she wouldn't have to rummage in the morning. Wandering back toward the sitting area, Alessa picked up the small, leather-bound book he'd left open on the side table and ran her finger over the words inside the cover. Per luce mia. Is this for me? Dante glanced over and bolted upright.
No.
Sorry. She jerked her hand away. I didn't mean to pry.
No, it's fine.
His cheekbones darkened.
You can look at it. It's in the old language, though.
Alessa opened to a page at random. O mangiar questa minestra? O saltar della finestra? She read, stumbling a bit. Something about ministers jumping out windows?
Minestra is soup. Eat the soup or jump out the window. It means take it or leave it.
Ah, she said, closing it. I'd begun to wonder if you'd memorized a book of ancient proverbs, and voila, here it is.
More than one, actually. The holy man who took me in after my parents died made me read the Verità every day. It was big enough to hide other books behind it.
Oh, she chewed her lip. How long did you live with him?
Too long. Took me 3 years to get away.
That's awful. She wanted to ask more, to understand what he'd been through, both during his time in captivity and the years after. But instinct told her a true friend would change the subject. Her fingertips detected grooves on the back of the book, and she flipped it over to see letters carved into the leather. I lucente. I knew it, Alessa crowed. Your name is Eustice. Dante shook his head with a crooked smile.
The E is for Emma. It belonged to my mother.
Drat. Alessa sulked. Well, at least I know your last name now. Lucente. Light. And Dante means
enduring.
Enduring light, she mused. I like it. You called me that once. Luce mia. Dante crossed and uncrossed his arms with a soft throat clearing.
She used to call me that.
Her heart ached for the little boy he must have once been. What are you reading now? Anything good? He slid a glance her way.
You tell me. I found it by your bed.
The blood drained from her face. Give it back. He pulled it close.
I will. I'm just borrowing it. Fair trade.
You can't. It's mine. I mean, it's not mine. I found it. It was clearly not meant to be in the library, so I removed it, to discard it.
Why would you do that?
It's inappropriate. The tips of her ears went hot.
Well, someone's enjoyed it. Half the pages are dog-eared.
His lips twitched. She busied herself by shuffling throw pillows around. I wouldn't know.
They mark the best parts, if you ask me.
Best. The most scandalous, that's what he meant. But as she had not read it, and therefore could not have folded pages to mark scenes for future reading, she could neither argue nor agree with his assessment, and the bastard knew it.
The author is quite, descriptive,
he said, all innocence.
Ah, here's a good line. When the Prince Regent turned to display his most royal sword, the lady gasped. Such an impressive weapon could...
A pillow to his face cut him off. Laughing, he tossed it aside.
Fess up. How many times have you read this?
I told you I didn't...
A dozen. 100.
You're a horrible person, you know that?
I do.
He sounded far too serious, and she hesitated, wondering if she should apologize. But his expression shifted to wide-eyed sincerity.
But I simply must find out if our intrepid heroine chooses the prince or the rogue, so don't you dare spoil it for me.
Alessa pulled herself tall, every bit the haughty Finestra. I would never. Only the worst sort of people spoil book endings.
True. And you can't. Obviously. Because you haven't read it.
Because I haven't read it.
You know, there's nothing to be ashamed of.
He stole a glance at her.
It's perfectly normal.
To read?
To enjoy this kind of book. You may be a holy vessel and all that, but you're still human.
Sort of. He sat forward.
Entirely. Title or no title, power or none, you're still human. Don't let the holy nonsense mess with your head.
Holy nonsense? He waved away her indignant protest.
Keep your gods and goddesses on their pedestals if you want, but the rituals, the rules, the isolation, you know that isn't really from them, right? That's written by mortals, men mostly. We have a bad habit of locking up people who scare us, and the thing that scares men with power most is a woman with more of it.
She couldn't imagine why anyone would want her power, but there were a million things she didn't understand about people, so she didn't argue. Even Adric had sounded jealous the last time they spoke. Dante gave her a pointed glance.
If parts of this deal don't work for you, ignore them. Take the traditions you need and toss the rest. Be bold.
Bold, huh? She snatched the book from the table. In that case, I'll take this back. Dante's laughter followed her to a chair on the balcony.
They were talking about a card game tonight,
he said, coming up behind her.
You should go.
I tortured them all day. Alessa smoothed her skirts. I'm sure they don't want me there.
Won't know unless you try,
he said.
You want friends. Go get them.
I won't force anyone to be my friend.
Ha! You keep bullying me into it.
Resting his hands on the back of her chair, he bent close to her ear.
You aren't scared, are you?
Alessa tossed her head with righteous indignation, thwacking Dante in the face with her hair. Laughing, he brushed a few strands from his cheek.
You smell like an orchard.
I smell divine, thank you very much. My nonna makes me soaps and scrubs with homegrown lemons and sea salt. It's good for the complexion.
I'll keep that in mind. They let you visit your grandparents?
No, I'm not even allowed to write to them, but the rules don't specify who I can shop from, so I order a basket every few months, and Nonna writes secret notes on the inside of the wrappings.
I'm beginning to see where your rebellious streak comes from.
I'm named after her, too, and I inherited her tendency to take in strays. If she ever met you, she'd force you to eat lots of pasta and scold you for being too handsome.
You think I'm handsome?
Alessa went pink. No, but she would. And she wouldn't expect you to speak, so you'd be happy. When she isn't singing to herself, she's talking to herself, and it's impossible to get a word in edgewise. My nonna is deaf, and she always forgets that everyone else isn't.
So...
He drew the word out.
She's an older version of you?
I suspect you didn't mean that as a compliment, but I'm taking it anyway.
Whatever it takes to build your confidence, Luce mia. Come on, let's go.
She didn't move.
Up and at him, soldier.
She gripped the arms and hooked her ankles around the legs, but Dante tipped her chair forward, leaving her no choice but to stand or get dumped on the floor. I despise you.
I can live with that.
Voices grew audible as they crossed the hall, followed by laughter at a joke she hadn't heard. Everything she'd wanted for years was behind a door, and all she had to do was knock. Dread. Hope. Two sides of the same coin, spinning too fast to tell them apart. Alessa held her hand up until her arm ached, then lowered it. I can't.
How are you going to face a swarm of scarabei if you're too scared to knock on a door?
Crashing a social event uninvited is worse than a battle to the death.
Just say hello.
Alessa cringed at another burst of laughter from the other side.
Fine, I'll do it.
Alessa moved to block his path.
Don't you dare!
She wagged a very ineffective finger in his face as he towered over her.
Coward,
he said with a grin. The door swung open, and Alessa whirled to find an equally startled Saida clutching her chest in the doorway.
Finestra, is something wrong?
Behind her in the room, Joseph dropped a hand of cards on the floor, and Nina did an awkward dance to save a drink from spilling across the table as she jostled it in her haste to stand. If the girl was half as clumsy outside the Cittadella, Joseph must need to use his powers all the time to keep from being drenched.
No, nothing's wrong.
Alessa smoothed her skirts. I merely wanted to check if you needed anything. The Fontes made a horrified tableau, watching her like a family of mice might face a cat who'd unearthed their den. Saida blinked.
I don't think we need anything. Do we need anything?
Heads shook. Alessa nodded, then realized she'd been doing so for an awkward length of time and stopped abruptly.
Excellent.
Another half nod. Well, then, have a lovely evening.
You too.
Thank you. Saida closed the door, but she didn't throw the deadbolt. So there was that for a silver lining. Dante popped his lips.
Okay. Maybe you should have brought something to loosen them up.
Nina is only 15.
Cookies for her and alcohol for the rest.
You could have suggested that before I stood there like a dunderhead. Dante stole a look at her as they retreated to her rooms.
Hey, points for effort.
She gave him a mock scowl. Her pent-up nervous energy had nowhere to go. So when Dante, with a waggle of his eyebrows, held up another romantic novel he'd found, she refused to play along. That's a good one, she said. But I forbid you from getting stuck in a book right now.
Forbid me? You think you can give me orders?
I give you orders all the time. You just don't follow them. She cut a glance his way. Dante, you're my only friend.
I think you might be mine too.
Dante pinched the bridge of his nose.
Dea, that's pathetic, isn't it?
Quality, not quantity. Now, I'm asking very nicely, so you have to say yes.
To...
She clapped her hands. Playing with me? Dante squinted, and she smiled brighter. If he was going to tease her about reading smutty novels, she'd fight back by working innuendo into every conversation.
Fine,
he said, still studying her.
Should I raid the library, or do you have something to drink in here?
I'm the Finestra, a divinely ordained warrior.
That a no?
I'm just making it very clear that it would be inappropriate. She hoisted herself up on the counter, reaching to open the highest cabinet and nudge a loaf of stale sourdough aside. Highly inappropriate to keep liquor in my room. The easiest to reach was a dusty bottle of limoncello she'd forgotten to chill, and she held it up for his consideration. Dante arched an eyebrow. She put it back. Biting her tongue, Alessa flicked a heavy decanter with her fingertips, her other hand poised to catch it when it tipped over the edge. Long brown fingers caught it in front of her face, and Alessa snatched her hand away. Pressing back against the cabinets, she turned to berate him, and forgot how to speak. Dante stood so near to the counter he was practically between her knees, his dark eyes so close she could count the flecks of gold. His gaze dropped to her lips. "Get back," she squeaked. "I don't need another death on my conscience." Cradling the bottle with more care than he showed for his life, Dante turned to lean against the counter beside her. Still too close.
be my own fault, wouldn't it?
He pulled the cork and took a swig.
Oh, that's good.
I'd still have to live with the guilt and find a new bodyguard. Alessa selected 2 lowball glasses and hopped off the counter. She gave him a pointed look. They're called drinking glasses.
Fascinating.
He held out the bottle, sighed when she didn't take it from him, and put it on the table. Alessa poured a bit for herself, then corked the bottle and held it close to her chest. A hostage. Let's play a game.
Hey?
A game. A distraction from her social failure.
What kind of game?
A drinking game? She took a sip, like a lady, and let the challenge dangle. He dropped into the chair, his elbows hitting the table with a thump.
I'm listening.
Truth or challenge? When it's your turn, you choose for that round. Dante tipped his chair back, skepticism etched on his face. One of these days he was going to fall on his ass, and she dearly hoped she was there to see it. If you don't perform the challenge or answer the question, you take a drink. A slow smile spread across his face.
Works for me.
You're just going to say no to everything, aren't you?
Yup.
The front legs of his chair thumped down. No. She clutched the bottle tighter. I won't pour unless you participate. He flicked his fingers for her to proceed.
Fine, but I'm not telling you my name.
It can't be that bad.
I never said it was.
I'm going to get it out of you one way or another. It has become my life's mission. I'll stop at nothing. Thumbscrews, the rack, coming right up.
I'd love to see you try.
Are you ticklish?
Not a bit.
I bet you are. I bet you giggle like a schoolgirl. Alessa gave him an arch look. I'll double your salary if you tell me. His eyes crinkled with amusement.
No payment could be more satisfying than besting you. I'll take it to the grave.
Oh, come on, he considered.
Fine. I guess I could tell you on my deathbed.
2 things to look forward to, then.
Are we playing or not?
Teasing him was fun, but she couldn't risk him changing his mind. I'll start with an easy one. Most beautiful place you've ever seen. He pursed his lips slightly.
A little beach on the far side of the island.
Her heart twisted. What does it look like? He lifted his glass, let it plunk to the table, then did it again.
A beach.
What kind of beach?
The kind where the land meets the sea,
he drawled, reveling in her annoyance. She shook the bottle with a wet slosh. Humor me. I haven't been on a beach in years. He cast his eyes to the ceiling.
High cliffs on both sides. A narrow path to get to it, so it's not worth the effort for most. But the water...
He trailed off with a wistful smile.
I've never seen that color anywhere else.
It sounds perfect, she said with a sigh. She rewarded him with a stingy pour and tucked the bottle between her thighs, the most secure place on earth. What's my question?
If you could do anything before divorando, what would it be?
Easy. Control my power and stop killing people.
No. Games are meant to be fun. Pick something good.
Dante lifted his glass to his lips. Lose my virginity. Dante choked. Red-faced, tears in his eyes, he pounded his chest. Alessa preened. Better?
Much,
he croaked.
Challenge.
Say something nice about Caleb.
Nope.
He tipped his glass. Slow down, she protested with a laugh. The game will be over in 5 minutes if you drink that fast.
Nah, iron constitution.
He patted his firm abdomen.
Ugh, Caleb. Fitting he makes electricity.
How's that?
Ever been near a lightning strike? Not fun.
You have terrible luck.
It wasn't a direct strike. I've also broken 7 bones, including my nose, been stabbed, burned, and nearly lost a finger.
She grimaced. The gods must really hate you.
I'm certain they do.
That makes 2 of us, then. He scoffed.
You're the savior. After Divorando, you'll never work another day in your life. They'll write sonnets about you.
Or, I'll kill every remaining Fonte on the island, everyone on Saverio will die, and it will all be my fault. She pressed the cool, sweating glass to her cheek. I hate hurting people.
No, really? I couldn't tell.
I have one job. One. Why can't I do it? He gave her an appraising look, trapping his lower lip between his teeth.
You said you felt hungry.
She dragged her gaze from his mouth, but his eyes, warm and dark, like molten chocolate cake flecked with toffee, didn't make it any easier to concentrate.
When you touched your first fonte, you said you felt hungry. Have you ever really been hungry?
She wrinkled her nose. Everyone's been hungry.
Not like when dinner's late. Truly hungry. So famished you'd choke down dirt to fill the hole in your belly.
I suppose not.
Well, when you're that empty and you get your hands on food, you know you'll be sick if you eat too fast, but you can't help it.
She stared into her glass as though it might hold answers, but all she found was her own warped reflection. Okay.
That's why they locked you up in here, right? To remind you about connection and community by taking it away from you?
He waited until she looked up, then held her gaze.
They starved you, and you gorged yourself the first chance you got.
Unease sat heavy in her gut. Are you trying to say I kill people because I'm so pathetically lonely I gobble them up? Because that doesn't make me feel any better.
I'm saying it's not your fault.
Her throat constricted. Books make it sound romantic to die from loneliness. But to kill someone else with your loneliness, now that's a talent. Dante leaned forward, elbows on the table.
Maybe if you took the edge off, you'd gain some control.
Her lips twitched. What, like an affection snack?
Something like that.
Dante drummed his fingers on the table.
Could you get a pet?
A pet?
Small, furry, domesticated animals?
He mimed, clawing at the air.
Like a cat?
Alessa took a slug of whiskey, coughing at the burn. You're proposing I get a cat to fill the gaping, empty hole inside my soul. A cat.
Why not? Maybe you'd see better in the dark.
Or kill a cat.
You think so?
He looked surprised.
They have fur over their skin.
I don't know, and I don't want to find out. If I killed a sweet little kitty, I'd never forgive myself.
For a cat? You've already...
Killed 3 people. Is that what you were about to say? He had the decency to look uncomfortable. At least they agreed to it. An animal can't. Dante still looked thoughtful. She raised a finger in warning. If I wake up tomorrow and find a cat in my room, you'll both be put out on the street. He laughed and reached for her glass as his was empty, but she swatted his hand away. Was it possible? She'd always believed she was supposed to embrace her isolation, blamed herself for letting loneliness fill the spaces meant to hold divinity. But Dante's words had her doubting. Maybe she'd been fighting the current, swimming in the wrong direction all along. After cutting herself on the blade of hope so many times, would she be a fool to reach for it again? 24. I frutti proibiti sono I più dolci. Forbidden fruit is the sweetest. Days before divorando. 20. Around midnight, Alessa poked at the front of her blouse. She'd spilled something. At some point. She didn't remember what exactly. Eyes crossed, she raised a blurry finger to her nose. Oops, her cheek. No, that was her chin. That's not whiskey. Her words sounded squishy. Dante, sprawled in an armchair with one leg draped over the side, mouth open and one eye closed, squinted at a carved wooden statue he held in front of his face.
No, that's the water I told you to drink an hour ago. Poured half right down your dress, like a river between your breasts.
Alessa scoffed. I did not. And if I did, which I didn't, you shouldn't discuss a lady's bosoms.
Bosoms?
He dropped the statue, a priceless heirloom at least 2 centuries old, on the cushion beside him.
Don't think bosoms are plural.
Alessa stood, chin high, and waited for the room to right itself. Of course they are. Bosoms almost always come in pairs.
Breasts come in pairs. But I don't think bosoms, who even says that, can be plural. 2 breasts, 1 bosom. As in, I have 2 legs but 1 crotch, that sort of thing.
I wouldn't know.
About grammar?
About your crotch. And you should notice when a girl spills water down her cleavage.
I didn't,
Dante said.
But you got all squeaky about how cold it was. Then you drank another glass of whiskey, so I doubt the water will help much.
He stared longingly at his glass.
Whose turn is it?
Mine, I think.
Sing something.
Pass. I'm a terrible singer. Her next sip went down a bit too easily. You sing something. She didn't think he'd do it, but in a voice as rich as honeyed whiskey, he sang,
I took my bonny lass out on a ship.
Oh dear. The burn of alcohol and the warmth of his voice seemed to be melting something inside her.
To give her a taste of the sea.
Well, this wasn't fair at all.
And when we got back on shore once more.
Dante took a breath, a wicked gleam in his eyes.
My bonny lass tasted me.
She threw her head back, crowing with laughter. Oh, bravissimo! Such an angelic voice for a devilish song.
Grazie.
He bowed his head.
Your turn.
I'm not singing.
Favorite color, then?
Green, she said. You're terrible at this. My turn. How many people have you kissed? He scrunched his face in thought.
7. No, 8. Wait, do twins count as 1 or 2?
Twins are distinct human beings, so 2, obviously. And that's disgusting. You shouldn't kiss siblings.
They weren't my siblings. I never turned down a kiss from a pretty girl.
Surprising his tally wasn't higher, then. She'd be first in line if she wasn't so deadly, even with his many personality flaws. Although, with a few drinks in him, Dante was almost charming. Or she was no longer capable of judging. The whiskey had warped everything else, so it was quite possibly blurring him, too. Even her glass was listing to one side. Or maybe that was the floor. Or herself. Hard to tell. What were they talking about? She gathered her scattered thoughts. I guess I wouldn't either, if I knew it wouldn't end in tragedy. My only attempt did not go well.
Dante grinned lazily.
Takes practice.
Then add kissing to the list of things I will never master.
He waved a hand.
I'm sure you'll figure out the death touch thing eventually.
Alessa giggled, batting away a little voice warning her she'd regret all of this when she woke in the morning. Hypothetically speaking, if you could get past the high likelihood of a painful death, would you ever want to kiss me?
Hypothetically.
He enunciated the word more clearly, but not by much. Obviously.
Hard to get past the painful death part, to be honest.
He clinked his glass against hers.
It's hypothetical.
She kicked at him, but barely swiped his leg.
You'd never even have to act on it.
Is it that hard to pretend you think I'm pretty?
That's not what you asked.
Then I want a do-over. She tucked her hair behind her ears. Do you think I'm pretty?
Yes. Favorite food?
She fluffed her hair with exaggerated pride. Surely she deserved an extra point for prying a compliment from his stubborn lips. Still not a real question.
I'm trying to steer us into safer waters. Greatest fear?
Oh, much safer, she frowned. That we all die?
Boring.
That it will be my fault? I think I'm more scared of that than the actual prospect of everyone dying.
That must make me a terrible person.
I'm not one to judge.
He rolled his fingers across his glass.
Favorite hobby?
Aside from accidentally killing people, none. Perhaps I should learn to knit.
You're a gloomy drunk, you know that?
It was your turn anyway. Is it too late to change my mind about a cat?
Ah, so you accept my theory.
That I'm so pathetically lonely I pull the life out of my partners? Sure, let's go with that one. Her breath came faster. I might need more than one cat. He put his glass down and stood.
I have an idea.
Alessa backed away. What are you doing?
I'm giving you a hug so you can save the world.
She knocked a chair over in her haste to escape. No, bad idea.
You're covered from toe to chin, and I'm a full head taller than you. You'd have to leap into the air and smash your face against mine to hurt me.
Putting the couch between them, she mustered her most stern glare. It's too dangerous.
Do you want a damn hug or not?
Desperately.
She swallowed. Gloves. He yanked them from his back pocket, shaking his head with amused exasperation. At his first step, she skittered backward. Your face. Dante rolled his eyes, but glanced around the room until he found a display of colorful scarves hanging from pegs by the door. Snatching a bright purple scarf, he tucked one end into the top of his shirt and wound it around his head. His gloved fingers plucked at the folds, trying to pick them apart so he could see.
Damn it, where'd you go?
Alessa pinched her tongue between her teeth. One dark eye became visible, and he opened his arms and waited. Courage, desperation, or pure drunken stupidity drove her into his embrace. The moment they touched, every muscle in her body pulled so tight she couldn't have moved if she wanted to. He was warm. It was all she could think. She'd forgotten that people felt warm. She tried to rest her hands on his back, but jerked away reflexively. His arms came around her, strong and unafraid. So she tried again, placing her palms on the flat planes of his back. Bit by bit, Muscle by muscle, she eased into him until her cheek rested against his chest. The steady beat of his heart accelerated. She tried to find the strength to move. She didn't want him to fear for his safety. But he didn't pull away. And nothing had ever felt so good. Nothing. This hug was officially the best thing that had ever happened to her. Pathetic. She didn't care. It felt like breathing after being underwater for years. Lulled by warmth and comfort, she let the world fall away, every sense soothed by the strong arms holding her up, the firm heat beneath her cheek. She jerked her head up. Dante's voice rumbled through his chest.
Did you just fall asleep?
Alessa blinked. Maybe.
Really?
Only for a second.
Huh. Not what a man usually wants when a woman's in his arms, but I guess that's a good sign.
The fabric of his shirt rubbed against her skin as she nodded.
Better?
He asked.
Satisfied?
Satisfied. Not even close. Better? Yes. She mumbled something meant to be meaningless.
What?
One arm tight around her, Dante fumbled to adjust the absurd scarf with the other. Nothing. She burrowed deeper into his embrace. Don't worry, I'll let go in a minute. Dante paused.
Take your time.
She only wobbled a little when she stepped back. Will you please tell me your name? He rubbed his lip.
Tell you what. You save the world, I'll tell you my name. How's that for motivation?
Seems like a very high bar for basic information about an employee.
Take it or leave it.
Dante yawned.
I'm going to take a shower. Drink more water. You'll thank me.
Alessa weaved to the sink to fill a large glass. Sloshing more than a bit on the floor, she made her way to bed and resisted the urge to lie down. Her nightclothes were in the closet off the bathing room, and she wasn't about to barge in while Dante was showering. So she stripped to her slip and kicked her dress away before climbing into bed. It took some maneuvering, but she kept the sheets pinned to her chest while she reached for the glass again. She gulped half of it through sheer force of will. The rest would take more motivation. She frowned at the tepid water. Getting ice would require sprinting across the room. Bad idea sober, treacherous in her current state, before Dante returned. Lukewarm tap water would have to do. As she steeled herself for one more sip, Dante walked out in nothing but a towel. Alessa lowered the glass from her still parted lips.
Sorry, forgot a change of clothes.
He cocked his head.
You okay?
Oh, she was staring. And didn't really feel like stopping. She held up a hand. Don't move. He scanned the room for trouble, then crossed his arms.
Why am I standing here?
You told me to be bold.
And?
And a half-naked man is in my bedroom, so I'm boldly looking. He ran his fingers through his hair, bemused.
That's not what I meant.
You don't get to dictate what someone does with your advice. I'll work on other kinds of boldness later. For now, I'm ogling. Unless you're shy.
Shy?
He ran his tongue over his teeth, not entirely hiding his smile.
Hardly.
Palms out, he spun in a slow circle.
There. Seen enough?
A dangerous question. I suppose I'll let you put your clothes on now. He snorted.
Like you could stop me.
I could kill you with my pinky.
I'm shaking.
She threw a pillow and he caught it, tucking it beneath his arm as he headed for a stack of clean clothing on the couch.
Keep throwing these at me and you'll have none left.
A smile playing on her lips, she sank into a pile of pillows. At least one person treated her like a regular person. It was more than she'd dared to hope for in a very long time. 25. Le bestemmie sono come la processione. Escono dal portone e ritornano dallo stesso. Curses are like parades. They return from whence they came. Days before Divorando. 19.
She was dying. She had to be. Her skull seemed determined to split down the middle, and she was fairly certain heads weren't meant to do that. She swayed, grasping for something to hold herself up, but finding only air. Dante caught her elbow.
Steady.
How many times? She tugged, but couldn't get away, and gave up as the movement sent the world swooping.
Relax. I'm wearing gloves, and you have long sleeves and gloves.
Nothing in the history of the world has ever been less effective than telling a person to relax. She yanked her arm free.
My head hurts.
Should have had more water.
She found the wall and pressed her forehead against the stone.
I'm dying.
You aren't dying. You're hungover.
Why aren't you hungover?
Do you want me to be?
Yes, I do. Very much so.
And here I thought we were such good friends.
Were they? She hadn't had a friend since she was 13, but maybe a night of drunken idiocy was how it worked for adults. She couldn't think over the loud throbbing in her head, because throbbing had a sound all of a sudden. So she set her mind to walking instead. Duty waited, whether she was up for it or not.
Sometimes the best cure is a bit more poison. There might be a little left in the bottle.
She gagged. Sounds like advice invented by a greedy pub owner.
Come on, you need to eat something.
Alessa's stomach performed acrobatics as she took her seat. Sweat beaded her forehead, hot and clammy at the same time. Checking to be sure no one was looking, she pressed a water glass against her cheek, sighing at the cool. Dante deposited a plain roll on her plate, glared at her to eat, and returned to his post by the door. Alessa nudged it away and swallowed a few times. Caleb had already bolted for the day, and the remaining Fontes scarfed down their pastries and juice, clearly eager to begin their day off. Too much fun last night? Camaria smirked at her, while Nina chattered to Joseph about which temple service they should attend, or whether they should attend them all to cover their bases. Alessa stared at her fork in misery. What are your plans for the afternoon, Finestra? Saida asked. Do you get to leave after your portrait session? Alessa gave up on eating. I don't really have anywhere to go. Oh, Saida chewed her lip. Sorry. The one good thing about her itinerary was the fact that the only thing she needed to do to survive the day was sit. It nearly killed her anyway. It took an hour before Mastro Pasquale was satisfied with her pose, since she couldn't physically arrange her subject, and Alessa was worse at taking directions than usual. Silver-haired, vaguely androgynous, and with features so striking she could have been one of her own sculptures, the Mastro also had such a dry wit, Alessa could never be sure if she was joking, and had learned long ago that it was always safer not to laugh. Mastro Pasquale finally moved behind her easel, but continued to quiz her former pupil about sfumato and chiaroscuro, ordering her to tilt her head, arch her back, raise and then lower her chin, while she sketched an initial outline. Long before the artist declared an end to the day's session, Alessa was convinced sitting was the most difficult physical task of them all. Her only consolation was that Dante had looked a bit stunned when she stepped out in the red gown, and he'd barely looked away since.
Beautiful contrapposto,
Mastro Pasquale said to Dante, who'd been watching the ordeal from a safe distance.
Finestra, you see the smooth line of leg there? How the off-axis twist of his torso accentuates both shoulders and hip.
Dante looked slightly alarmed as Alessa nodded thoughtfully. Mastro Pasquale snapped her fingers.
You should come to my studio and model for my next sculpture.
You really should, Alessa said through gritted teeth so she didn't ruin the curve of her neck for the third time. Mastro Pasquale is famous for her attention to anatomical details.
This is true,
the Mastro said as she began packing up her supplies.
I pay well, too, but don't bother coming by if you're a wilting violet.
Alessa rubbed her neck. Oh, Dante assures me he is not shy at all.
Excellent. Here's my card. Finestra, it's been an honor. I will return when your fonte is ready.
She handed Dante a gilded slip of paper and swept out of the gardens. Dante flicked the card at Alessa.
Did you just volunteer me as a nude model?
Alessa plucked the card from where it fell in the grass. You spend half your time standing around and scowling. Might as well get paid for it.
You're already paying me for it, and I get to keep my clothes on.
As they reached the 4th floor, Dante stopped.
Is it okay if I run out real quick? You should be safe enough if you lock yourself in. Won't take long.
Alessa's heart and stomach competed to see which could sink faster at the prospect of the rest of the day alone, locked in her rooms, while everyone else spent time with family and friends. Even Dante had better things to do on his day off than stay with her. Visiting someone special?
No, just checking something.
Left a lantern burning?
Something like that.
The day stretched ahead of her, silent and lonely, but she pasted on a smile and told him to go right ahead.
First, let me show you the barricade I found.
Dante tensed as they entered her suite.
Wait, someone's been in here.
Her eyes darted in every direction, but the only thing out of place was a platter of lemon verbena cookies on the table. She could smell the zesty tang and see the curls of candied lemon peel on top. It's okay, she said, exhaling. Someone dropped off treats.
Don't the servants usually leave food in the hall? He asked. How many people have keys to your suite?
She frowned. I don't know. Someone comes to change the linens and to clean and... She squirmed under his judging gaze.
We're changing the locks.
Dante reached the platter first, snatching it up to sniff it. She crossed her arms. Are you going to lick them too, or do I get one? He took a small bite and promptly spit it into his hand.
Daphne.
Who?
Daphne gnidium. A poison that tastes terrible, so you probably wouldn't have eaten enough for it to kill you, but even a few bites and you'd wish it had. Be thankful for amateur assassins.
She sat with a gusty exhale. How do you know what poison tastes like?
I was a stupid kid.
He dumped the remaining treats into a trash bin, examined the tray, then tossed it too.
I'll get your food from now on. One of the kitchen maids was eager enough to show me around. I'll talk to her.
Apparently, a rogue poisoning was just another day in the life of the wolf. Or not. Dante tapped a knife against his thigh.
Damn it. I don't like leaving you unprotected.
Then take me with you.
The city isn't safe.
Neither is the Cittadella, apparently. My parents are bakers. They might know who made the cookies. I doubt they're harboring assassins in the storeroom, so you can leave me there while you run your errand. Dante frowned.
I don't know.
No one will recognize me. I won't be dressed like the Finestra, and half the guards are busy salvaging supplies in the storage levels that got flooded the other day.
Do you always break this many rules?
Believe it or not, it's a new development. She clasped her hands below her chin. Please, Dante. Even if they don't know about the cookies, I want to see them. If you're right about why I keep hurting people, maybe closure would help.
Or make it worse.
Please? She hid her satisfaction when he grumbled assent. If he ever realized how often she got her way by making doll eyes at him, Dante would never agree to anything again. Alessa hung up the ruby gown and riffled through her closet, settling on a simple blue dress with long sleeves that mostly concealed her gloves, and gold tights so pale her legs appeared bare unless one looked closely. She wanted to return home as herself, not the Finestra. So she cleaned her face and parted her hair, braiding it into a simple plait down her back. Looking at her reflection, she had the strangest sense it wasn't a mirror at all, but a window to another life, a glimpse of the girl she could have been. She tried on a carefree smile, but it didn't fit. There was no other Alessa, no other life. This was all she had. The quaint storefront was fancier than it used to be, the lettering redrawn in gold, the windows replaced with beveled panels.
Nice-looking place,
Dante said, probably wondering why Alessa was staring at it instead of entering. They've made good use of their stipend. She should probably be glad the monthly payments they received for their sacrifice, for sacrificing her, were helping the family business. But she wasn't noble enough to hide her bitterness.
Want me to come in?
Dante asked. No, she said. It would be hard enough without a witness. Just come back as soon as you're done. It was almost closing time, and the bakery was empty, the display case lacking its usual goods. Cloaked in the lingering scents of yeast and sugar and her childhood, Alessa locked the door behind her and flipped the sign.
We're about to close for the day, but there are a few loaves.
Her father walked out from the back room, dusting his flour-coated hands on his apron, and jerked to a stop at the sight of her. His hair was longer, more salt than pepper, and his face was slightly more drawn. But his expression matched the last one she'd seen on his face. Dismay and awe, tempered with melancholy.
Finestra.
His arms lifted, then dropped.
What brings you here?
She ached for the hug that wouldn't happen. Hello, Papa. Please use my name. He darted a look around the empty kitchen.
Alessa, my little love, you're all grown up.
I've missed you. Tears slipped down her cheeks. He came out from behind the counter but stayed out of reach.
We've missed you. I'll never understand why the gods make the choices they do, but I have faith. I know this can't be easy.
An understatement if she'd ever heard one. If she let herself, she'd dissolve into a sobbing puddle, so Alessa allowed herself one sniff and pulled the tainted cookie from her pocket. Do you know who made this? Papa furrowed his brow.
I haven't made a batch in a while, but Adric was manning the kitchen yesterday. He might have. Why?
Her heart rate kicked up, escalating at the sound of footsteps on the back stairs. Marcel, have you turned the sign? Her mother stopped mid-step as though the floor had taken hold of her shoes. Mama? Finestra? Her mother dropped into a low curtsy. With all due respect, you shouldn't be here. Her foolish heart sank. I know what the Veritas says, Mama. I won't stay long. If you know what it says, then you know what the gods ask of us. You aren't supposed to be here. I know, but I needed to. The words caught in Alessa's throat. Why was she there? To unravel a mystery she didn't want the answer to, in search of love she knew she wouldn't find, or simply to find closure. Say goodbye. Her mother was already turning away, so Alessa couldn't see her face when she said a curt, "Goodbye." Papa moved his fist in the sign for, "I'm sorry." Alessa didn't respond. It wasn't fair to expect him to take sides, but it hurt that he wouldn't. 13 years. 13 years of being the sun in her daughter's sky, and now her mother wouldn't even look her in the eye for one last goodbye. In that moment, something inside her withered and died. Is Adric here? Papa winced at her cold tone.
No, he's at the apothecary. Why?
She was out the door before he finished. She should have waited for Dante, but her mother's rejection and the pain in her father's eyes drove her away. She needed to find Adric, to pull out the sliver of fear that she might have no one left. Around the final corner, she nearly ran into a group of white-robed Fratellanza members clustered in front of the apothecary. Shielding her face as if blocking a glare, Alessa darted into the narrow alley between the apothecary and the tailor next door. For once, Dea was on her side. Adric was out back, holding an empty crate. The tiny walled yard behind the building was crowded with them, overturned and arranged in a rough semicircle. Adric gaped.
What are you doing here?
I have to talk to you.
No, you have to leave. Right now.
Alessa fumbled for the cookie, pulling it out with a scatter of crumbs. Who ordered these from the bakery yesterday? Adric blanched.
I don't remember.
Do you remember if you put poison in Papa's lemon verbenas, or did someone add it afterward? Adric pulled at his hair.
I can explain, but not now. You have to leave. This isn't how...
He jerked his head at the sound of voices from inside the shop, his entire body tensing. What is wrong with you?
I'll come to the Cittadella tonight. I promise. Please, just go.
Adric's alarm cut through her anger, and Alessa fled, stuffing the crumpled handkerchief back into her pocket. The Fratellanza members were no longer out front, but every face on the street became an enemy, whether they looked her way or not. People saw what they expected to, and a clean-faced girl in simple clothing wasn't worth noting, but in her heightened state, it felt like a massive light shined directly on her, drawing every malicious gaze. The street was crowded, and as she debated whether to head back to the bakery or try to find Dante near his old stomping grounds of the barrel, her eyes caught on a figure a block away. It was embarrassing how easily she'd spotted him, how her attention snagged on a brief glimpse of the back of his head as he strode in the opposite direction. She called his name, but he didn't turn. Too many passers-by did. She'd have to catch up. As she dodged people, trying to keep him in sight, Dante knocked shoulders with a man passing the other way, and they whirled on each other like alley cats looking for a fight. Two women stole glances at Alessa as she passed their roadside stand, sizing her up a bit too intently, and she pulled her hood down, losing sight of Dante as she tried to melt into the crowd. She almost walked right past the narrow alley, but Dante's voice stopped her in her tracks. At the very end of it, he was arguing with a man in a white robe. Alessa ducked behind the stack of barrels, heart in her throat, and watched them through a gap. The man was tall and thick-waisted, with a shorn head. Not Ivini. Relief flooded her veins, but it didn't last long.
And what's in it for me?
The man sneered, and Dante met his vitriol with extra despair, but most of his response was drowned out by shouts from the street behind her as a cart overturned. She only caught one word. Kill. Stars flashed in her vision. Was it a threat? Or a promise? The man clenched his fists. Dante flipped his daggers, catching them by the hilts. Alessa held her breath. The air crackled with tension as each man seemed poised to strike, but neither spoke or moved for a long time. At long last, Dante sheathed his blades with a derisive sneer.
Vai a farti fottere.
The older man spat on the ground and backed away, his attention so fixed on Dante he didn't notice Alessa as he passed. Anger swelled inside her, cresting like a wave. Her mother cared so little she'd barely said goodbye. Her brother was setting up for a meeting while the Fratellanza gathered nearby, and now Dante was making deals with one of Vivini's men in a dark alley. Secrets and more secrets, piling upon each other. She had nowhere to go, and she was not leaving this alley until she got answers from someone. Dante's back was turned when she stepped out into the open. She stared him down, willing him to face her, to cower with shame or explain what in Dea's name was going on. Unaware of her presence, he drew his arm back and punched the wall, hard enough to shatter every bone in his hand. A violent tremor ran through him, and he punched again, and again, and again. Each blow came faster, harder, bits of plaster falling to the ground with every impact. Her hand flew to her mouth. His hand. He was going to destroy it if he hadn't already. She stepped forward. To stop him or yell at him, she didn't know. Her foot crunched on a broken bottle. Dante turned so fast she didn't have time to speak. His eyes flashed, brilliant and terrifying with rage, and twin fires tore through her abdomen. Her lips parted on a gasp. She looked down at his fists, clutching the hilts of his knives, pressed against her. Blood dripped between his fingers. With a ragged gasp, Dante pulled the knives free. They clattered to the ground. Her protector. Her killer. Alessa breathed his name as her legs gave out. 26. Piove sul bagnato. When it rains, it pours. Days before Divorando, 19. Dante caught her, sinking to his knees to slow her fall. Why? Betrayal and pain reverberated inside her as the world shrank to the cradle of his arms. She searched his face for answers, but found only horror. Dante's lips worked soundlessly, forming the words, "No, no, no. Don't ever sneak up on me." He'd warned her more than once. She hadn't listened. No glorious, heroic death for her after all. Dante lowered her to the ground, bracing her neck so she barely felt her head meet stone. She needed to warn him to be careful about touching her, but darkness was closing in. His shadow blocked the sun as he bent over her, and she cried out at new searing pain. Had he stabbed her again? No, he was pressing on her wounds, shaking his head as though arguing with himself about how bad the damage was. But the truth was in his eyes. He'd struck to kill, and he never missed. Some injuries weren't fixable. Dante abandoned his efforts to staunch the bleeding and took her hands in his, which were coated so thick with her blood it looked like he too wore gloves. She couldn't have escaped his grasp if she tried. I held his hand. He'd remembered. Dante tugged on her gloves, but the sudden leather resisted his attempts. Good. He shouldn't do that. She curled her fingers, but she was too weak to stop him. Rough palms pressed against hers as Dante twined their fingers, stifling a hiss of pain. Could a heart soar and break at the same time? She didn't want him to die, but the golden river of warmth seeping through her skin, his spark of life, warmed her from the inside, unfurling in her chest. The euphoric sensation lit her up from within, almost glorious enough to make her forget she was killing him. Even in her death throes, she took. Dante's hands seized, crushing her fingers, and his breath went from ragged to tortured. Her heart gave a feeble thump. He collapsed on top of her, their hands locked together. They were both going to die. But not alone. No one should die alone.